This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Warlords, an extraordinary recreation of World War II through the eyes and minds of Hitler, Churchill, Roosevelt and Stalin, by Simon Berthon and Joanna Potts. Narrated by Michael Page. Forward. Today's politicians often complain that reporting of their trade is too personalized. Analysis of issues, they say, is sacrificed to the promotion of beauty contests between leaders and impertinent gossip about their relationships. In these early years of the 21st century, it is a curious axe to grind. The seminal decision of the contemporary transatlantic alliance to go to war in Iraq was a very personal one by an American president who had inherited unfinished business from his father, and a British Prime Minister who, as the emerging record makes ever clearer, flew solo in taking his country into battle. Above all, Tony Blair was influenced by the call of a special relationship with George W. Bush. Their conjunction of minds led to Britons and Americans fighting and dying side by side in Iraq. This book unashamedly takes the view that in the War of 1939 to 1945, the personal decisions of the four titans at its heart also dictated its outbreak, its course, and its consequences. Hitler alone decided to invade Poland. In the summer of 1940, his mental processes alone led to the turn against the Soviet Union. Stalin, no one else, made a pact with Hitler. It was his psychological and strategic vision which concluded that Hitler would not invade the Soviet Union in 1941 and left his country defenseless. In the summer of 1940, there would probably have been a different outcome if Halifax, not Churchill, had become Prime Minister on that fateful day of 10 May. And however much Roosevelt trimmed and tacked before he was finally hurled into war, it was he who decided that Nazi Germany, not Japan, was enemy number one. And he who took the personal gamble that unlimited generosity was the way to win Stalin's collaboration in creating a new post-imperial world of peace and free nations. These four men stood at the head of the 20th century's dominant ideologies as they collided in the Second World War. Totalitarianism of right and left, liberal democracy, social democracy, European colonialism and economic imperialism. In the war between these ideologies, tens of millions of people fought and died. This book is about the heart of that conflict, the ever-changing relationships of the four warlords and their war of the mind. Simon Berthon, May 2005. Prologue. 10 May 1940. Just after midnight, Friday, 10 May 1940. Two imposing steam engines at the head of 10 luxuriously appointed coaches in bottle green livery slid towards a junction 140 miles west of Berlin. The train had been travelling north from Hanover towards Hamburg, but now a set of points switched it to the west. It smoothly and slowly changed direction. On board this special train, code-named America, was Adolf Hitler. The Führer was on a one-way ticket to Armageddon. With Hitler was his personal secretary, Christa Schröder, a breezy and attractive young woman of 32 who was full of admiration for the charm and vitality of the boss. She wrote an excited letter to a friend describing her great adventure. The day before, the inner circle in Hitler's office in the Reich Chancellery, of which she was thrilled to be part, had only been told that they were going on a trip. Its destination and length were a secret. Once the train had left Berlin, they asked the boss if they were going to Norway, the main theatre of battle on that day between Germany and Great Britain. Teasingly, Hitler appeared to confirm their guess. If you behave, you will be allowed to take a seal hide home with you. At dawn, the train arrived at a station whose nameplates had been removed. It turned out to be Euskirchen, 30 miles from the German frontier. Hitler and his party transferred to cars which took them through villages whose names were also missing and replaced by military signs. Finally, they headed up a dirt track overshadowed by birches towards a small flat clearing high in the forest, spotted with concrete bunkers and posts. They had reached their destination, Felsennest, Hitler's new headquarters. In the background, the rumble of artillery started up. Hitler pointed a uniformed arm westwards and announced, "Gentlemen, the offensive against the Western powers has begun." The governments of Belgium, Holland and France were about to wake up to 136 highly trained and well-equipped German divisions storming across their frontiers. The phony war was over. The Blitzkrieg had begun. Hitler's unique mind had plunged the world for the next 5 years into the deadliest war ever. As the Luftwaffe's squadrons blackened the sky over Felsennest and the forces of the Wehrmacht poured down roads and tracks towards the west, a young man was taking an early morning ride among the deer of Richmond Park on the southwest fringes of London. He was John Colville, aged 25, and like Christa Schroeder, he was a private secretary. In his case, to another European boss, the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain. But, Colville knew, not for long. As he dismounted, his groom told him that Holland and Belgium had been invaded by the Nazis. Colville felt the heat of the political turmoil surging through Westminster, and, as he noted in his diary, one thing was becoming depressingly obvious. If the PM does go, I am afraid that it must be Winston. Winston Churchill, who had returned to the British cabinet as First Lord of the Admiralty on the outbreak of war on 3 September 1939, was considered reckless, untrustworthy and insufferable by much of the political establishment. But Churchill woke up on this fateful day knowing that by its end, and barring accidents, he would achieve his life's ambition of becoming British Prime Minister. Churchill's opportunity had arisen only from a fiasco for which he bore the heaviest responsibility, the campaign in Norway, in which the British Navy had been outwitted by German paratroopers. Its aim was to cut Germany's link to supplies of steel and iron ore from Sweden. But while British warships lumbered up the Norwegian coast and deposited their ill-supported land forces, Hitler struck from the air, forcing his opponents into a humiliating retreat. The Norwegian failure hardened political opinion in London that Chamberlain was not a man for battle. Whatever Churchill's disadvantages, nobody could mistake that he was the type of leader the nation needed, a warlord who had long understood that the enemy was Hitler. The day before, as Hitler's inner circle took the train out of Berlin, Churchill had his decisive encounter at 10 Downing Street with Chamberlain and the Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax. Chamberlain, faced by a political rebellion in the House of Commons and unable to command the support of the Labour opposition for a national government, knew that his goose was cooked and he must resign. Halifax, the wily aristocratic diplomat, was the man the British establishment wanted to succeed him, but he realised that he was unsuited to be a war leader and let go his chance. As the Blitzkrieg erupted on 10 May, Chamberlain tried to renege at the last minute, arguing that crisis required continuity. But the Labour and Liberal opposition would have none of it, and even his own ministers had lost confidence in him. At 6 p.m, Churchill's ministerial car took him from the Admiralty to Buckingham Palace. The journey was less than a mile, but the most significant of his life. For him, like Hitler, there was no return. "I suppose you don't know why I have sent for you?" the king asked. "Sir," Churchill replied, a playful sparkle in his eye, "I can't imagine why." King George VI laughed. "I want to ask you to form a government." The billboards of the evening papers proclaimed the shocking news that Nazi forces were smashing into France, Holland and Belgium. "I hope that it is not too late," Churchill told his detective, W.H. Thompson, with a tear in his eye, as they returned to the Admiralty. "I am very much afraid that it is." Churchill was British Prime Minister, and in the drawing rooms of London and the world beyond, a rainbow of reactions arced over the political world. "Churchill appears to be a godsend," wrote Ivan Maisky, the Soviet ambassador in London, "but later on he could become a great obstacle if and when they desire to conclude peace." John Colville was immediately invited by Churchill to stay on at 10 Downing Street, but the young man was full of trepidation, consoled only by the thought that Chamberlain and Halifax were staying on under the new upstart regime. "There will at least be some restraint on our new warlord," he noted in his diary that evening. "He may, of course, be the man of drive and energy the country believes him to be, but it is a terrible risk." In Berlin, Hitler's propaganda chief, Joseph Goebbels, who also kept a daily diary, concluded, "Churchill really has been made Prime Minister. The position is clear. That's what we like." There is no record of Hitler's immediate reaction, but he had already formed his view of Churchill. He was an antique imperialist, a blusterer, and, as Norway showed, a loser. 3,000 miles across the Atlantic, in Washington, the new Prime Minister was regarded as a suspect character. President Franklin Roosevelt called an emergency meeting of his cabinet in response to the shattering double strike of Hitler's blitzkrieg and Churchill's succession. The Interior Secretary, Harold Ickes, recorded Roosevelt's verdict. "I suppose he is the best man England has, even if he is drunk half of his time." Ickes mordantly added that Churchill was apparently very unreliable when under the influence of drink. Whether or not Churchill was an unreliable alcoholic, Roosevelt knew that he was now the front line against Hitler. Yet, as well as suspecting him of being a drunk, he harboured a dislike for him that stretched back more than 20 years. Its roots lay in Roosevelt's memory of his one and only face-to-face meeting with Churchill when in 1918, as American Undersecretary for the Navy and before he was disabled, he had visited France and Britain. In London, he gave a speech at a dinner at Gray's Inn, bastion of the British legal establishment. Churchill, then a far more famous public figure, was in the audience. Roosevelt later remarked that he behaved like a stinker, lording it all over us. The two men had not seen each other since, and in the 1930s appeared to be polar opposites. Roosevelt was the charismatic president, Churchill the has-been stuck in the political wilderness. Roosevelt the scourge of European colonialism, Churchill the die-hard defender of the British Empire. But one thing united them. They had both understood from early on that Hitler presented a new and terrible force with which peaceful coexistence would be impossible. There had been a coincidence in Roosevelt's and Hitler's rises to power. On 4 March 1933, Roosevelt was inaugurated as president for the first time. The next day, Hitler tightened his grip on the German nation after a slim but sufficient win at the polls. But it was not until 3 years later, when German troops marched into the Rhineland on 7 March 1936, that Roosevelt's anxieties crystallized. The United States was a neutral country. Its people wanted no entanglements in Europe's squabbles. Roosevelt could only express his fears in private. One important confidant was his distant cousin and close companion, Daisy Suckley. He wrote to her, "The news from Germany is bad, and though my official people all tell me there is no danger of actual war, I always remember their saying all the same things in July 1914. The president could only watch as Hitler's onward march trampled through the enfeebled leaders of Britain and France. In March 1938, he told a colleague, "As someone remarked to me, if a chief of police makes a deal with the leading gangsters and the deal results in no more hold-ups, that chief of police will be called a great man. But if the gangsters do not live up to their word, the chief of police will go to jail." Some people are, I think, taking very long chances. After a speech by Hitler at the height of the Munich crisis in September, Roosevelt conveyed to Suckley his visceral contempt for the Nazi leaders. "Did you hear Hitler today? His shrieks, his histrionics, and the effect on the huge audience? They did not applaud, they made noises like animals." When Churchill returned to the British cabinet as First Lord of the Admiralty on the outbreak of war, Roosevelt immediately understood that he would become an important protagonist in resisting the Nazis and started a transatlantic cable correspondence with him. In his first message, he wrote, "My dear Churchill, it is because you and I occupied similar positions in the World War that I want you to know how glad I am that you are back again at the Admiralty." Privately, Roosevelt told the American ambassador to Britain, Joseph Kennedy, "I have always disliked him since the time I went to England in 1918. I'm giving him attention now because there is a strong possibility that he will become Prime Minister, and I want to get my hand in now." On 10 May 1940, Roosevelt's forecast was vindicated. On the other side of the globe, the world's fourth great leader was also taking stock of the cataclysm of 10 May. In Moscow, Hitler's collaborator, Joseph Stalin, dutifully dispatched his deputy, Vyacheslav Molotov, to the German embassy with a personal message for the Führer. He realized that Germany must protect herself against a British-French attack. The ambassador, Count von der Schulenburg, reported back to Hitler, "He had no doubt of our success." These honeyed words of congratulation from one ally to another were a front, obligatory praise that masked a deep anxiety. The truth was that Stalin and Hitler, though neither of them yet fully realized it, were 9 months into a psychological duel that would have devastating consequences for themselves, their nations, and the world. It had been instigated the previous summer by Hitler. During July 1939, the world's most celebrated Wagner fan attended no fewer than 7 performances of his favorite composer, and then retreated to spend the balmy days of high summer at his mountain retreat, the Berghof in Obersalzberg. Encamped in one of the world's loveliest places, Hitler planned the brutal invasion of Poland, his little war, as he called it, and one that he was determined to have. The urge for war had been building ever since the Munich Agreement the year before, when, rather than being pleased by British and French appeasement over Czechoslovakia, Hitler had felt deprived of the chance to flex his military muscles. No one was going to restrain him over Poland, and his generals had told him he must attack before the autumn rains came. Only one thing stood in his way. Britain and France had said they would go to war for Poland, raising the spectre that the Soviet Union might also turn against him and propel him into a war on 2 fronts. This was the very thing imprinted in Hitler's mind as having helped to lose Germany the First World War 20 years before. Now, in the pure air of the mountains, Hitler began to think the unthinkable, a pact with his greatest ideological enemy. In August 1939, he put out feelers to Moscow. Not surprisingly, Stalin was deeply suspicious of Hitler's approach. He kept him waiting, spending hours reading Mein Kampf, Hitler's autobiography and manifesto written 15 years before, underlining key passages, among them Hitler's views of the early Bolshevik leaders, men like Stalin himself. Never forget that the rulers of present-day Russia are common blood-stained criminals, that they are the scum of humanity. But Stalin could see that Hitler was now desperate for a deal and offering to send his foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, to Moscow. The British and French, by contrast, who were also courting him, had only managed to send a delegation of generals and admirals to Moscow. Stalin decided that Hitler's offer was too enticing to resist and invited Ribbentrop to Russia. Goebbels, aware of the fearful prospect of a 2-front war, noted in his diary, "Non-aggression pact with Moscow perfect. Ribbentrop in Moscow on Wednesday. That is something. We're on top again. Now we can sleep more easily." On 23 August, Ribbentrop landed in Moscow. Shortly after midnight on the morning of the 24th, the Nazi-Soviet pact was signed, and with it a secret protocol under which Germany and Russia would carve Poland into 2. Hitler phoned Ribbentrop, "This will hit like a bombshell." But as Goebbels noted, it was not strength but fear of Stalin knifing him in the back that had forced Hitler into history's biggest U-turn. The Führer believes he's in the position of scrounging for favors, and beggars can't be choosers. In times of famine, the devil feeds on flies. In the Kremlin, Stalin proposed a cynical toast to Ribbentrop and the pact with the Nazis. "I know how much the German nation loves its Führer. I should therefore like to drink his health." But like Hitler, Stalin was also acting from fear, in his case that Hitler would attack him. That evening he told his inner circle, "Of course, it's all a game to see who can fool whom. He thinks he's outsmarted me, but actually it's I who've tricked him." There was a curious postscript to the celebrations. Hitler had sent his personal photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann, to film Stalin's earlobes to see whether they were ingrown and Jewish or separate and Aryan. They were separate. Stalin passed Hitler's test. Stalin had found a bedfellow for whose cunning he had held a long and sneaking admiration. Back in 1934, he had observed Hitler eliminate his rivals within the Nazi Party in the so-called Night of the Long Knives, and remarked, "Did you hear what happened in Germany? Some fellow, that Hitler. Splendid. That's a deed of some skill." Hitler had felt no such mutual admiration. In his early years in power, he was set on the dreams of Mein Kampf, an alliance with Britain's sea empire while he expanded to the east and built his German land empire on the continent. Only when that plan had clearly failed did Hitler begin to see in Stalin someone with whom he might one day do business. Stalin was the first of the two to be a mass murderer. In May 1937, as his terror began to move into top gear, he compared his victims with the boyar landowners massacred by Ivan the Terrible 400 years before. "Who's going to remember all this riffraff in 10 or 20 years' time? No one. Who remembers the names now of the boyars Ivan the Terrible got rid of? No one." A week before he invaded Poland, during a conference with his generals, Hitler made an eerily similar remark. "Genghis Khan had millions of men and women killed by his own will and with a gay heart. History sees him only as a great state builder. And who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians?" For both men, mass murder was just another weapon in the ideological struggle. The state, whether communist or Nazi, was supreme. Individuals were its disposable tools. They even extended this idea to their domestic lives. Hitler had secret mistresses, most notably Eva Braun, but in public no woman was allowed to come between him and his nation. One of his secretaries recalled that he used to emphasize again and again, "My lover is Germany." Stalin married twice and had children, but the suicide of his second wife, Nadia, in 1932, further brutalized him. Echoing Hitler, he once remarked, "A true Bolshevik shouldn't and couldn't have a family, because he should give himself wholly to the party." Stalin told his son Vasily, "I'm not Stalin. Stalin is Soviet power." The Nazi-Soviet pact inextricably linked these two extreme proponents of totalitarian violence. 8 days after its signing, Hitler invaded Poland and Stalin publicly supported his Nazi collaborator, announcing to the world in the Communist Party newspaper Pravda, "It is not Germany who has attacked England and France, but England and France who have attacked Germany." The enslavement of Poland united them in blood. SS units killed 60,000 Jews and members of the Polish ruling class. It was Hitler's first experience of mass murder and profoundly influenced him, showing him his followers would actually do it. Stalin's secret police, the NKVD, long versed in mass killing, would carry out similar massacres in the east of Poland. Among their victims were more than 20,000 Polish officers and political prisoners whose bodies would be discovered 3 years later. Stalin had entered his pact with Hitler with open eyes and never doubted he was supping with the devil. However, he believed the pact offered the Soviet Union both protection and opportunity, telling his inner circle just a week after the Nazis invaded Poland, "A war is on between two groups of capitalist countries. Hitler, without understanding it or desiring it, is shaking and undermining the capitalist system. We can maneuver, pit one side against the other to set them fighting with each other as fiercely as possible. He was also eyeing up a further desirable outcome, the chance to expand his communist empire. What would be the harm if, as a result of the rout of Poland, we were to extend the socialist system onto new territories and populations? For Hitler, the pact also opened the door to conquest. Having cleared the potential threat to his rear, he could now turn all his energy and attention to planning the invasion of France. On 1 October 1939, Goebbels noted that he was even starting to hint at a desire for long-term collaboration with Stalin. Conference with the Führer in private. He is convinced of Russia's loyalty. After all, Stalin is set to pocket a huge profit. However, Stalin saw no such potential loyalty in Hitler. Mein Kampf was still etched in his mind. Above all, Hitler's youthful ambitions to conquer Russian territory for the new German Reich. If we speak of territory in Europe today, we can primarily have in mind only Russia and her vassal border states. Because he calculated that Hitler might still one day turn on him, Stalin set out to build a line of buffer zones to protect himself against possible Nazi attack. He forced the Baltic states, Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia, to accept Russian garrisons, and on 3 October 1939 told a Latvian delegation, "There has been an unexpected turn, but one cannot rely upon it. We must be prepared in time." Others who were not prepared paid for it. The Germans might attack. Stalin also tried to bully Finland into giving him a swath of territory to provide a salient around Leningrad as a further buffer. When the Finns refused, Stalin sent in the Red Army. It was a disaster. Within days, thousands of frozen Russian corpses littered the snow, and although the Finns were finally beaten by sheer weight of numbers and machinery, they managed to kill 125,000 Russian soldiers in the bloody Winter War. Stalin's reaction was to order his political commissars to the front to shoot the Soviet commanders. But the real fault was his own, as his terror had eliminated the Red Army's best officers. For Hitler, the Soviet Army's incompetence offered yet more comfort, Goebbels noting on 15 March 1940, "The Russians can never become dangerous for us. If Stalin shoots his own generals, we won't need to do it. So far, we've had nothing but advantages from our alliance with Russia." Now, on 10 May 1940, Hitler had struck. The fierce and mutually destructive war of the capitalist and fascist states over which Stalin had drooled 8 months before was underway. As always the meticulous creature of habit, he stayed up through the small hours, keeping his apparatchiks away from the comforts of bed and sleep. As the sun set on 10 May 1940, he could only wait, watch and hope that Germany on one side and Britain and France on the other would spend years tearing each other apart. For Hitler, 10 May exceeded even his most optimistic dreams. He had been especially nervous about the prospects of the assault against the Belgian bloc fortifications at Ibn Email. Preparations for this operation had been so meticulous that a scale model had been built of the area. The atmosphere in Führer headquarters was electric. Had they managed to take the enemy by surprise? By midday, reports were streaming in of conquest and success. "The tension is released," wrote Goebbels. "This struggle decides 1,000 years of German history." Hitler could believe that Providence was guiding him towards his destiny. In London, Churchill felt the same. He worked late into the night, piecing together his new administration, and would later recall that he felt a profound sense of relief that he was now the British nation's supreme leader and warlord. Within 24 hours, the entire character of the war had been transformed. A prime minister had fallen, and Hitler's war machine was sweeping victoriously towards the Channel. The world seemed to hang in the balance between the two overlords of Europe, Winston Churchill and Adolf Hitler. Yet though no one understood it, they were the last hurrah of one great period of history, the age of European empires. It was the two warlords of the future watching from the wings, Roosevelt and Stalin, who in the coming 5 years would emerge the ultimate victors and usher in a new age of two ideologically opposed superpowers. Chapter 1. 13 May to 31 July 1940. Monday, 13 May 1940. Hitler's panzer divisions burst from the forests of the Ardennes, the wooded barrier which the French High Command had considered impenetrable. They crushed the skimpy defences and began their lightning wheel towards the Channel. At midday, Hitler gathered with his generals in the briefing room at Felsennest. For once he listened carefully as General Alfred Jodl informed him that German troops had successfully crossed the River Meuse. The Führer erupted into elation and began barking orders to his exhausted commanders. They were allowed no pause as he set about formulating Directive 2, the instructions for the second phase of the campaign. The Wehrmacht was to thrust in all possible strength north. The sickle-cut strategy of slicing British and French forces in two was beginning to work. There, at Felsennest, Hitler later declared, I knew what I was doing. That afternoon, Winston Churchill stood up to give his first speech to Parliament as Prime Minister. There was usually something of an actor in his make-up, noted Ivan Maisky, who was present in the viewing gallery, but on this occasion he was really and sincerely agitated. His voice even broke from time to time. I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat, Churchill declared in words that became immortal. But at the time the reaction in the chamber was muted. The Tory establishment still saw Churchill as a renegade, an adventurer, and his oratory was not to everyone's taste. Some in Westminster would have happily agreed with the Nazi propagandists' description of him as a puffed-up pig, an animal which, as it happened, Churchill greatly admired. On returning to the Admiralty, he was yet to move into Downing Street, Churchill noticed that a small crowd had gathered. "Good luck, Winnie, God bless you," they cried as he walked past. Churchill dissolved into tears. "Poor people," he said quietly to his Chief of Staff, General Ismay. "They trust me, and I can give them nothing but disaster for quite a long time." As the War Cabinet met late in the evening, the news pouring in from the continent was unimaginably grim. Yet anxious as he was, Churchill was clear about his war aims. He had one objective, behind which everything would fall: the destruction of Adolf Hitler. Of course, noted John Colville, the man who 3 days before had been reluctant to accept the position of private secretary to the new Prime Minister, it must be admitted that Winston's administration, with all its faults, has drive. Great Britain was now being led by a man whose commitment to ultimate victory was absolute. The question was how to achieve it as the French army and its famed Maginot Line collapsed to the fury of the Blitzkrieg. Churchill had only one answer. One morning in that month of May, his son Randolph called on him at breakfast time and found him upstairs shaving with his old-fashioned valet razor. He had a tough beard and, as usual, was hacking away. Father told son to sit down and read the papers while he finished shaving. After further minutes of hacking away, Churchill turned to Randolph and said, "I think I see my way through." Astounded, Randolph asked his father whether he meant that defeat could be avoided, which seemed possible, or victory won, which seemed incredible. Churchill flung the razor into the basin and said, "Of course, I mean we can beat them." Randolph replied that he was all for it, but did not see how it could be done. With great intensity, Churchill turned round and said, "I shall drag the United States in." Just a few days into his premiership, Churchill had decided that he must invest his hopes in one man, Franklin Roosevelt. Over the next year and a half, while the two great proponents of 20th century totalitarianism, Hitler and Stalin, engaged in their psychological duel which would reach its climax with the Nazi invasion of Russia, the two great leaders of 20th century democracy waged a parallel psychological duel as Churchill tried to lure Roosevelt into war. This private mental war, embracing all four warlords, would become the decisive factor in determining the outcome of the world's greatest conflict. On 15 May 1940, Churchill made his first plea to Roosevelt. He had been awoken at 7 a.m. by a frantic telephone call from France. "The road to Paris is open," Paul Reynaud, the French Prime Minister, told him, unable to contain his panic. "The battle is lost." With the appalling realization that just 5 days after Hitler had struck, France was skidding to defeat, Churchill tried to shock Roosevelt into coming immediately to the rescue. "If necessary, we shall continue the war alone, and we are not afraid of that. But I trust you realize," he warned, "that the voice and force of the United States may count for nothing if they are withheld too long." He concluded with a vast shopping list of weapons and supplies. By far the most important request was for the loan of some 40 or 50 American destroyers which had been mothballed since the First World War. The destroyer loan would become the first big test of the Prime Minister's relationship with the President. At Cabinet that day, Churchill steered his colleagues towards a secondary and more surprising ambition. He said that preparations should be made immediately to forge working relations with Joseph Stalin. While his entreaties to America were to be expected, the Soviet Union seemed a less orthodox target, especially for Churchill, who in 1919 had been instrumental in sending British troops to Russia to help the opponents of Bolshevism in their bloody civil war. But in the 1930s, Churchill had come to believe that the Nazis presented a far more menacing threat to British interests and the world beyond than the Bolsheviks. While out of office, he had made it his business to cultivate the Soviet ambassador to Britain, Ivan Maisky, and pleaded with Chamberlain's government to make a pact with Stalin against Hitler. In the fight against Hitler, any ally was welcome. While Churchill single-mindedly prepared to fight the Nazis, Hitler was ambiguous towards the British. In the coming days and weeks, this would prove a fatal flaw. On 17 May 1940, as his armies continued to sweep all before them, he visited the forward headquarters of Army Group A at Bastogne. General Gunther Blumentritt witnessed an extraordinary talk by the Führer. Hitler was in a very good humour, Blumentritt later recalled, and gave us the opinion that the war would be finished in 6 weeks. All of this was as expected, but the assembled officers were shocked as Hitler continued, "After that, I wish to conclude a reasonable peace with France, and then the way will be free for an agreement with Britain." Surprised glances were exchanged as Hitler began to talk of his admiration for the British Empire. "All I want from Great Britain," he announced, "is that she should acknowledge Germany's position on the continent." "If he wants nothing else," General von Rundstedt commented with a sigh of relief after Hitler had departed, "then we shall have peace at last." But though he failed to realize it, Hitler was asking for something to which Churchill could never agree. Back in 1935, before the Nazis had even embarked on territorial expansion, he had told a friend, "If Hitler means that we should come to an understanding with Germany to dominate Europe, I think this would be contrary to the whole of our history." Now Hitler was trying to impose that understanding by what he envisaged as a short, brutal war. At this point, everything was going well, almost too well. By 9:30 p.m., Hitler was back at Felsennest, holding his final military conference of the day. The Army Chief of Staff, General Franz Halder, noted in his diary, "Frightened by his own success, he is afraid to take any chance, and so would rather pull the reins on us." Hitler was beginning to hesitate. In London, Churchill was a whirl of action. That morning he had returned from a fleeting visit to Paris, where he had been confronted by the defeatism of France's generals. Government offices were burning official papers, a sure sign that moves were afoot to leave the capital. For Churchill, a Francophile who had held such strong faith in the French army and its wall of defence, the blow was shattering. While he informed the War Cabinet of the smell of defeat in Paris, news came in that German troops had marched into the Belgian capital, Brussels. Then came another devastating disappointment. Joseph Kennedy, the American ambassador in London, arrived with a telegram from Washington. "With regard to the possible loan of 40 or 50 of our older destroyers," Roosevelt wrote in response to Churchill's plea, "a step of that kind could not be taken." The president's refusal was understandable. America was still a land of peace, bound by neutrality laws passed in the 1930s by the United States Congress. Roosevelt had worked a way round those laws to enable America to sell weapons to Britain and France, but the loan of destroyers was too great a political risk. That year, 1940, was presidential election year, and Roosevelt had more or less made up his mind to stand again for an unprecedented third term. He was treading warily. At 11:30 a.m. on 18 May, the War Cabinet met at 10 Downing Street. Churchill's confidence in the face of mounting adversity was beginning at least to reassure those close to him. "Winston is full of fight and thrives on crisis," noted John Colville, who had undergone a total change of heart in just a few days. The Prime Minister's only problem seemed that he wanted to do everything himself. Winston would be a better PM, judged the Secretary of State for War, Anthony Eden, if he did not try to argue the details of war himself. His courage is proud, and his spirit too. Churchill told his cabinet colleagues that he had chosen a new emissary to Moscow to restore the diplomatic relations which had been disrupted by Russia's war with Finland. The envoy was to be Sir Stafford Cripps, an austere, public school-educated socialist who had become a leading figure in the Labour Party. Churchill hoped that Stalin would favour Cripps as someone who inhabited the same political universe. It was a bad choice. Cripps could hardly have been further removed from the murderous, hard-drinking coterie with which the Soviet leader surrounded himself. But whether Britain's emissary was a vodka-swilling chorus girl or political fellow-traveller was not the point. The question was whether Churchill had anything concrete to offer, and for the moment his cupboard was bare. On the other hand, the pact with Hitler had allowed Stalin to march his troops into half of Poland. While Churchill's key investment was in Roosevelt, Stalin's remained in Hitler. The Nazi tide rolled on. On 20 May, the German army reached the Channel coast. The British Expeditionary Force, along with tens of thousands of French soldiers in northern France, was now cut off, its backs to the sea. The next day, Hitler was asked by Grand Admiral Erich Raeder, Commander-in-Chief of the German Navy, whether he was seriously contemplating a seaborne invasion of England across the Channel. Hitler gave no sign of even entertaining such an idea. He expected the British and Churchill to accept the fact that he had beaten them and to start negotiating a peace deal. On 21 May, General Halder recorded a similar message from the Führer. "Enemy number one for us is France. We are seeking to arrive at an understanding with Britain on the basis of a division of the world. Britain could have its sea empire, Hitler would have Europe." That day at Felsen-Nest he radiated happiness. "What glorious countryside this is! This morning, for the first time in 20 years, I heard again the trill of nightingales." In London, John Colville noted, "At Admiralty House there was chaos. I have not seen Winston so depressed." He said, "In all the history of war, I have never seen such mismanagement." The surrounded British Expeditionary Force was now retreating towards the French ports of Boulogne, Calais and Dunkirk. On the morning of 24 May, Boulogne fell. The permanent Undersecretary at the Foreign Office, Sir Alexander Cadogan, balefully jotted in his diary, "Cabinet 11:30, pretty gloomy, tanks galloping all over northeast France." One of Hitler's elite panzer divisions had advanced to within 15 miles of Dunkirk. The British Expeditionary Force and the Frenchmen with it seemed done for. Then, 12 minutes later, at 11:42 a.m., while the War Cabinet in London discussed the bloody debacle, Adolf Hitler made one of the most perplexing decisions of the war. He ordered his tanks to halt. It would turn out to be a strategic blunder of huge magnitude for which Hitler's precise reasons remain unclear to this day. Certainly there were military factors. The day before, Hermann Goering had assured Hitler that his Luftwaffe on its own would eliminate the British forces, and the field commander of the Spearhead tanks was happy to give his men and machines a rest. But Hitler's long-held dream of an ultimate collaboration with Britain may also have affected him at this crucial moment. On 25 May, the day after the halt order, General Yashonik, head of the air staff and a close associate of Goering, who may have picked up hints from Hitler, remarked, "The Führer wants to spare the British a humiliating defeat." General Halder found it incredible. "Our armoured and motorised forces have stopped as if paralysed in compliance with top-level orders and must not attack. These orders from the top just make no sense. They freeze the troops to the spot when the enemy could be cut into any time you wanted to attack." Finally, on 26 May, Hitler rescinded the halt order. His Spearhead tanks captured Boulogne and Calais, and the German army closed on Dunkirk. Hitler's adjutant, Major Gerhard Engel, noted Goering's continued assurances that the Luftwaffe was allowing no escape. "Goering reports successes at Dünkirchen harbour, says word for word, only fishing boats get through. I hope the Tommies are good swimmers." The friction between Hitler and his generals was matched by Churchill's first crisis at home. The French government, which was bound by treaty to consult with Britain on any negotiation with Germany, asked for permission to explore peace terms with Hitler. It planned to approach the Italian dictator Mussolini to act as an intermediary. At a series of meetings of the War Cabinet between 26 and 28 May, the Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, the man who could have become Prime Minister, argued that Britain should agree to the request, saying that there would be no harm in seeing what kind of deal Hitler had to offer. Churchill opposed the idea, but on the first day of the critical War Cabinet meetings, it seemed a majority might line up against him and side with Halifax. Only 2 weeks after becoming Prime Minister, Churchill was in real political danger. As the argument continued on 27 May, the war news grew ever grimmer. The Belgian king surrendered, and the troops moving back towards Dunkirk were more exposed than ever. At the afternoon meeting of the War Cabinet, Halifax continued to insist that there was nothing to be lost by approaching Mussolini to put out feelers. Churchill passionately argued that this was a slippery slope, which would not only be futile but involve deadly danger. "We are going to fight to the end," he declared. "Our prestige in Europe is very low. The only way we can get it back is by showing the world that Germany has not beaten us." Halifax was infuriated. "It drives me to despair," he told Alexander Cadogan, "when he works himself up into a passion of emotion when he ought to make his brain think and reason. I cannot work with Winston any longer." Cadogan told Halifax not to do anything silly under stress. The next day, the argument in the War Cabinet shifted in Churchill's favour on the grounds that it was unwise to explore peace terms at this moment of weakness when there were so few counters to bargain with. At 6 p.m. Churchill met his full cabinet. "If this Long Island story of ours is to end at last," he announced with great emotion and intensity, "let it end only when each one of us lies choking in his own blood upon the ground." His colleagues' cheers reverberated through Westminster. An hour later, the War Cabinet agreed that there would be no overture to Hitler. Churchill had survived the first real challenge to his authority. Just as importantly, Halifax stayed in the government and unity was preserved. At Felsen-Nest, Hitler, unaware of events in London, was watching with growing satisfaction as Churchill's troops scurried from the continent. "The sweat of fear comes out of all his pores," Joseph Goebbels crowed. "The great victory is waiting." On 29 May, Hitler took time out to tour the places where he served at the front in the First World War. At 10 p.m., the simple pleasures of the day were complicated by a cable from his ambassador in Moscow, Count von der Schulenburg, who reported that Stalin had agreed to accept Stafford Cripps as British ambassador. Schulenburg assured Hitler, "There is no reason for apprehension concerning Cripps' mission. since there is no reason to doubt the loyal attitude of the Soviet Union toward us." The Foreign Office in London agreed with that verdict, a senior civil servant, Orm Sargent, noting, "I suspect that Stalin, who probably has a keen sense of humour, is going to make the most of the false position into which he has now manoeuvred us." Sargent concluded that Stalin viewed Cripps as no more than a plaything whom he could use to annoy the Germans without provoking any unpleasant measures of retaliation from them. Stalin appeared still to be more interested in Britain as a target for communist expansionism than as a potential partner. Recently declassified transcripts of phone taps by B Division, MI5's counter-espionage unit, show that a lavish Soviet espionage campaign conducted by agents under cover in the Soviet embassy and the Russian trade delegation was monitored constantly by MI5. Occasionally, these subterranean activities surfaced in the form of high-profile arrests, such as the case of John Herbert King, a cipher clerk at the Foreign Office who was exposed as a Soviet agent in September 1939. He had been passing secret information, possibly relating to the Anglo-Soviet negotiations that preceded the Nazi-Soviet pact, to his Soviet handler Andrei Gorsky. For Stalin, subversion was a serious business. In his diary, declassified in 2002, Guy Liddell, the wartime head of MI5's B Division, admitted, "There is no doubt that the Russians are better in the matter of espionage than any other country in the world. Evidence to support this came from the defection in January 1940 of Walter Krivitsky, the former head of Soviet military intelligence in Western Europe, who became the most significant defector yet from the elite of the Soviet intelligence services. Krivitsky gave tantalizing clues pointing to a network of agents embedded deep in both the British government and the intelligence services. Though he did not know their identities, he was talking about the Cambridge Five, headed by the notorious trio of Burgess, Maclean and Philby. There was overt communist agitation, too. From constant secret surveillance, including phone taps, mail intercepts and infiltration, MI5 had no doubts that the Communist Party of Great Britain was only an offshoot of the National Party in Moscow, and as such held a potent threat to national security. MI5 was right. In his diary, Georgy Dimitrov, the head of Comintern, recorded Stalin's instructions on the outbreak of war that the Communist Party of Great Britain should act as the grave-diggers at the funeral of capitalism. Churchill was an avid reader of intelligence reports, but believed he could not allow the overwhelming evidence of Soviet subversion to obstruct him in his quest to seek partners in the fight against Hitler. Later he wrote, "We were under no illusions about the Russian attitude. We nonetheless pursued a patient policy of trying to re-establish relations of a confidential character with Russia. The consequences of appeasing Stalin would take years to unfold. Now, as May 1940 turned to June, the immediate crisis, the Battle of France, was entering its final fatal phase. The greater part of the British Expeditionary Force, more than 330,000 men, accompanied by 100,000 French soldiers, had made their miraculous escape from Dunkirk. "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills," Churchill announced to a packed House of Commons on 4 June. The next day, Hitler launched Nazi forces at Paris, and their spearheads speeded across the River Somme. French forces fought hard, their casualties exceeding even the murderous killing rate of the deadliest battles of the First World War. But they were badly led, and the tactics of their generals outdated in the face of the mechanized might of the Blitzkrieg. Hitler moved his headquarters to Brully-de-Pêche, closer to the French-Belgian border. "Churchill is half mad," he declared to his inner circle on 5 June. "He will ruin England." Hitler was now realizing that Churchill was the obstacle to the peace deal he wanted, but he was sure that the British people would come to terms despite their deranged new leader. "I want to spare England," he pronounced. "An equitable peace would be the best thing here." The one proviso was that British forces should not retain the ability to attack us. Then, on 10 June, an unexpected twist seemed to give Britain and France new hope. The Italian dictator Benito Mussolini, eager to share in the spoils of victory before the fighting was over, declared war. Hitler was infuriated at his allies' presumption. "This is the most belated declaration of war in the world. I would never have thought Il Duce was so primitive." Churchill pithily told John Colville, "People who go to Italy to look at ruins won't have to go as far as Naples and Pompeii in future." The most significant reaction came from the other side of the Atlantic. In Charlottesville, Virginia, Roosevelt stood stiffly in his uncomfortable leg braces before a lectern at the University of Virginia. In order to conceal the paralyzing effects of the polio he had caught as a young man, the president had ordered that the metal of these primitive braces be painted black so that they would not catch the light and alert people to his disability. That evening his audience was not just those few in the auditorium, but also millions around the world to whom his speech was being broadcast. The president's tone was a revelation. "The hand that held the dagger," he thundered, "has struck it into the back of its neighbor." The boss, recalled President Roosevelt's devoted secretary Grace Tully, was enraged. Roosevelt then appeared to make an unequivocal offer of immediate practical help to Britain and France. "We will extend to the opponent of force," he announced, "all the material resources of this nation." In London, Churchill and his colleagues sat up late to listen to the speech and the thrilling prospects which Roosevelt seemed to be brandishing. "We all listened to you last night and were fortified by the grand scope of your declaration," he cabled the president, and then repeated his request for the loan of the destroyers. "Nothing is so important," he wrote, ending with a flourish designed to further his aim of wrapping the president into the European war. "I send you my heartfelt thanks and those of my colleagues for all you are doing and seeking to do for what we now indeed call the common cause." John Colville watched Churchill's swelling optimism with a dubious gaze. "Winston has sent a graphic telegram to Roosevelt describing the impending catastrophe," he wrote in his diary, "and he seems to hope that America will come in now, at any rate as a non-belligerent ally. But can American support in materials be made effective in time?" In Nazi headquarters the view was scathing. "Roosevelt," commented Joseph Goebbels with characteristic scorn, "has nothing left for the Western powers except sympathy, and it's well known how much use that is against Stukas." On the afternoon of 11 June, after the message to Roosevelt had been sent to Washington, Churchill flew over to France to meet the French cabinet, which had now left Paris and was lodging at a chateau near Orléans in central France. He did not know that the day before, the defeatist French commander-in-chief, General Weygand, had told his Prime Minister, Paul Reynaud, that France had no choice but to seek an armistice. To any suggestion from Churchill of alternative, even guerrilla forms of resistance, Weygand's mind was closed. The next morning, 12 June, after a further pessimistic meeting, Churchill flew back to London in his Flamingo aircraft, which was normally escorted by 12 Hurricanes. The morning was cloudy, which made it impossible for the Hurricanes to join up. Churchill took the risk of flying alone. As the Flamingo neared the Channel, the weather cleared, and its passengers could see the port of Le Havre in flames 8,000 feet below. Crossing the Channel, the pilot made a sudden dive to 100 feet above the sea and skimmed his way back to the coast. Churchill only learned later that they had passed beneath 2 German fighters which were attacking fishing boats. The Germans had not spotted the defenseless Flamingo. On 13 June, Churchill sent a desperate message to Roosevelt. "French have sent for me again, which means that crisis has arrived. Am just off. Anything you can say or do to help them now may make a difference." Churchill's destination was Tours, the next stage of the French government's retreat that would soon end in Bordeaux. When his party arrived at Tours airport, which had been heavily bombed the previous night, there was chaos everywhere and no one to meet them. They borrowed a car and headed for the local prefecture. Once again they found no one of consequence. A hungry Churchill insisted on lunch, and a local café was specially opened. When Reynaud finally arrived, he made it apparent to Churchill that, while he personally would fight on, only one thing might now prevent the French cabinet insisting on an armistice: American entry into the war, even if in the first instance this only meant sending warships over to Europe. While Churchill was in Tours, a cable arrived from Roosevelt for Reynaud repeating his offer of help. As I have already stated to you and to Mr. Churchill, this government is doing everything in its power to make available to the Allied governments the material they so urgently require, and our efforts to do still more are being redoubled. This is so because of our faith in and our support of the ideals for which the Allies are fighting. Now it seemed to Churchill that private messages were not enough. To keep France in the fight, the President had to go public and commit America to the possibility of war. Churchill sent another transatlantic cable. Mr. President, I must tell you that it seems to me absolutely vital that this message should be published tomorrow, June 14, in order that it may play the decisive part in turning the course of world history. The following morning, 14 June, Churchill was awoken at first light by a phone call from Joseph Kennedy. His hope of the night before was shattered as the American ambassador told him that Roosevelt had refused to make public his letter to Reynaud. My message was in no sense intended to commit and did not commit the government to military participation in support of Allied governments, the President wrote. I am unable to agree to your request that my message be published, since I believe it to be imperative that there be avoided any possible misunderstanding. It was a crushing response. The dark cloud of depression engulfing 10 Downing Street was further blackened by news from France. Hitler's troops had marched into Paris. It was the 6th capital to submit to the Nazi warlord in less than 9 months. Churchill spent the night at Chequers, the British Prime Minister's country residence in the Chiltern Hills, 30 miles from London. John Colville recorded that dinner began lugubriously. However, champagne, brandy and cigars did their work, and we soon became talkative, even garrulous. After dinner, Churchill paced up and down the rose garden in the summer moonlight with his son-in-law, Duncan Sands. Colville was constantly on the telephone to London, emerging to search out Churchill among the rose bushes with updates of news. I told him that fuller information had been received about the French attitude, which appeared to be slipping. Tell them, he said, that if they let us have their fleet, we shall never forget, but that if they surrender without consulting us, we shall never forgive. We shall blacken their name for 1,000 years. Then, half afraid I might take him seriously, he added, "Don't, of course, do that just yet." He was in high spirits, repeating poetry, dilating on the drama of the present situation. On 17 June, the French government sued for peace. The next day, Hitler met Mussolini in Munich, the two men parading before a crowd of cheering, smiling, hysterical supporters. After 6 weeks of blitzkrieg, Hitler's new Reich included France, Belgium, Holland, Norway, Denmark, Poland, Austria and Czechoslovakia. He is deeply moved and seized with emotion, noted Goebbels. The English are still bold and declare their desire to carry on fighting alone. We'll see about that. The Italian foreign minister, Count Galeazzo Ciano, was among the party and assessed the Führer's state of mind. Hitler makes many reservations on the desirability of dismantling the British Empire, which he considers even today to be an important factor in world equilibrium, he recorded in his diary. Hitler is now like the gambler who, having made a big win, would like to cash in his chips, risking nothing more. For Hitler, victory had lanced a boil. Germany's defeat in the First World War had been avenged. Now, for the first time in his political life, he wanted a rest from conquest and, in line with his core instincts, peace with Britain. While the Blitzkrieg was a triumph for Hitler, it was a disaster for Stalin. The long-lasting and mutually destructive war of the capitalist and fascist states, which he had so gleefully anticipated, was over in a trice. Couldn't they have put up any resistance at all? He complained angrily to his acolyte, Nikita Khrushchev. Now Hitler's going to beat our brains in. As Hitler strutted in Munich, Stalin, with gritted teeth, sent his congratulations on the Wehrmacht's splendid success. Behind the closed walls of the Kremlin, he was panicking. He was extremely nervous, Khrushchev recalled, racing around, cursing like a cab driver. He cursed the French, he cursed the English. How could they allow Hitler to defeat them, to crush them? Stalin's mental duel with Hitler hung in the balance. Fearing that Hitler, having won his victory in the West, might immediately be tempted by his long-held ambition of expanding to the East, he now embarked on a double strategy, going on a 10-day land grab to expand and protect his empire while also trying not to provoke Hitler. Russian troops occupied the Baltic states and Bessarabia, the northern province of Romania. These moves were allowed under the Nazi-Soviet pact, but Stalin also decided to invade another Romanian province, Bukovina, which was not assigned to him under the pact. Though he did not realize it, the Soviet leader was playing a dangerous game. In London, Churchill now stood alone against Hitler. 18 June was the 125th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, but there was nothing to celebrate. That afternoon he made his famous finest hour speech to the House of Commons. 4 hours later he repeated the speech on radio. Many listeners, including friends, criticised its delivery, thinking Churchill sounded tired or as if he had been drinking. That evening his mood was dark. "Another bloody country gone west, I'll bet," he raged at the long-suffering John Colville as the final telegram of the day was brought. Churchill was so flustered he spilt whiskey and soda all over his papers. Worse was to come. In Washington, Roosevelt had watched the French surrender with dismay. He feared that Britain might go the same way and decided that for the moment there was little point in helping a drowning man. To the disappointment of some in his cabinet, he refused again to loan Churchill the First World War American destroyers. "It is my belief that unless we help out the British with some destroyers, it is hopeless to expect them to keep going," Roosevelt's Treasury Secretary, Henry Morgenthau, wrote to his boss. The president was unmoved. Even a letter from King George VI, who had spent a memorable few days at Roosevelt's family house in Hyde Park, New York State, in June 1939, had no effect. Roosevelt chose to ignore the monarch's appeal that the need is becoming greater every day if we are to carry on our solitary fight for freedom to a successful conclusion. On 19 June, Colville sorrowfully noted in his diary, "President R has turned down our demand for 40 destroyers. We need them badly." This opening skirmish in his duel with Roosevelt was a shattering blow to Churchill. In reality, he had deluded himself in thinking even fleetingly that Roosevelt could at that stage have made any declaration committing Americans to the prospect of war. Yet Roosevelt had made an unequivocal promise of help both privately and publicly. It should have been a warning that the president's words could not always be taken at face value. After his immense victory, Hitler began to relax. The Wehrmacht High Command warned him that peace must immediately be made with Britain or a cross-channel invasion swiftly prepared and realized. Major Engel noted his response. "Führer is doubtful and considers Britain so weak that bigger operations on land won't be necessary after bombardment. F remarks that they will give in now in any case." Instead of pressing on with the battle, Hitler went walkabout. At 5:30 a.m. on 28 June 1940, he stepped out of his plane at Le Bourget Airport. Accompanied by his architects Albert Speer and Hermann Gielse, he began a tour of Paris, his one and only visit to the occupied French capital. Beginning at l'Opéra, Hitler's tour finished at Sacré-Cœur, the perfect vantage point to view his latest prize. "It was a dream of my life to be permitted to see Paris," Hitler confided to Albert Speer as the 3-hour tour came to an end. "I cannot say how happy I am to have that dream fulfilled." "When we're finished in Berlin," the Führer whispered as they stood overlooking the beautiful French capital, "Paris will only be a shadow." By lunchtime he had returned to field headquarters and the disconcerting news that Soviet troops had included Bukovina in their land grab. Stalin's rapacity lodged in Hitler's mind, but this was, for the moment, a time to dream of peace, not further confrontation. On 1 July, a steamy summer's day in Moscow, Sir Stafford Cripps was led from the baking streets into the inner sanctum of Soviet power, the Kremlin Palace, for his first meeting with Stalin as British ambassador. Cripps was carrying a letter from Churchill. He watched in silence as the dictator's cold, dark eyes moved dispassionately over Churchill's carefully crafted message. "Geographically, our two countries lie at the opposite extremities of Europe, and from the point of view of systems of government, it may be said that they stand for widely differing systems of political thought. But I trust that these facts need not prevent the relations between our two countries in the international sphere from being harmonious and mutually beneficial." Churchill stated that the problem before all Europe, our countries included, is how the states and peoples of Europe are going to react towards the prospect of Germany establishing a hegemony over the continent. He declared that the British government certainly intend to use their geographical position and their great resources in a bid to defeat Hitler, and that he merely wanted to assure Stalin of his readiness to discuss fully with the Soviet government any of the vast problems created by Germany's present attempt to pursue in Europe a methodical process by successive stages of conquest and absorption. It was a subtle and exquisitely drafted appeal to Stalin to beware of Hitler and come over to Britain's side. Stalin did not bother even to reply to Churchill's letter. Instead, to show Hitler his loyalty, he reported Churchill's approach to Berlin. Hitler now began to make his own interpretation of these two pieces of evidence, Stalin's greed in Romania and Churchill's approach. Before the war, he had described to his adjutant his secretive mental processes. "Bear in mind that my brain works like a calculating machine. Each person who makes a presentation to me introduces into this calculating machine a small wheel of information. There forms a certain picture or a number on each wheel. I press a button and there flashes into my mind the sum of all this information." The Hitler calculating machine would now begin to build a conspiracy theory which would be the turning point in his duel with Stalin and have devastating consequences. Back in London, the Foreign Office quickly concluded that Cripps's first meeting with Stalin had put paid to Churchill's hopes that an alliance with Stalin could soon be forged. "Stalin has got Sir S. Cripps exactly where he wants him," wrote Orme Sargent, the senior official on the Russia desk, "that is to say, as a suppliant doormat holding his pathetic little peace offerings of tin in one hand and rubber in the other." Sargent concluded that Stalin only had one use in mind for Cripps, to be able to counter any German browbeating and nagging by pointing to Sir S. Cripps on the doormat and by threatening to have him in and start talking with him instead of with the German ambassador. But if Stalin, in meeting Cripps, had partly wished to keep Hitler in check by hinting that there was another game in town beside the Nazis, he was making a big mistake. Hitler's priority was still to force Britain into a peace negotiation, but Churchill's obstinacy loomed ever larger. "He wants to speak to the Reichstag and give England a last chance," Goebbels wrote on 2 July of Hitler's latest plans. "But will she show an interest in this?" he continued uncertainly. "Churchill certainly will not. He is a fool. If London ignores this, it will be responsible for the outcomes. These will be horrifying." As well as planning this peace offer, the two men were putting in place the final arrangements for Hitler's triumphal return to Berlin. The victory parade was to be 4 days later, on Saturday, 6 July, the overture to Great Britain in a speech to the Reichstag the following Monday. Goebbels was correct in his assumption that Churchill would rather invite total destruction than make peace with Hitler. But neither he nor Hitler had counted on the immediacy of Churchill's defiance. Their carefully made plans were laid waste in a hail of shells just 24 hours later. At 5:55 p.m. on 3 July 1940 at the port of Oran in French Algeria, the British Navy attacked the most modern warships of its former ally, France. Churchill, who was determined to remove the French fleet from the war, had given an ultimatum to the French admiral: sail to Britain, sail to America, or scuttle your ships. At the appointed hour there was no clear response, and the Royal Navy opened fire. By 6:04 p.m., 1,250 French soldiers were dead and 3 battleships were ablaze. It was a daring move that caused horrific destruction. Churchill told John Colville the French were now fighting with all their vigour for the first time since war broke out. The next day, Churchill went to the House of Commons to explain the attack on a nation which only 2 weeks before had been Britain's main ally. The Premier was visibly agitated, noted Ivan Maisky, who was watching the scene from inside the chamber. The members listened to him with bated breath. However painful, Churchill declared, the action we have already taken should be in itself sufficient to dispose once and for all of the lies and fifth-column activities that we have the slightest intention of entering into negotiations, he thundered. We shall prosecute the war with the utmost vigour by all the means that are open to us. Inside the Commons the response was remarkable. When Churchill finished, Maisky explained excitedly, there took place a scene which old hands in Parliament told me had never occurred before. All the members, with one accord, in a kind of spontaneous outburst, sprang up and gave the Premier a real ovation. It was a message intended not just for the British people, but for the world beyond, including present enemies and potential friends, the most important among them the American president. Roosevelt was in the White House, looking forward to a rest at Hyde Park, the scenic family estate by the Hudson River. He had declared just days before that Britain's chances of survival were merely 50-50. Now he bestowed on Churchill much better odds. The Prime Minister's bold strike at Iran impressed Roosevelt immeasurably, particularly as he had become obsessed by the possibility of the French fleet falling into Nazi hands. He let the British embassy in Washington know that he approved. On 6 July, Hitler made his triumphal return to Berlin. Overhead is a wonderful July sun, a real day of celebration, Goebbels noted in breathless awe. The streets are strewn with flowers like a bright carpet. An unimaginable ecstasy fills the city. Thousands of people had been waiting more than 6 hours by the time Hitler's train pulled into the Anhalter station at 3 p.m. Goebbels enthusiastically described the mood of elation. A roar of joy fills the station. The Führer is very moved. Tears come into his eyes. Our Führer! Cheering crowds, their enthusiasm wholly spontaneous and surpassing any of the pre-war victory parades, followed Hitler along the whole of his drive to the Reich Chancellery. However, in the midst of his triumph, Hitler was increasingly tormented by one overriding thought. As far as he was concerned, he had won the war. So why did the British not recognize that fact and make peace with him? Why, instead, were they carrying on their fight, even advertising their determination with the action at Oran? Hitler began to convince himself that there must be some external factor on which Britain and Churchill were relying. A few days after the glory of Berlin, General Halder recorded a major development in Hitler's thinking. The Führer is greatly puzzled by Britain's persisting unwillingness to make peace. He sees the answer in Britain's hope in Russia. Hitler was beginning to believe that Churchill was holding out because he had a secret deal in the offing with Stalin. His building conspiracy theory was standing in the way of clear decision-making. The Führer is as indecisive as never before and doesn't know what to do or how to do it, recorded Engel. Churchill gave Colville an uncannily accurate insight into his Nazi opponent's dilemma. The PM keeps on repeating that Hitler must invade or fail. If he fails, he is bound to go east, and fail he will. On 16 July, Hitler finally signed Directive No. 16 for preparations of a landing operation against England. "I have determined," he claimed, "to prepare a landing operation against England. This was," he stated, "since England still gives no recognizable signs of readiness to come to terms." Despite the hopes of his generals, rhetoric outweighed reality. The Supreme Command did not take the order seriously, and Hitler told Goering in private that he had no intention of carrying out the invasion. Instead, he continued to work on one last appeal to the British to make peace. 3 days later, for the second time in a fortnight, Hitler paraded through Berlin to the sound of jackboots and the gleam of helmets. This time his destination was the Reichstag, finally to deliver the much-delayed speech on which he had been working so painstakingly. He saw Churchill, in Goebbels' words, as a raging fool who had burned his bridges. But the British people might still be open to persuasion. "Mr. Churchill," Hitler declared in a tone that was intended to convey reason rather than rant, "has repeated that he wants war. Mr. Churchill should place trust in me when as a prophet I now proclaim a great world empire will be destroyed, a world empire which I never had the ambition to destroy or as much as harm. Alas, I am aware that the continuation of this war will end only in the complete shattering of one of the two warring parties. Mr. Churchill may believe this to be Germany. I know it to be England. In this hour I feel compelled, standing before my conscience, to direct yet another appeal to reason in England. I see no compelling reason which could force the continuation of this war." It was a prophecy of great accuracy, except in its conclusion. Hitler speaks simply, and, I should say also, in an unusually humane tone, observed Ciano, who had come to Berlin for the great occasion. "I believe his desire for peace is sincere." When asked by a colleague whether he planned to respond, Churchill was curt. "I do not," he said, "propose to say anything in reply to Herr Hitler's speech, not being on speaking terms with him." Ciano recorded, "Late in the evening, when the first cold British reactions to the speech arrive, a sense of unconcealed disappointment spreads among the Germans." That day, by pure coincidence, Franklin Roosevelt was nominated as Democrat candidate for president for an unprecedented third term. He had preferred to stay away from the party convention, wishing to be drafted as candidate rather than be seen to be campaigning for it. His acceptance speech was read out in his absence and contained a coded attack on Nazi aggression. "The fact which dominates our world is the fact of armed aggression, of successful armed aggression, aimed at the form of government, the kind of society that we in the United States have chosen and established for ourselves." It was another wheel of information for Hitler's calculating machine of a mind to slot into place. He was now seeing spectres across the globe. On 22 July, Hitler pieced together all these factors into an interim assessment for his generals. "The reasons for continuation of war by Britain," Hitler told them. 1. It hopes for a change in America. 2. It puts hope in Russia. Stalin is flirting with Britain to keep her in the war and tie us down. Nothing could have been further from the truth. The delusion was mounting every day. The next day Hitler went to see Götterdämmerung at the Bayreuth Festival. The summer before he had the time to see 7 Wagner operas. This year he only saw 1. Then he was excited as he prepared to invade Poland. Now frustrated as his unwanted war with Britain dragged on. Götterdämmerung ends with the destruction of Valhalla, the mythical home of the gods. But whose destruction would Hitler bring about on earth? He retreated to the mountains of Obersalzberg. "We are waiting and waiting," Goebbels complained. "When will the Führer launch the attack on England?" In London there was increasing confidence that it was not going to happen. At the risk of being proved wrong tomorrow morning, which I don't mind, noted Alexander Cadogan, I do not think Hitler is going to be fool enough to attempt an invasion. On 31 July, 6 weeks after the fall of France, Churchill wrote to Roosevelt to ask yet again for the loan of the First World War destroyers. Mr. President, with great respect, I must tell you that in the long history of the world, this is a thing to do now. Circumstances had changed. The shock of Hitler's conquests had forced many Americans into a rethink about the cataclysm in Europe and the prospect of a rampant Hitler. Opinion polls showed that the number willing to help Britain, even if it meant the United States being dragged into the war, had jumped from 30 to 60%. Roosevelt could see that Churchill and the British intended to fight on, come what may. He viewed Churchill's request with renewed sympathy. On that same day, as the Prime Minister's letter was telegraphed across the Atlantic, a momentous conference was underway at the Berghof. At 11:30 a.m., Hitler walked into the meeting room at his mountain retreat. The air was clear and bright, and his sense of unwavering confidence had returned. He announced to his generals the result of weeks of agonized reflection. Russia is the factor on which Britain is relying the most, he concluded. Something must have happened in London. The British were completely down. Now they have perked up again. With Russia smashed, Britain's last hope would be shattered. The sooner Russia is crushed, the better. If we start in May 1941, we would have 5 months to finish the job. It was as yet only a plan, should all other means of bringing the British to heel fail. But two enormous delusions, the first that he had already won the war, the second that some secret deal was brewing between Britain and Russia, were leading Hitler down the road to catastrophe. Chapter 2. 1 August 1940 to 26 March 1941. 1 August 1940, Moscow. A year after the Nazi-Soviet pact had shocked the world, and 1 day after Adolf Hitler had planted the seeds for an invasion of Russia, Joseph Stalin offered a public riposte to anyone who doubted the longevity of his collaboration with the Nazi leader. Vyacheslav Molotov, often deployed as his mouthpiece, was dispatched to the Supreme Soviet to make a speech. Our relations with Germany, Molotov informed the party faithful, which were radically changed nearly a year ago, remain entirely as laid down in the Soviet-German agreement. Stalin could feel a certain satisfaction. In the previous weeks he had expanded the Soviet Empire by incorporating the Baltic states and 2 provinces of Romania, and Hitler still appeared to be on side. At the Berghof, as the late summer sun glinted on high glacial strips, the Führer had just signed Directive No. 17. In order to create the conditions to defeat Britain, I intend, he promised his generals, to carry out the air and naval war against the British homeland more keenly than previously. Despite his pronouncements on Russia of the day before, the key tactic remained to force the British to make peace without the dangers of a cross-channel invasion. Under cover of darkness, a swarm of German planes headed over the channel. Over the south coast of England, the pilots steered themselves above carefully chosen targets, and hundreds of bundles were ejected. As the shadowy objects plummeted to the ground, Hitler's airmen made quickly for home. These were not bombs, however, but leaflets, copies of Hitler's final appeal for peace. It confirmed the view in Churchill's inner circle that the Nazis were sidestepping a direct assault. It looks as if the military authorities are becoming more doubtful of their ability to invade us rapidly and successfully, observed John Colville as the news of this peculiar bombing raid reached No. 10. It was a Friday, and the Prime Minister was preparing for a weekend at Chequers. Even if he personally believed there would be no invasion, he wanted his nation to keep up its guard. He began work on an article for the Sunday papers warning that peaceful noises from Berlin meant nothing. That same morning, President Roosevelt received a stinging memo from his Interior Secretary, Harold Ickes, protesting at the United States' failure to help the British. It seems to me that we Americans are like the householder who refuses to lend or sell his fire extinguishers to help put out the fire in the house that is right next door, Ickes complained, although that house is all ablaze and the wind is blowing from that direction. Ickes imagined, as had happened before, that the President would brush his complaint politely under the carpet. That afternoon he set out for the weekly cabinet meeting, determined to press his case. What he did not know was that, in response to Churchill's repeated request for the destroyer loan, Roosevelt was having a change of heart. It was the general opinion, without any dissenting voice, the President recorded, that the survival of the British Isles under German attack might very possibly depend on their getting these destroyers. It was agreed that legislation to accomplish this is necessary. However, Roosevelt intended to attach strings to his offer. One was a written guarantee from Churchill that, should the Nazis appear to be on the verge of a successful invasion of Britain, the ships of the British Navy would not be sunk, but would sail for North American or British Empire ports, where they would remain afloat and available. "I think you will feel with me," Roosevelt replied to Ickes, "that we made real progress today." Lord Lothian, the British ambassador in Washington, was approached that afternoon with details of Roosevelt's offer and telegraphed them urgently to London. Roosevelt also declared that some kind of trade would have to be made with the British to satisfy the Republicans in the United States Congress. Hitler had called for the intensification of the air offensive against Britain to begin on 5 August 1940. The weather stepped in and delayed the attack. One project was stalled, but that same day he was presented with plans for the potential invasion of Russia. General Erich Marx, who had been designated to draw up a blueprint, envisaged 147 German divisions launching an attack that would secure victory within a mere 17 weeks. On 6 August, Churchill, after an invigorating weekend in the countryside, was examining Lord Lothian's cable and a follow-up telegram from the President. The very suggestion that the British could ever be conquered by Hitler put him into a cantankerous mood. Winston was in a nervous and irritable frame of mind in the evening, John Colville noted. He refuses to contemplate a promise to give Canada, and thus the US, a lien on our warships if these islands are conquered, and brands any such proposal as defeatism. "Pray make it clear at once," Churchill telegraphed to Lothian the next day, "that we could never agree to the slightest compromise of our full liberty of action, nor tolerate any such defeatist notion, the effect of which would be disastrous." There was a further unpalatable condition. To keep Congress sweet, the President was adamant that the loan of military hardware be given the appearance of a quid pro quo. He asked Churchill to lease a set of British naval bases in the Caribbean and Newfoundland to the United States for 99 years, in return for the mothballed First World War destroyers. Churchill did not mind the Americans having the bases, but felt humiliated that it should be made to appear a trade. In a transatlantic phone call with the American Attorney General, Robert Jackson, he remarked, "Empires just don't bargain." Jackson replied, "Republics do." Despite the frustrations, the door to American aid was at least opening. In Moscow, the chance of any meaningful link with Russia remained frozen as the Stafford Cripps endured a fruitless meeting with Molotov. Stalin's foreign minister listed 8 reasons why the USSR was not at that moment contemplating an alliance with Great Britain, foremost on his inventory being the territorial gains the Soviet Union had been able to accomplish with the blessing of its German allies. Agreements with Germany have thus been of real value. Soviet interests are protected by these pacts and agreements, Molotov declared. Cripps listened in abject silence as Molotov explained that the Nazi-Soviet pact had facilitated the adjustment of our relations with the Baltic states. The inference was clear. To make any kind of progress, the British government would have to recognize the new Soviet boundaries and spheres of influence. On that Tuesday afternoon, Churchill was in a foul temper, irritated by an interruption to his traditional after-lunch nap. A greater threat to his peace of mind then arrived as the weather allowed Operation Eagle, the result of Hitler's Directive No. 17, to get underway. Some 1,485 German fighter planes flew sorties against British aircraft factories and other installations vital to the war effort. It was a dramatic show of force and a major escalation in the air raids Britain had been sporadically enduring since July. "What is the motive of these gigantic daylight raids?" Colville asked anxiously. "Are they reconnaissance in force, or a diversion, or just the cavalry attack before the main offensive?" There was some comfort to be gleaned from what seemed at first to be a bleak afternoon. Though they were outnumbered, Fighter Command claimed it had shot down a total of 45 German aircraft for the loss of only 13 British planes. The next day, Roosevelt finalized his destroyer offer. The plan, noted the U.S. Treasury Secretary Henry Morgenthau, who was among those aiding Roosevelt with the fine detail, is that England is to give us land in Newfoundland, Bermuda, Trinidad, and some other places in exchange for the 50 destroyers. The President also mentioned giving them 20 speedboats, which we once had contracted and revoked, also 5 long-distance 4-engine bombers and 5 long-distance Navy bombers. Roosevelt squared Congress by showing it was a staggeringly good deal for the United States. He wrote to Senator David Walsh, a member of the Naval Affairs Committee who had initially put up substantial opposition, "For 50 ships, which are on their last legs anyway, we can get the right to put in naval and air bases in Newfoundland, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Trinidad, and British Guiana." As the formal offer reached London, there was jubilation. "Roosevelt has really, I think, weighed in with destroyers," Cadogan remarked with relief. At 6:30 p.m., Churchill told the War Cabinet that once the destroyer deal had been concluded, the United States would have made a long step towards coming into the war on our side. However, Roosevelt, in his letter to Senator Walsh, added an aside that would have made Churchill shiver. "I am absolutely certain that this particular deal will not get us into war, and, incidentally, that we are not going into war anyway, unless Germany wishes to attack us." On 20 August, Churchill, unaware of Roosevelt's cautionary note, jubilantly announced the destroyer deal to the House of Commons. Colville noted his confidence that dragging in the United States was working. The PM ended his speech by comparing Anglo-American cooperation, will it one day be unity, to the Missouri River and saying, "Let it roll on." I drove back with him in the car and he sang Old Man River, out of tune, the whole way back to Downing Street. That day there was also celebration in the Kremlin. Stalin was informed that his arch-enemy Leon Trotsky had finally been tracked down and bludgeoned to death with an ice pick by a Soviet agent in Mexico. The Soviet leader was now the only surviving member of Lenin's Politburo, having spent the past 2 decades wiping out anyone with the potential to oppose his leadership. His position was unassailable. "The party will always be grateful to you," Stalin announced to Leonid Eitington, one of the agents responsible for Trotsky's brutal murder. "Your name will be added to history and its letters will be written in gold." Stalin's agents were also busy elsewhere. From its London headquarters, the British Security Service, MI5, was collecting substantial evidence that the Communist Party of Great Britain was being ordered by Moscow to adopt a policy that was nothing short of treachery. Moscow's instructions, noted Guy Little, the head of MI5's counter-subversion unit, are that the imperialist war must be gradually converted into a civil war, that no steps should be taken to oppose a German landing in this country, since a short period under a Nazi regime would be the quickest way of bringing about a communist revolution. Churchill was serious about intelligence and knew that Stalin was approving subversion in Britain, but he was not willing to jeopardize even the slightest prospect of an alliance with the Soviet leader by bearing down too heavily on Soviet espionage. He and his cabinet continued to abstain from any action which might suggest impatience, suspicion, or irritation. All that mattered was fighting Hitler, and on 28 August 1940, Churchill authorized a precision bombing raid on Berlin. The American journalist William Shirer was in Berlin that night. 200-pound bombs landed in the street, tore off the leg of an air raid warden standing in the entrance to his house, Shirer observed, and killed 4 men and 2 women who unwisely were watching the fireworks from a doorway. Hitler interpreted it as a calculated insult, recalled his Luftwaffe adjutant Nikolaus von Below, and told Goering to take countermeasures. While the British air raids inflicted inconsequential material damage, the psychological effect upon Hitler was immense. Standing on the podium before a sea of uniformed faces at the monumental Sportpalast arena, he promised deadly retribution. "We'll wipe out their cities," he announced. "We'll put an end to the work of these night pirates. We will raze their cities to the ground." He ended with a stark and vengeful declaration. "The hour will come when one of us will break, and it will not be National Socialist Germany." In London, the attempted alliance with Russia rolled slowly on as the Foreign Office Minister R.A. Butler met Ivan Maisky. The Soviet ambassador explained Stalin's irritation at the British refusal to recognize his country's right of sovereignty over the freshly occupied Baltic states. Butler's private response was illuminating. Great Britain is not adopting an unreasonable or lachrymose attitude about the passing of the states, he explained to Maisky, but a decent attitude at the funeral was surely what you would expect from this country. In public, Churchill took a different stand. "We do not propose to recognize any territorial changes," he announced to the House of Commons on 5 September 1940, "which take place during the war unless they take place with the free consent and goodwill of the parties concerned." Churchill was as yet unwilling to sacrifice the freedom of other nations to please Stalin. As the Battle of Britain intensified, the protection of his own country's freedom was the immediate task, and survival was still by no means certain. At 4 p.m. on 7 September 1940, 300 German bombers arrived over the skies of London and in 2 waves dropped 337 tons of explosives. Maisky graphically described the scene. "There began high in the darkened sky a kind of strange and unaccustomed roar. It seemed as though a multitude of enormous birds was circling the sky, each of them giving out a protracted howling and piercing sound. At once it was frightening and revolting." This was the beginning of the Blitz, nearly 2 months of horrifying daily air raids that pounded the British capital. Churchill's chiefs of staff knew the possible meaning of the onslaught. At 8:07 p.m., the code word Cromwell was transmitted to every military unit in Great Britain. The Nazi seaborne invasion might be launched at any hour. Yet the switch in the Luftwaffe's tactics, provoked in part by the RAF's raid on Berlin, from bombing airfields to blitzing cities, was a lifesaver, allowing the beleaguered fighter command to regroup. The agonizing wait continued. Still no move on the part of the Germans. General Alan Brooke, who at this stage was in charge of home defense, noted in his diary, "Everything remains keyed up for an early invasion, and the air war goes on unabated. The coming week must remain a critical one, and it is hard to see how Hitler can now retrace his steps and stop the invasion. The suspense of waiting is very trying, especially when one is familiar with the weakness of our defense." 2 days later, Hitler made a decision that would change the direction of the war. It would also have afforded every comfort to General Brooke, had he known it. On 17 September, while Churchill was announcing casualty figures in the thousands to the House of Commons, the Führer indefinitely postponed Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of Britain. "We have conquered France at the cost of 30,000 men," he told his naval adjutant, Karl von Puttkamer. "During one night of crossing we could lose many times that, and success is not certain." It was a key stage in the extraordinary mental journey he was making. He continued to believe that he had in effect won the war. All that was needed was to find ways, without launching a full-scale invasion, of cornering Britain to make her realize she must come to terms with Germany. Hitler now began to look for those ways. On 27 September 1940, Germany, Japan and Italy signed the Tripartite Pact. Count Galeazzo Ciano, the Italian foreign minister, was in Berlin and noticed a muted reaction to what Hitler intended as a message to the British of his global strength. Even the Berlin street crowd, a comparatively small one, composed mostly of school children, cheers with regularity but without conviction, Ciano observed. Only one thing is certain, that it will be a long war. Ciano also saw that Hitler was thrashing around for a means of resolving his dilemma with Britain. He did not speak about the current situation, Ciano explained with some surprise. He spoke rather of Spanish intervention. He proposed a meeting with the Duce at the Brenner Pass, and I immediately accepted. No more invasion of England, no more blitz destruction of England. From Hitler's statements there now appears worry about a long war. He wishes to conserve his armed power. He speaks, Ciano noted, with less impetuousness. In London, Churchill was confident that Roosevelt would read the Tripartite Pact as being directed just as much against the United States. If anything, it is likely, he told the War Cabinet, to accelerate the entry of the United States into the war. In Washington, Henry Stimson, Roosevelt's hawkish Secretary of War, hoped the pact would alert insular Americans to Hitler's ambitions. It will be pretty useful, I think, in waking up our people to the effect that at last they have got what they have been talking about, isolation. The U.S. isolated except for one great power, and that's the British Commonwealth, and I already see signs of a realization of this among the thoughtless. In Moscow, too, the implications of the pact hung heavily. Georgy Dmitrov, Stalin's loyal head of Comintern, noted further expansion of the war to world war dimensions. Hitler was exploring every avenue. The ambiguity he had shown towards Britain was being replicated in a split-mindedness towards Russia. The initial plan for an invasion had been made, and the process of moving troops to Finland and Romania, whose borders abutted the Soviet Union, had begun under the pretext of sending training missions to those countries. But Hitler was now more interested in enlisting Stalin to join his war against the British. On 30 September, he wrote to the Soviet leader, "A letter has gone out," General Franz Halder noted, designed to get him interested in dividing up the estate of a defunct Britain and to induce him to join up with us. If the plan succeeds, it is believed we could go all out against Britain. While Hitler tried to line up Stalin, Churchill was using all his wiles to seduce Roosevelt. So far, all he had been able to offer the president was a series of desperate pleas. But with Hitler's invasion now rendered improbable by the advance of winter, he could begin to show his lighter side. "The gent has taken off his clothes and put on his bathing suit," he cabled, "but the water is getting colder and there is an autumn nip in the air." Those close to Churchill could even see him begin to relax. A few days later, John Colville recorded a delightful vignette. The PM, dressed in his blue siren suit, dined with Eden in his new dining room at number 10. He was in great form and amused Eden and me very much by his conversation with Nelson, the black cat, whom he chided for being afraid of the guns and unworthy of the name he bore. "Try and remember," he said to Nelson reprovingly, "what those boys in the RAF are doing." While Churchill awaited ever closer American involvement, Roosevelt was keeping his distance. "We are no nearer to war than we have been for 6 years," he told his Assistant Secretary of State, Breckinridge Long, during a meeting at the White House on 11 October. The presidential campaign was reaching its final weeks, and Roosevelt knew that any encouragement of war could mean electoral disaster. "I am not headed for war, and I am going to call the newspaper correspondents aboard my train and give a direct talk to them and emphasize the fact that we were trying to steer clear of war," he continued. The next day he went public with an unequivocal assertion. "We arm to defend ourselves," Roosevelt told his audience in Dayton, Ohio. "This nation wants to keep war away from these two continents, because we, all of us, are determined to do everything possible to maintain peace in this hemisphere." He was at pains to reassure potential voters that the aid given to Great Britain was no more than a defensive measure. It can no longer be disputed that the forces of evil, bent on conquest of the world, will destroy whomever and whenever they can destroy, he warned. We know now that if we seek to appease them by withholding aid from those who stand in their way, we only hasten the day of their attack upon us. That day Churchill had retreated to the relative calm of Chequers. It was a glorious late autumn day, and he was relaxing at tea discussing with John Colville the threat posed by British fascists to the war effort and the tough new procedures being put in place to limit any subversive activities. I much dislike locking people up and the suspension of habeas corpus, Churchill remarked. He also explained that those filthy communists are really more dangerous than the fascists. But he remained convinced that the fight against Hitler compelled him to keep knocking at the Soviet dictator's door. 5 days later, Ivan Maisky made it clear that there was only one way by which the British had any chance of ingratiating themselves. "Believe me, Lord Halifax," he told the British Foreign Secretary, "we are tired of your good intentions. We can be convinced only by your good deeds." Maisky's blandishments meant little. The main game for Stalin remained Hitler. On 21 October, the German ambassador, Count von der Schulenburg, left the Kremlin clutching a letter from Molotov to the German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop. It contained Molotov's acceptance of an invitation to Berlin for talks. At 5:02 a.m. the next day it was cabled to Berlin. The form and style leave no doubt that the letter was composed by Stalin personally, Schulenburg explained. For Hitler, the prospect of enticing Stalin into his axis against Britain beckoned. The next day, the British ambassador, Sir Stafford Cripps, also had an appointment at the Kremlin. He arrived to find that not only Stalin refused to see him personally, but Molotov also claimed to be otherwise engaged. It fell to Andrei Vyshinsky, the Deputy Commissar for Foreign Affairs, to receive him. Whether or not it was a calculated snub, the difference between the treatment of the British and German ambassadors made its point. Cripps set about explaining British proposals for a treaty with the Soviet Union. Great Britain, he announced, was prepared to give the Soviet Union prominence in the post-war peace settlement. It would promise not to form any alliances against the Soviets, and most importantly of all, it would recognize Soviet de facto control of the territorial acquisitions Stalin had made since 1939. Thousands of miles from his masters in Whitehall, Cripps then went much further. He told Vyshinsky that the British would also recognize the legality of Soviet sovereignty over the Baltic states. The Foreign Office was furious that Cripps had overstepped his orders, but Lord Halifax, the Foreign Secretary, was blunt about the possibilities of any retraction. "We shall try, if the negotiations proceed, to get this phraseology altered," he told Churchill the following day, warning, however, "this will clearly not be easy, as if the Soviet reply is at all satisfactory and we then go back on Cripps, they will accuse us of watering down our original offer." Cripps's unilateral action had placed Churchill in the extraordinary position of offering as early as October 1940 to give away the freedom of 3 independent nations, Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia, to Stalin. While Churchill pursued Stalin, Hitler was travelling through Europe trying to complete his encirclement of Britain. On 23 October, he arrived in America at Onday on the Spanish border for a conference with the Spanish dictator Francisco Franco. During a long lunch in his special train's luxurious saloon car, Hitler attempted to induce Franco to enter the war and tighten the noose in the Mediterranean. Arrogant and overconfident, Hitler was prepared to offer only minimal territorial rewards to Franco in return for joining the fight against the British. Franco was contemptuous. "These people are intolerable," he told his foreign minister. "They want us to come into the war in exchange for nothing." To Hitler's disbelief, Franco declined his offer. For the future in this war he had expected no less than brotherhood in arms, Gerhard Engel noted of Hitler's disappointment. The next day, in the security of a railway tunnel at Montoire in France, Hitler's frustrations were compounded as he endured another frustrating set of discussions, this time with Marshal Philippe Pétain, the aged leader of Vichy France. Hitler demanded that the Frenchman commit his army to the fight. Engel, who was present in the saloon car, noted, "Pétain was taciturn and dismissive. He gave no answer throughout, but his manner said it all." The empty offer of administrative collaboration left Hitler cold. His overtures to France and Spain had failed, leaving the Führer in a state of flux. Russia was now the fulcrum. On the long journey back to his headquarters, Hitler explained to Generals Franz Halder and Alfred Jodl that Russia would be in a position to attack Germany from 1942. He confirmed to them that an invasion of Russia remained on the cards for 1941. But the more attractive prospect was still to bring Stalin into his fold. Churchill's parallel attempt to lure Roosevelt was hitting the buffer of American domestic politics. On 29 October, as he travelled the nation on a whistle-stop tour, Roosevelt announced the introduction of a peacetime draft. It was a brave decision on the part of the president to let it come now, Henry Stimson enthused. The next day, the presidential train drew into Boston, where Roosevelt was scheduled to make an important speech. As with all stops en route, a mailbag was brought aboard filled with letters from party organizers up and down the country. Though it appeared that the electorate was not against the draft, Roosevelt's party faithful advised that there was anxiety that young American men would soon be heading for the war in Europe. A keen observer of public opinion and a politician to his fingertips, the president responded that evening. "Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars," he declared, with only the qualification that the situation might change should an attack occur on the United States. Churchill had no choice but to be sanguine. He said he hoped America would come into the war, Colville recorded. He said he quite understood the exasperation which so many English people feel with the American attitude of criticism combined with ineffective assistance, but we must be patient and we must conceal our irritation. After the frustrations of the autumn, Hitler was now investing his final hopes in Stalin. Führer hopes he can bring Russia into the anti-British front, General Halder recorded. It was 1 November 1940, and preparations for Molotov's upcoming visit to Berlin had begun. "The English are tough. They will hold out a little longer," Hitler told Goebbels that afternoon. "The goal is clear," he explained. "The British must be driven out of Europe. This would be possible as it was obvious that Stalin was not going to ally himself with Churchill. Stalin is too clever for that." The bravado masked a certain indecision. Engel noted that Hitler was visibly depressed, conveying the impression that at the moment he does not know how things should proceed. 4 days later, Roosevelt was swept to a resounding victory in the polls. "I did not think it right for me as a foreigner to express any opinion upon American policies while the election was on," Churchill wrote in congratulation, "but now I feel you will not mind my saying that I prayed for your success and that I am truly thankful for it." The next day in Berlin, Goebbels dripped scorn. "After his statements, Roosevelt will hardly be able to enter the war in an active capacity," he noted. In his simply furnished dacha in Kuntzowo, just outside Moscow, Stalin was turning an apprehensive eye to the future. It was nearing 9 p.m., and his guests were preparing to leave when he took his glass in hand and announced that he wanted to speak. "History has spoiled us," he began in his Georgian burr. "People are not studying the lessons of the war with Finland, the lessons of the war with Europe. We are not prepared for the sort of air war being waged between Germany and England," he continued. "But I am the only one dealing with all these problems. You are squandering Lenin's legacy. That war which Stalin feared would soon be racing towards him faster than he could begin to imagine." At 11:05 a.m. on 12 November 1940, Molotov's train pulled into Berlin's Anhalter station. The defining moment in Stalin's psychological duel with Hitler was at hand. The Commissar for Foreign Affairs emerged into a station bedecked with flowers, swastikas and flags, which for that one day displayed the hammer and sickle. Molotov, in his ubiquitous grey Homburg hat and dark coat, lined up oddly against his Nazi hosts buttoned up in their shiny uniforms. A German Foreign Ministry official, Ernst von Weizsäcker, commented that the Russian delegation would make good gangster types for a film. Displaying the hammer and sickle was one thing, but the Nazis had decided that playing the Internationale was a step too far. German passers-by might feel compelled to join in. After a brief inspection of the Guard of Honor, Molotov and his entourage of secret agents were swept in an open-topped Mercedes to the fabulous Schloss Bellevue Hotel. The conference began with talks between Ribbentrop and Molotov. Dr. Paul Schmidt was present as interpreter. Ribbentrop was charming and polite. Molotov was inscrutable. Only at long intervals did Molotov reciprocate, Schmidt noted, when a rather frosty smile glided over his intelligent chess player's face. This rather short Russian, with his lively eyes, behind old-fashioned pince-nez, constantly reminded me of my mathematics master. Schmidt could hardly believe it when Molotov dispensed with flowery phrases and, as though he were taking a class, gently rebuked the sweeping, vague generalities of Ribbentrop. After lunch, Molotov was taken for his first meeting with Hitler. The imposing surroundings of the Reich Chancellery, with its brass doors and imposing architecture, did nothing to dampen his stern confidence. The Führer opened proceedings with a grand oration, declaring to his guest the importance of Russo-German collaboration. He assured him that Britain was defeated and its capitulation only a matter of time. Then he offered Russia a share in the spoils of victory in return for helping to finish off the British. It is time to think about division of the world after our victory. Fragments of its empire spread all over the globe will be left. We must deal with this property without a master. However, Stalin was not interested in speculative carve-ups of the British Empire. He had instructed Molotov to find out from Hitler what German troops were doing in places like Romania and Finland, dangerously close to Russia's borders. Molotov launched a barrage of questions. Could the Chancellor explain what the German military mission was doing in Romania and why it was sent there without consulting the Soviet government? Why had German troops been sent to Finland? Why was such an important decision made without consulting the Soviet government? According to Molotov's account on his return to Moscow, these questions had an effect on Hitler as a cold shower. He huddled up and looked confused. But his acting skills took over, and, dramatically weaving his fingers, he threw back his head and fixed his look on the ceiling. Then he fidgeted in the armchair and said in a patter that the German military mission was sent to Romania on the request of Antonescu's government to train the Romanian troops. As far as Finland is concerned, the German troops are not staying there for long, they are just passing this territory on their way to Norway. No foreign visitor had ever spoken to him in this way in my presence, Schmidt noted as the Commissar's insistent probing continued. Hitler tried to give an overall assurance that the Axis Pact will regulate conditions in Europe according to the natural interests of the European countries themselves, and that is why Germany now approaches the Soviet Union. Germany plays a mediating role, he continued. In no circumstances will Russia be faced with a fait accompli. Reassuring Molotov that he would go further into all of his questions the following day, Hitler concluded the opening discussions, explaining, "We must now break off this discussion, otherwise we might be caught in an air raid warning." That evening, Molotov continued the conversation with Ribbentrop. During it, British bombers did indeed arrive overhead. Molotov asked Ribbentrop, "If England has already been defeated, why are we sitting in a bunker and whose planes are bombarding Berlin?" The next day, 13 November, the talks continued in the same vein. Molotov hailed upon Hitler a flurry of further questions on Finland. Hitler replied that Germany had lived up to the agreements, which was not quite the case on the Russian side. He pointed to the Russian incursion into Bukovina, stating, "It would mean a considerable concession on the part of Germany if even a part of Bukovina were to be occupied by Russia." Continuing the discussion of spheres of influence, Molotov argued that the revisions desired by Russia in Romania were insignificant. If German-Soviet relations were to show positive results in the future, the Soviet government would have to understand that Germany was engaged in a life-and-death struggle, Hitler replied. Molotov continued his complaints about German troop movements in Finland and Romania. Hitler tried to sidestep, but then accused Russia itself of threatening Finland. With a hint of menace, Molotov warned, "The only thing we are interested in is securing peace and safety in the area. The German government should keep this in mind if it is interested in the development of the Soviet-German relations." The conversations were blunt, occasionally frosty, and, though Hitler did not express any anger in Molotov's presence, he kept away from the banquet held that night at the Soviet embassy. For Hitler, the Molotov visit was decisive. The talks had shown where the Russian plans were heading, Engel noted on 15 November, recording Hitler's verdict the day after Molotov's departure. Molotov had let the cat out of the bag. Führer was really relieved. It would not even remain a marriage of convenience. Letting the Russians into Europe meant the end of Central Europe. The Balkans and Finland were also dangerous flanks. Back in the Kremlin, Molotov was briefing Stalin. It was clear to the Soviet dictator that a shift had occurred. "Hitler is playing a double game," Stalin pronounced. "What is the point of Hitler's expatiation on the cooperation between Germany and the Soviet Union? Is it possible that Hitler has changed his plans to attack the USSR that he declared in Mein Kampf? Obviously not. We must always remember this about Hitler and prepare hard to repulse the attack." But Stalin believed he had time on his hands. In early December, he told his generals, "We know that Hitler is intoxicated by his victories and believes that the Red Army will need at least 4 years to prepare for war. Obviously, 4 years would be more than enough for us, but we must be ready much earlier. We will try to delay the war for another 2 years." Stalin's analysis was correct in all but its timescale. On 5 December, Hitler met Generals Walter von Brauchitsch and Halder. Though he had not made his final decision, he was now set on war with Stalin. "The decision concerning hegemony in Europe will come in the battle against Russia," he told them, and ordered an escalation in preparations for an attack in May 1941. While Stalin and Hitler drifted apart, Churchill redoubled his efforts to reel in Roosevelt. The president now had a mandate for a further 4 years, and Churchill needed him more than ever. So far, everything the British government had received from the United States had been paid for in cash or territory. Despite his brave face and words, Churchill was painfully aware of a devastating truth. The fight against Hitler was bankrupting Britain. On 7 December 1940, in one of the most carefully worded messages ever sent by one head of state to another, he pleaded for massive American aid. Within his 7-page cable was one short, stark sentence. "The moment approaches when we shall no longer be able to pay cash for shipping and other supplies." The president, who was on a 2-week break aboard the heavy cruiser USS Tuscaloosa, received the letter by seaplane 2 days later. For over a week there was silence. Churchill's anxieties and frustrations simmered. For 6 months he had been fighting his solitary battle against Hitler. Surely now, after his re-election, it was time for the president to make a real commitment. On 17 December he drafted an angry letter. "If you were to wash your hands of us, i.e. give us nothing," he wrote, "we cannot pay for with suitable advances, we should certainly not give in, but we should certainly not be able to beat the Nazi tyranny and gain you the time you require for your rearmament." The letter remained sitting on Churchill's desk. News had come through that Roosevelt was to hold a press conference that evening. That day Hitler too was thinking of the United States. "We must solve all continental European problems in 1941, he told General Jodl, since the USA will be in a position to intervene from 1942 onwards. Jodl knew what this meant. Hitler was about to confirm the most devastating decision of the war. In Washington, Roosevelt geared up to present the American people with a dramatic initiative. In fact, even before Churchill had sent his plea for more aid on 7 December, he had already decided to help. His problem was reconciling two apparently contradictory objectives. On the one hand, he had promised Americans that their country was not going to war. On the other, he believed that Hitler could not be stopped without substantial American support. On 17 December, he gave the first public glimpse of his new idea. He would finance and equip the British to do the fighting and, in so doing, keep the Nazis away from the United States. That evening, he told a characteristically informal press conference in the Oval Office, "The best immediate defense of the United States is the success of Great Britain in defending itself." Then, borrowing the language with which Harold Ickes had berated him back in August, he spun a folksy story for the journalists. "Suppose my neighbour's home catches fire, and I have a length of garden hose 400 or 500 feet away. If he can take my garden hose and connect it up with his hydrant, I may help him to put out his fire. Now what do? I don't say to him before that operation, 'Neighbour, my garden hose cost me $15. You have to pay me $15 for it.' What is the transaction that goes on? I don't want $15, I want my garden hose back after the fire is over." Roosevelt concluded, "Now what I am trying to do is to eliminate the dollar sign." It was the first public hint of what would become known as Lend-Lease. Reading the president's words, Churchill tore up his exasperated cable and threw it in the bin. The next day, 18 December 1940, Hitler issued War Directive No. 23. The German Wehrmacht, he declared, must be prepared before the ending of the war against England to crush Soviet Russia in a rapid campaign. The invasion date was set for May 1941, but behind Hitler's order lay an element of uncertainty about his present, future, and potential enemies. Engel noted, "I'm convinced that the Führer himself doesn't know how it will turn out. He is very concerned at the lack of clarity as regards the strength of the Russians. Hopes for an English surrender. Does not think America will enter the war." Hitler had finally made the momentous decision, a war on two fronts, the very thing he had sought to avoid when he had first made his pact with Stalin in the summer of 1939. But he had deluded himself that one front, Britain, was already won. It simply required a knockout blow against Russia for the British to understand their defeat. Hitler's line of reasoning never began to occur to Stalin. He believed that Hitler either had to beat Churchill or make a deal with him before he could think of turning against Russia. He told Politburo members, "We must cherish no illusions. Fascist Germany is clearly preparing for an attack on the Soviet Union. Why does Hitler want to make an agreement with England? Because he wants to avoid war on two fronts." Stalin was trusting Hitler to act rationally, and to fight Britain and Russia at the same time was clearly irrational. However, he failed to realize that, despite their similarities, there was one profound difference between him and Hitler which made his perfect logic irrelevant. He himself was a methodical, calculating, hard-working man, a master of detail, personally signing death lists at one extreme and at the other keeping the tiniest details of gold production in his notebook. Hitler, by contrast, was at heart an idle dreamer. He once described why he loved the mountains of Obersalzberg. "When I go to Obersalzberg, I'm not drawn there merely by the beauty of the landscape. I feel myself far from petty things. My imagination is stimulated. When I study a problem elsewhere, I see it less clearly. I'm submerged by the details. By night at the Berghof, I often remain for hours with my eyes open, contemplating from my bed mountains lit up by the moon. It's at such moments that brightness enters my mind." For Hitler, the big idea was never to be disrupted by small facts. Now, having decided to attack Russia for tactical reasons, his mind began to stir in ways that would begin to lead him back to the original and biggest idea of all, the ideological struggle against Jews and Bolsheviks. On 29 December 1940, Roosevelt confirmed his investment in Britain as America's front line. From the diplomatic reception room of the White House, sitting behind a desk covered with radio microphones, he launched into his final fireside chat of 1940 with a scathing attack on Hitler's Axis. The British people and their allies today are conducting an active war against this unholy alliance. Our own future security is greatly dependent on the outcome of that fight. Our ability to keep out of war is going to be affected by that outcome. We must be the great arsenal of democracy. For us, this is an emergency as serious as war itself. We must apply ourselves to our task with the same resolution, the same sense of urgency, the same spirit of patriotism and sacrifice as we would show were we at war. We have furnished the British great material support, and we will furnish far more in the future. Roosevelt's speech sent shock waves throughout Europe's capitals, nowhere more so than Berlin, where Goebbels sensed a sea change. The USA is sliding increasingly into war psychosis, but will Roosevelt actually declare war? In London, this was precisely the question Churchill was now daring to ask himself. In the coming weeks, as Roosevelt appeared to move both privately and publicly to offer ever stronger support, he began to believe that the president was on an intentional and inevitable road to war. It would turn out to be an illusion that would bring him both disappointment and great distress. For the moment, the new year of 1941 offered unlimited hope. On 3 January, Roosevelt announced in a press conference that he was sending his personal representative, Harry Hopkins, to London just to maintain, I suppose that is the best word for it, personal contact between me and the British government. A firm believer in the power of personal diplomacy, he told Harold Ickes, "I am sending Harry Hopkins for 2 or 3 weeks so that he can talk to Churchill like an Iowa farmer." 3 days later, the President laid out before Congress a concrete strategy for providing the aid he had promised to the British. "I do not recommend that we make them a loan of dollars with which to pay for these weapons," he announced. "For what we send abroad, we shall be repaid within a reasonable time following the close of hostilities, in similar materials, or, at our option, in other goods of many kinds, which they can produce and which we need." Roosevelt was kidding Congress. He had no intention of asking the British to repay with money or goods. Instead, he had a different agenda. In his quest to create a non-imperialist world, he would demand that in return the British tore down its empire's trade barriers, in the process opening up new markets for American goods. On 8 January, Hitler gathered his military leaders at the Berghof for a 2-day summit. He repeated the tactical reason for the turn against Russia. The possibility of a Russian intervention in the war is sustaining the English. Were they able to hold out and put together 40 to 50 divisions, and the USA and Russia were to help them, a very difficult situation for Germany would arise. Hitler also opened a window into his more visceral motives, as he began in a very personal way to identify Stalin as the ideological enemy he must beat. Halder noted Hitler's verdict. "Stalin, intelligent and shrewd. His demands will become bigger and bigger. German victory incompatible with Russian ideology." By 10 January, the Lend-Lease Bill was submitted to both the Senate and the House of Representatives. The same day, Harry Hopkins arrived at 10 Downing Street for his first meeting with Churchill. He was shown into the little dining room, formerly an office used by the Prime Minister's secretaries, in the basement. The Prime Minister, Hopkins wrote to Roosevelt that evening in a handwritten letter on Claridge's notepaper, a rotund, smiling, red-faced gentleman, appeared, extended a fat but nonetheless convincing hand, and wished me welcome to England. A short black coat, striped trousers, a clear eye and mushy voice was the impression of England's leader. The two men enjoyed a simple lunch of soup, cold beef, and green salad, followed by cheese and port. They were so impressed with one another, John Colville observed of the 3-hour luncheon, that their tete-a-tete did not break up till nearly 4. Brendan Bracken, Churchill's Minister of Information, said that Hopkins was Roosevelt's confidant and the most important American visitor to this country we had ever had. He could influence the president more than any living man. In the conversation over lunch, Churchill assured Hopkins that he would open every door for him to fulfill his mission and see for himself what Britain needed. Most reassuring of all was a personal message Hopkins brought from Roosevelt. "The President is determined that we shall win the war together. Make no mistake about it. He has sent me here to tell you that by all costs and by all means he will carry you through." The pair then set off for a weekend in the country. Chequers was now considered too conspicuous a target, its long driveway a perfect marker for enemy bombers. Instead, their destination was Ditchley Park, an imposing Georgian mansion in Oxfordshire donated by its Anglo-American owners as a government hideaway during the Blitz. The next morning, details of Roosevelt's proposed new legislation reached Churchill, so exciting him that he sprang out of bed far more promptly than usual. The long-suffering John Colville noted, "Very annoyed at being disturbed early by the PM. He is delighted by the new American bill, which allows British warships the use of American ports and contains wide powers for the President in every sphere of assistance to us. He says this is tantamount to a declaration of war by the United States." Sunday at Ditchley Park was jovial and relaxed. The PM asked what the Americans would do when they had accumulated all the gold in the world, and the other countries then decided that gold was of no value except for filling teeth. "Well," said Mr. Hopkins, "we shall be able to make use of our unemployed in guarding it." Hopkins toured Britain and was overwhelmed by the determination he found. A week later he joined Churchill at Scapa Flow in Scotland to bid farewell to Lord Halifax, who had been appointed British ambassador in Washington in place of Lord Lothian, who had recently and unexpectedly died. During dinner in Glasgow, after a tour of naval bases, Hopkins turned to Churchill and said, "I suppose you want to know what I am going to say to President Roosevelt on my return. Well, I am going to quote you one verse from that book of books in the truth of which Mr. Johnston's mother and my own Scottish mother were brought up. 'Whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God.'" He then added, very quietly, "even to the end." Churchill, never one to hide his emotions, was reduced to tears. In a sealed handwritten note dispatched to Roosevelt from Scotland, Hopkins was emphatic. "The people here are amazing from Churchill down, and if courage alone can win, the result will be inevitable. But they need our help desperately, and I am sure you will permit nothing to stand in the way." He affirmed that Churchill is the government in every sense of the word. "I cannot emphasize too strongly that he is the one and only person over here with whom you need to have a full meeting of minds." While Hopkins' warmth encouraged Churchill that Roosevelt was drawing ever nearer, his efforts to entice Joseph Stalin into a partnership were collapsing. No answer had yet been received from the Kremlin to the inducements of territorial recognition held out by Cripps 2 months before. Russian suspicions lie so deep and Russian fears of German military might are so vivid and real that our task must be a formidable one. Anthony Eden, who had succeeded Halifax as Foreign Secretary, wrote to Cripps on 17 January, "In general, I feel that we can only possess our souls in patience until such time as we have sufficient success in our military operations to inspire in the Soviet government some of the fear and respect which they now feel for the Germans." It was stalemate. 10 days later, in Washington, Anglo-American relations appeared to take a further bold step forward. On 27 January, joint British-American staff talks, known as ABC-1, opened in Washington. Secretly authorized from the very top by Roosevelt, they were designed to determine the best methods by which the armed forces of the United States and British Commonwealth, with its present allies, could defeat Germany and the powers allied with her should the United States be compelled to resort to war. Churchill was further encouraged by a visit to Britain that same day by another American, Wendell Willkie, the Republican candidate whom Roosevelt had defeated in the presidential election. Over lunch, Willkie gave Churchill a handwritten message from Roosevelt. It read, "I think this verse applies to your people as it does to us. Sail on, O ship of state, sail on, O Union strong and great. Humanity, with all its fears, with all the hopes of future years, is hanging breathless on thy fate." The message was yet another confirmation to Churchill of the President's intentions. The obvious meaning was that he was preparing to fight side by side with him. Churchill knew that under the United States Constitution, the President could only ask for a declaration of war. Congress had to approve it. But while a vocal minority of Americans wanted to have nothing to do with Europe's war, the majority wished to help. Churchill told John Colville, "The important element is the boldness of the President. He will lead opinion and not follow it. He does not want war, but he will not shrink from war." In Berlin, Hitler was gearing up for genocide. Throughout 1940, he had hardly mentioned the Jews, but on 30 January 1941, in his traditional speech marking the anniversary of the Nazis' rise to power, he repeated a chilling threat he had first made before war broke out. If the rest of the world should be plunged into a general war because of Jewry, the whole of Jewry will have played out its role in Europe, he declared at the Sportspalast. They can still laugh about it today, just as they used to laugh about my prophecies. The coming months will prove that here, too, I've seen things correctly. Hitler was reinvigorated. "I've seldom seen him like this in recent time," Goebbels observed. "The Führer always impresses me afresh." On 2 February 1941, Hitler told Engel, "Originally it was in my power to break the Jewish might only in Germany, but now the goal must be to destroy Jewish power in the whole of the Axis sphere of influence." 2 weeks later, on 17 February, Hitler, constantly juggling his motives, was back on his tactical track. He is stunned by the reports on the Russian Air Force. A conflict is inevitable, Halder noted after that day's military conference. Once England is finished, he would not be able to rouse the German people to a fight against Russia. Consequently, Russia would have to be disposed of first. That day, Wendell Willkie was back in Washington, briefing Roosevelt on his meeting with Churchill. The President's first question was, "Is he a drunk?" In the light of all the assurances conveyed by Hopkins and the personal messages from Roosevelt himself, it was an extraordinary thing to ask. 9 months on from that cabinet meeting of 10 May 1940, the private suspicions remained. What Churchill did not yet understand was that nothing Roosevelt said could be taken at face value, nor, despite his surface charm and affability, how impenetrable and elusive the President really was. At this time, Henry Stimson described how it was impossible to pin Roosevelt down. His mind does not follow easily a consecutive chain of thought, but he's full of stories and incidents, and hops about in his discussions from suggestion to suggestion, and it is very much like chasing a vagrant beam of sunshine around a vacant room. Roosevelt's lack of clarity and commitment was a deliberate cover, sometimes to keep his real intentions secret, sometimes to keep his options open, and his bonhomie was deceptive. Later, Roosevelt's wife, Eleanor, would warn Churchill, "When Franklin says yes, 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 it doesn't mean he's agreeing, it means he's listening." As yet, Churchill, trying to build a relationship across 3,000 miles of ocean via cable messages, intermediaries and transatlantic phone calls, where words had to be watched for fear of German interception, realized very little of this. He could only proceed on the basis of what he saw and heard. And since the Arsenal of Democracy speech of 29 December, the noises from the man in the White House had been increasingly supportive and belligerent. Stalin's priority was to avoid signs of belligerence. Nothing must be done to hasten conflict with Hitler. At the end of February 1941, General Georgy Zhukov, his newly appointed chief of staff, arrived at his dacha accompanied by General Semyon Timoshenko. Zhukov was alarmed by intelligence reports that the Wehrmacht was eyeing up Russia. Take into consideration, Timoshenko warned before they arrived, that he will not listen to a long lecture. All that you have told me in 3 hours has to be said in 10 minutes. Stalin was dining with Molotov, Zhdanov, Voroshilov and others from the Politburo. As always at the dacha, the dinner was simple: Ukrainian borscht, kasha and stewed meat. Zhukov was brief and to the point, commenting simply that, considering the complicated military-political situation, it was necessary to take urgent measures in time to remedy shortcomings in the Western Front. Stalin was in a good mood, making jokes and drinking kvanchkara, a light Georgian wine. He told Zhukov to proceed with planning for increased mobilization, but warned against the implementation of wild, unrealistic plans for which Russia lacked the means. Stalin also intimated that he had information suggesting that the German troops massing in Poland were simply on training exercises. Hitler was planning the exact opposite, working with his generals on the final instructions for Operation Barbarossa. On 3 March 1940, the Nazi warlord issued General Jodl with directions for the drafting of instructions on special matter attached to Directive No. 21. The forthcoming invasion is more than a mere armed conflict. It is a collision between 2 different ideologies, Hitler instructed Jodl. The Bolshevist Jewish intelligentsia must be eliminated, adding that all Bolshevist leaders or commissars be liquidated. It was a key step on the path to genocide. Information suggesting that Hitler was planning to attack the Soviet Union had now circulated in Moscow, London, and Washington. Roosevelt's Assistant Secretary of State, Adolf Berle, noted, "If my guess as to what happens is right, I think I know now how this thing is coming out. The Germans will tackle Russia and probably will smash her. They will be smashed themselves in the process. I think the 2 dictatorships are going down in one hideous mass of slime and blood and anarchy." On 8 March, the Lend-Lease Bill was passed by the Senate by 60 votes to 31. Harry Hopkins telephoned Chequers in the middle of the British night to give Churchill the good news. The Prime Minister cabled the President, "Our blessings from the whole British Empire go out to you and the American nation for this present help in time of trouble." Goebbels commented in his diary, "Certainly a great success for England, and one which was expected and counted on. Roosevelt wants to encourage England to a prolonged resistance, so that afterwards it will be easier for him to inherit everything that's left. Now in London they'll once again forget all the defeats and setbacks and cheer on Washington. But how long will it last?" Roosevelt gave his answer on 15 March with a rip-roaring speech at the annual dinner of the White House Correspondents Association. "The big news story of this week is this," the President declared. "The world has been told that we realize the danger that confronts us and that to meet that danger our democracy has gone into action. This is the end of any attempts at appeasement in our land, the end of urging us to get along with dictators, the end of compromise with tyranny and the forces of oppression, and the urgency is now." Lord Halifax, the British ambassador, was in the audience. The general impression of it was that there was no longer any doubt that the United States were up to the neck and to the end, whatever the cost, he noted. Certainly no such speech has ever been made by the head of a state not at war without putting it into war. Pray accept my most sincere congratulations and grateful thanks on your magnificent speech, Churchill wrote to Roosevelt the next day from Chequers. It is a trumpet call to free men all over the world, and will play a weighty part in drawing them together. Yet, as so often with Roosevelt, words would not always relate to actions. Some close to him in Washington sensed that he was playing a double game with Churchill, doing everything to boost his morale while also keeping a certain distance. Henry Morgenthau, for one, sounded a note of caution. "I may be mistaken," he noted after a lunch at the White House, "but I don't think that the President has in mind to do anything very dramatic to help England at this time." Churchill could guess nothing of these private doubts in Washington. The day Roosevelt gave his speech, he was spending the weekend at Chequers with the new American ambassador John Winant and Roosevelt's trusted envoy Averell Harriman. The following Monday, Churchill told the War Cabinet that he had been greatly encouraged by their attitude. These two gentlemen, he explained, were apparently longing for Germany to commit some overt act that would relieve the President of his election and pre-election declaration regarding keeping out of the war. Churchill used the occasion of the Pilgrims Society luncheon the next day to thank his American guests. "We are met here today under the strong impression and impact of the historic declaration made on Saturday last by the President of the United States," Churchill declared, "and where could there be a more fitting opportunity than at this gathering of the Pilgrims to greet the new American ambassador and for me to express on behalf of the British nation and empire the sense of encouragement and fortification in our resolve, which has come from across the ocean in those strong, august, and fateful presidential words." Hitler was boasting at the paucity of the American threat. "The Americans have finally let the cat out of the bag," he announced on 24 March. "If one wanted, that in itself could be grounds for war. I could let it come to a war immediately. But at the moment it doesn't suit my purpose. It will come to a war with the USA either way. Roosevelt and the Jewish high finance want war and have to want it, since a German victory in Europe would bring huge capital losses for American Jews in Europe." That afternoon the Führer departed for Austria. 3 weeks before, he had summoned the aging regent of Yugoslavia, Prince Paul, to the Berghof, and with all the bullying and threats perfected in previous years against Austria and Czechoslovakia, had browbeaten him into joining the Axis. On 25 March, a lavish ceremony in Vienna, attended by the Yugoslav Prime Minister Dragiša Cvetković, set the seal on the new alliance. Hitler could feel that he had the Balkans on side in good time to protect his rear before the invasion of Russia. His plans were about to be hit by an unpleasant blow. As for Churchill, he was buoyant at the prospect of his imminent rescue by the President. The coming weeks would bring a savage deflation. Chapter 3. 27 March to 21 June 1941. 27 March 1941, Berlin. It was a bolt from the blue, an insufferable challenge to his authority. In his office in the Reich Chancellery, Hitler angrily brandished the offending telegram. The nasty surprise he was reading through the spectacles kept firmly hidden from public view threatened his entire strategy in the East. At 2 a.m., a group of high-ranking Serbian officers in the Yugoslav army, blazing with the patriotic zeal and aggressive nationalism associated with the Führer himself, had launched a lightning coup in Belgrade. Disgusted by Prince Paul's submission to the Nazis and the coerced entry of their country into the Axis, they had arrested the regent and installed in his place his 17-year-old nephew, King Peter II. Their daring operation was both humiliating and infuriating. Hitler had every reason to assume that with Yugoslavia in the bag, he could exert an easy mastery over the Balkans without having to use force. Now he had an unwelcome diversion, but one that had to be dealt with. he immediately set about planning the destruction of the upstart regime and a ruthless punishment of the Yugoslav nation. The Führer does not let himself be messed around in these matters, Joseph Goebbels observed. By early afternoon, Hitler had gathered together army and Luftwaffe officers. "I am determined to make all preparations to smash Yugoslavia militarily and as a state form," he brutally explained. While the coup's leader, General Dusan Simovic, enjoyed his first few hours at the head of the new Yugoslav government, operational orders for the invasion of Yugoslavia, Directive No. 25, were sent out by General Alfred Jodl. In Moscow, Joseph Stalin was issuing proclamations of his own. As dusk settled on the snow-bound Kremlin, street lights flickering feebly on its icy cobbles, the Soviet leader, normally keen to placate Hitler, now decided to use the Yugoslav coup to send him a signal that the Balkans were just as much a Russian as a German sphere of influence. The arguments over territory during Vyacheslav Molotov's visit to Berlin back in November still rankled. It was time to remind Germany that Russia had muscle too. As soon as news of Simovic's coup reached his desk, Stalin announced official Soviet recognition of the new government in Belgrade. Stalin's impetuous gesture was an extra irritant to Hitler, but also an extra reason to savor the surprise he had lined up for his Soviet collaborator in the early summer. Goebbels, lucid as ever, summed up the Führer's state of mind. "The problem of Yugoslavia," he noted confidently, "will not take up too much time. The big operation then comes later, against R." In London, as Hitler planned his Balkan bloodbath and Stalin drove one further nail into his own coffin, the Yugoslav coup was a shot in the arm. Churchill was having lunch that day with John Wynant before giving a speech to the Trades Union Congress. The news of an unexpected pocket of resistance in Eastern Europe could only improve the appetite. It was breaking all our hearts to see the gallant Serbian and Yugoslav people signing away their souls through weak and cowardly rulers, he told his fellow diner. But I rejoice when I heard that a revolution had taken place. Churchill used his speech as a further affirmation of the unequivocal support he now believed Roosevelt was giving him. Wynant sat in the audience as guest of honor. Nodding in his direction, Churchill told the trade unionists that all the president's men gave me the definite impression that they would be shot stone dead rather than see this cause let down. That evening, in his second major speech of the day, he told the Conservative Association, "There is another supreme event more blessed than victories, namely, the rising of the spirit of the great American nation and its ever more intimate association with the common cause." His words were not only intended to boost British spirits, they were a rallying cry to the President and the supporters of war within his entourage. The day's events added steel to his words. "The Yugoslav nation has found its soul," he informed his evening audience. In Berlin, his speeches were met with anger and derision. "The old liar," wrote Goebbels, "is of course on his high horse." Hitler, already blanching from the Yugoslav affront, allowed himself to be goaded further by Churchill's words. "The Führer is outraged," admitted Goebbels. In the early afternoon, 5 hours behind London time, President Roosevelt was on the last leg of an Atlantic fishing trip aboard his favorite yacht, Potomac, trying to relax despite the buffeting from the choppy Atlantic waters of the Bahamas. A flying boat lumbered into view. On board was the business of Washington, D.C. As the yacht rolled in the surf, the aeroplane circled closer, taking an age to land in the uncertain conditions. Although the United States Congress had passed the Lend-Lease bill 2 weeks before, neither money nor materials could start flowing until the President signed the authorization to release the necessary funds. While Churchill was talking up the transatlantic friendship, Roosevelt was handed the papers that would release the billions of dollars necessary to keep Britain afloat. The President signed, and the pilot took to the skies again with his valuable cargo. Within hours, the $7 billion appropriations bill would pass into law. On 30 March, Hitler summoned his generals for a 2.5-hour lecture in the Reich Chancellery. Yugoslavia was a fly to be quickly swatted. At the same time, the German army would sort out the mess the Italians were making in Greece. After that, the road ahead was clearer than ever. The Führer continued to express both surprise and anger at Churchill's obstinacy. It was a mistake of the British not to take advantage of chances for peace. However, when Russia was quickly crushed, the prop upon which Churchill was relying would have disappeared, leaving Germany the dominant nation in the world. Only the final and drastic solution of all land problems, he told his audience, will enable us to accomplish within 2 years our tasks in the air and on the oceans. After the tactical analysis, it became clear that the seething hatred of Jewish Bolshevism was now foremost in Hitler's mind. This is a war of extermination, he told his generals. We must forget the concept of comradeship between soldiers. Murder was in the air. General Franz Halder described that day as a crushing denunciation of Bolshevism. Barbarossa was not just about land. It was, wrote Halder after the meeting, about a clash of ideologies. Communism is a danger for our future, Hitler explained, and it needed to be totally destroyed. The billions of dollars Roosevelt had signed off for Lend-Lease could only help to thwart Hitler if supplies were shipped safely across the Atlantic. As Nazi U-boats cut an ever-mounting swath through the merchant shipping upon which Britain's survival rested, Roosevelt's more hawkish colleagues pleaded with him to allow American warships to escort the merchant convoys. It was an immediate test of how far Roosevelt was willing to go in risking confrontation with Hitler. He pulled back. Henry Morgenthau noted his words at Cabinet on 2 April. The President said that public opinion was not yet ready for the United States to convoy ships. This was his whole attitude anyway, that he seemed to be still waiting and not ready to go ahead on all-out aid for England. It was the first sign of backsliding, and not the attitude of a man who intended to give his people the firm lead Churchill had come to assume. That weekend, Churchill, blissfully unaware of Roosevelt's retrenchment, was at Ditchley Park. According to John Colville, he spent much of the weekend pacing, or rather tripping, up and down the great hall to the sound of the gramophone, deep in thought. While the corridors rang to the tune of Strauss waltzes and brass band anthems, thoughts were germinating in the Prime Minister's mind. Many months ago he had sensed that Hitler would turn east. Now intelligence reports confirmed it. Despite all the rebuffs from Moscow so far, he decided to write his second letter to Stalin. He told him that a trusted agent, in fact a decrypt of Nazi Enigma messages, had informed the British of German troop movements that could only herald an invasion of the Soviet Union. On 20 March, just after Hitler had initiated his pact with the now deposed Yugoslav government, thus protecting his rear in the Balkans, the Germans had begun to move 3 out of the 5 panzer divisions from Romania to southern Poland. The moment they heard of the Serbian Revolution, this movement was countermanded. Your Excellency will appreciate the significance of these facts. Churchill was asking Stalin to believe that only Hitler's need to deal with the crisis in Yugoslavia was delaying the build-up of a massive German army on the Soviet border. He knew that Stalin would suspect him of engineering friction between Russia and Germany, and instructed Stafford Cripps not to imply that we ourselves required any assistance from the Soviet government, or that they would be acting in any interest but their own. What we want them to realize, Churchill explained, is that Hitler intends to attack them sooner or later. The fact that he is in conflict with us is not in itself sufficient to prevent him from doing so. It is in the Soviet interests to take every possible step to ensure that he does not settle his Balkan problem in the way that he wants. It was a clever and correct deduction. But was there any chance of Stalin fighting Hitler for the sake of General Simovic and his friends? In the early hours of the morning on 6 April 1941, it might have seemed so. Stalin stood beside a delegation from Simovich's new government in the malachite splendor of Catherine Hall, deep in the heart of the Kremlin palace. He bent down to sign the treaty spread out before him. Placing the pen back on the table, he beamed. Celebratory cheers broke out among the assembled ambassadors and politicians as the Soviet-Yugoslav Non-Aggression Pact was cast in ink. Within hours, the vodka-fueled congratulations in Moscow were dashed. At 5:15 a.m., with the city still sleeping, the first Nazi bombs fell on Belgrade. The Soviet warlord was defiant. "Let them come," he said. "We've got strong nerves." It was all froth. Stalin had no intention of fighting. 3 days later, Berlin was subjected to the Royal Air Force's heaviest bombardment of the war so far. The Opera House was flattened and Hitler forced to leave the city. Field headquarters were established aboard his special train America at the mouth of a railway tunnel on the line to Vienna. But on 13 April his equilibrium was restored as Wehrmacht soldiers marched into the smoking ruins of Belgrade. The rejoicing became louder with the news that General Erwin Rommel, the Third Reich's most charismatic commander, had encircled Tobruk in the North African desert. In Greece, the British, already routed in Africa and the Balkans, were executing a humiliating lightning retreat from Mount Olympus. Sitting aboard his train at the foot of the Alps, Hitler, though he did not know it, was enjoying his final unmitigated triumph, the last of the Blitzkrieg. At the same time, at the Yaroslavsky station in central Moscow, Joseph Stalin was bidding farewell to a new friend. The platform was deserted save for the heavy faceless guards and their precious charge, the Japanese Foreign Minister Yosuke Matsuoka. Stalin had just signed a non-aggression pact with Japan. He was thrilled with his coup and got happily tipsy. A newsreel of the signing showed him beaming with pleasure as he linked arms with Matsuoka. His rear was now protected, and he could prepare for the inevitable but, as he saw it, still distant confrontation with Nazism. For Hitler it was another nuisance. He had harboured every hope that Japan, his ally in the Tripartite Pact, would pose a continuing threat to Russia, tying down Soviet troops in Siberia. For Stalin, the overriding aim still remained to prolong the peace with Hitler by continuing his double game of combining occasional displays of firmness with friendly gestures and scrupulous observance of the Nazi-Soviet Pact. As Matsuoka's train pulled out, Stalin walked over to the German military representative in Moscow, Colonel Hans Krebs. Swinging his arm over Krebs's shoulder, Stalin told him, "We must remain friends, and you must now do everything to that end. We will stay friends with you, whatever happens." Stalin's words were reported back to Berlin. Hitler was delighted. "This is marvelous, and for the moment extremely useful." Goebbels noted after conversations with his leader, "It is a fine thing to have power. It seems that Stalin has no desire to make the acquaintance of our German panzers." Despite the risk of enemy bombing, Churchill was spending this weekend at Chequers in the rolling Buckinghamshire countryside hosting a dinner for the two Americans, Wynant and Averell Harriman. They must have thought it a funny party, Anthony Eden recalled, Winston in his rompers in which he had apparently travelled from South Wales. The evening had started on a gloomy note with talk of the setbacks in Libya. It ended, wrote John Colville, in glad, momentous news from the USA. While Roosevelt had balked at armed convoys, he now cabled his intention to extend the limits over which American flying boats and warships could patrol the Atlantic. The pace appeared to be quickening in the long-distance roller coaster ride with the President. The next morning, while the party prepared to motor back to London, Colville had a quiet word with Harriman. "Do you not think last night's news from the US might mean war with Germany?" Colville asked expectantly. "That's what I hope," Harriman replied. But Roosevelt's move gave only small extra protection to the shipping lanes between Britain and America and was little use against a Hitler who now controlled most of Europe and was threatening the whole of the Middle East and India beyond. On 17 April, the last remnants of Yugoslav resistance vanished before Hitler's brutal onslaught. The Nazi dictator celebrated in style with an outdoor concert at his improvised headquarters in the foothills of the Alps. Next to the sidings of his special train, the evening air was filled with the music of triumph and power. Not one to rest on his laurels, the Führer sent orders for the most devastating attack yet on the heart of Churchill's Britain. Yugoslavia had been punished for her impudence. It was now time for the British people to pay for the bombing raids on Berlin. London woke up on the morning of 21 April to the smoking aftermath of thousands of German incendiaries unleashed by a fleet of 700 Luftwaffe bombers. Safely ensconced at Ditchley Park, deep in the Oxfordshire countryside, Churchill mourned yet another battering to British morale. He was entering his darkest period of the war. Nazi triumph in the Balkans, the inexorable retreat in Greece, burning buildings in Britain's cities and burning ships on the Atlantic added up to a dire prospect. Even worse, Roosevelt, in the view of several of his most senior cabinet members, was retreating on his commitment to support the British. At a quiet luncheon in Washington, the Secretary of the Interior, Harold Ickes, and the Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter were venting their frustration. "I have become thoroughly concerned about the state of public opinion in this country," Ickes told Frankfurter, "and at a total loss to understand the President's failure to do something about it." They were not alone in their criticism. 24 hours later, more protests were audible in the offices and restaurants frequented by the great political players. "I found everybody rather discouraged by the war news," complained Henry Stimson in his diary. "The President doesn't seem to be keeping his leadership in regard to the matter." Another close associate of Roosevelt, the former American ambassador to France, William Bullitt, told Ickes that he also did not understand the President's apparent inertia. Retreat in Washington was matched by the continuing freeze in Moscow. Churchill's letter had, after several delays by Cripps, who believed it would be counterproductive, finally reached Stalin. Cripps's judgment was right. Stalin was instantly suspicious, not of Hitler, but of Churchill. He told his generals, "We're being threatened with the Germans and the Germans with the Soviet Union. They're playing us off against each other." Hitler could smell Stalin's fear of battle. "Moscow wants peace," crowed the propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. "Stalin has caught a whiff of what is cooking and is offering the olive branch." The next day he also offered an uncannily accurate insight into Churchill's mood. He is said to be in a very depressed state, spending the entire day smoking and drinking. "This," recorded Goebbels in triumphant tones, "is the kind of enemy we need." The British Prime Minister was now facing up to his greatest crisis since coming to power just under a year before. On 29 April, he conveyed to Roosevelt his private fear that Hitler's blitzkrieg in the Balkans might lead to large parts of the Middle East falling under Nazi control. Not only were Britain's oil supplies under threat, but also the link to her empire in India and beyond. "I feel Hitler may quite easily now gain vast advantages very cheaply," he confided. "We are so fully engaged that we can do little or nothing to stop his spreading himself. At this moment, much hangs in the balance." Churchill's position was also being undermined by internal rumblings against his style of government. The Paymaster General, Maurice Hankey, a stalwart of British administrations since the First World War, wrote to Lord Halifax in Washington, "It is a complete dictatorship. The War Cabinet consists of a long monologue by one man. The others are just yes-men." In an attempt to convince the British people of his energetic leadership, Churchill reshuffled his cabinet. The changes were noted in Berlin with relish. "It is proof of England's bad situation," wrote Joseph Goebbels, "must be worse than all of us assume." On 1 May, Churchill received Roosevelt's reply to his cri de coeur. It shocked him. The president appeared not to see what he was fussing about. Personally, I am not downcast by more spread of Germany for additional large territories, he wrote. There is little of raw materials in all of them put together, not enough to maintain nor compensate for huge occupation forces. For Churchill, Roosevelt's message revealed a devastating truth. It showed that the president simply didn't care about the Middle East, viewing it as part of the outdated empire he would prefer the British to do without. He even appeared to gain positive comfort from the thought of Hitler overreaching himself. The only thing that seemed to matter to him was supplying Britain through the Atlantic in order to keep Hitler away from America. Sitting in his patterned dressing gown, not yet out of bed, Churchill was stuck in gloom. The remaining stack of telegrams piled up the bad news. A British destroyer had been sunk, blocking the Grand Harbour in Malta. Reinforcements for General Archibald Wavell's Operation Tiger in the Mediterranean had been delayed due to engine trouble. In Iraq, the anti-British rebellion continued to explode. Iraqi troops had opened fire that morning on British troops 2 hours before we had intended firing on them, Churchill exclaimed to John Colville. The next day, 2 May 1941, Churchill toured the bombed city of Plymouth. In public, he was keeping his chin up, but Hitler's destruction and Roosevelt's message had together pitched him to rock bottom. He prepared a searingly honest reply to Roosevelt. The PM, in worse gloom than I have ever seen him, dictated a telegram to the president drawing a somber picture of what a collapse in the Middle East would entail, recorded Colville. Then he sketched a world in which Hitler dominated all Europe, Asia, and Africa, and left the US and ourselves no option but an unwilling peace. In desperation, Churchill told Roosevelt he must come to his rescue. Mr. President, the one decisive counterweight I can see would be if the United States were immediately to range herself with us as a belligerent power. Churchill minuted Eden. It seems to me as if there has been a considerable recession across the Atlantic, and that quite unconsciously we are being left very much to our fate. It was a year since Churchill had become Prime Minister, and he was back at square one, on bended knee to Roosevelt, begging him to join the fight, threatening disaster if he didn't. The evasiveness of the man on whom he had pinned everything was dashing all his hopes. In Berlin, laughter echoed from the Führer's office. Hitler and Goebbels were browsing through a new book about Churchill. It reported that he drank like a fish, wore pink silk underwear, and dictated messages in the bath or in his underpants. It was an accurate portrayal of the British leader's endearing eccentricities, but one hardly designed to appeal to Hitler, who was terrified of being seen in a state of undress. Once the laughter had subsided, Hitler regained his composure and turned to his companion. The British Empire is slowly disintegrating. Not much will be salvageable. Churchill and Stalin had deeper pockets of resistance than Hitler was at this point capable of imagining. Despite the transatlantic depression, Churchill still did not countenance the possibility of defeat. As he began to recover from the jolt of Roosevelt's cable, he told Colville that while this was the decisive moment, it is being established not whether we shall win or lose, but whether the duration of the war will be long or short. Stalin, too, was preparing to fight. On 5 May 1941, he told graduates of the Red Army Academy, "We must prepare for war. The enemy will be Germany. But not yet, for another year at least." In the meantime, while Russia's forces retrained and rearmed, Stalin ordered that nothing must be done to provoke a Nazi attack. His submissiveness only quickened Hitler's pulse. In Berlin, Colonel Krebs had just returned from Moscow. "Russia will do anything to avoid war," he told Hitler, who heard him out with mounting pleasure. "Russia's higher officers' corps are decidedly bad," announced the Führer. "It will take Russia 20 years to reach her old level." The next day, Halder outlined Hitler's plans for his war in the East to the foot soldiers of the Third Reich. Troops, Halder told them, must do their share in the ideological struggle of the Eastern Campaign. Hitler's genocidal aspirations were filtering down through the ranks. Driving down to Berchtesgaden on 9 May, Hitler was able to believe that his opponents across the globe were mastered. Churchill was an idiot paralyzed by depression, Roosevelt too canny to fight, Stalin too feeble to resist. He told Goebbels, "Churchill is out of his depth, but what can England do? The empire will be ruined when all this is over." The next day, Hitler was in for a nasty shock. At 6 p.m. on 10 May 1941, a Messerschmitt 110D took off from the small airstrip in the pretty town of Augsburg, just north of Munich. Flying due northeast, the plane sped into the darkness. 4 hours later, passing over the blacked-out cities of Britain, the Nazi aircraft, rather than stopping to unload a deadly barrage of explosives, continued northwards, eventually emerging from the clouds above the rolling Lanarkshire countryside. At Dungavel, the Scottish estate of the Duke of Hamilton, the quiet of the starless night was broken by the splutter of engines as the plane lurched towards the ground and crash-landed in a smoking heap. Having bailed out just minutes before, the pilot was discovered alive, well, and with an extraordinary tale to tell. The following day, as the Duke of Hamilton carried his strange story to Churchill at Ditchley Park, Hitler was handed a sealed envelope by the adjutant of the deputy leader of the Nazi Party, Rudolf Hess. Karl-Heinz Pinch winced as the silence at the Berghof was suddenly broken with an almighty roar. "Bormann immediately," Hitler screeched. "Where is Bormann?" He picked up the telephone. In Nuremberg, Hermann Goering answered. "Get here immediately," Hitler raged. "Something dreadful has happened." At Ditchley Park, a dinner party was in full swing. Churchill, fully fortified by champagne and good food, was in the best of humours. "Now come and tell us this funny story of yours," he told Hamilton. All the guests except the Secretary of State for Air, Sir Archibald Sinclair, withdrew. Churchill was informed of the bizarre events of the day before. The mystery guest who had landed in Dungavel was claiming to be Hitler's long-term associate and heir apparent, Rudolf Hess. He said he was on a top-secret peace mission authorized by the Führer himself. Not convinced of Hamilton's tale, the Prime Minister was determined not to allow the evening's entertainment to be interrupted. "Hess or no Hess, I'm going to watch the Marx Brothers," he told the stunned Duke. After a full interrogation on 12 May, Hess's identity was confirmed. Churchill, enjoying every moment, decided to sit on the story in the hope of confusing Hitler. A few hours later, Germany issued a communiqué. The silence maintained by Great Britain had convinced Hitler that his worst fears were true. Hess had not crashed to his death, but was in captivity. He immediately sought to discredit Hess and his treachery. Churchill was thrilled as he listened to German claims that Hess was a victim of hallucinations, and that his parting letter showed in its confusion the traces of a mental derangement. Hitler was rattled and embarrassed. It may have made little difference to the military struggle, but it certainly raised the spirits. It also had a remarkable effect on Stalin. Hess's contact with the British, wrote Sergo Beria, the son of Stalin's notorious intelligence chief, was followed by Stalin hour by hour, studied microscopically, analysed minutely. Beria claimed that the Soviet spy at the heart of the British Secret Service, Kim Philby, was feeding through the latest information to Moscow even before Churchill himself was receiving it. Stalin quickly jumped to a conclusion which would have devastating consequences. All along he had suspected the motives behind Churchill's letter warning him of German troop movements. Now the Hess mission confirmed all those suspicions. There could only be one explanation. Churchill's message and intelligence reports emanating from different parts of the world were all a conspiracy designed to trick him into launching a preemptive strike against Hitler. 3 days after Hess landed, Stalin addressed the Central Party Committee. What he said was taken down verbatim by Yuri Chadaev, its recently appointed secretary. Stalin first laid bare the background to the giant conspiracy he had detected. On the one hand, Churchill sends us a personal message in which he warns us about Hitler's aggressive intentions, and on the other hand, the British meet Hess, who is undoubtedly Hitler's confidant, and conduct negotiations with Germany through him. Stalin argued that there was only one possible conclusion. Apparently, when Churchill sent us his personal warning, he believed that we would activate our military mechanism. Then Hitler would have a direct and fair reason to launch a preventive crusade against the Soviet Union. Stalin asked his audience, "Is Hitler ready for such a crusade?" Stalin knew that Hitler could not be. To fight a war on two fronts was the act of an irrational man, and Hitler was not that. So the policy must continue. We must not supply reasons for Hitler to attack us. Let's not complicate our relations with him. For the next 5 weeks, this deduction became a blinding article of faith as Stalin dismissed warning after warning of imminent German attack. His generals were desperate. German forces continued to build up along the borders of the USSR. On 12 May, Stalin sanctioned the calling up of 500,000 reserves, but this was a timid gesture, particularly as that day Marshal Semyon Timoshenko had told Stalin that German reconnaissance flights had been flying illegally over Soviet territory. Stalin listened impassively. "I'm not sure Hitler knows about those flights," he replied. On the other side of the world, in Washington, a similar conflict was being played out. Some of Roosevelt's most senior colleagues were conspiring against what they saw as the president's feebleness. On 12 May, the Interior Secretary, Harold Ickes, organized a secret meeting with the War Secretary, Henry Stimson, the Attorney General, Robert Jackson, and the Navy Secretary, Frank Knox. Ickes noted in his diary, "I called this meeting to see to what extent these men might be willing to join in a written representation to the President. All of us found ourselves in complete agreement. None of us could account for the President's failure of leadership." 2 days later, another senior cabinet member, Henry Morgenthau, recorded in his diary a meeting with Harry Hopkins, the man closest to Roosevelt. Hopkins said the President has never said so in so many words, but he thinks the President is loath to get us into this war, and he would rather follow public opinion than to lead it. At this pivotal moment, Roosevelt appeared to suffer some form of psychological crisis. Pressured by the small but still vocal minority of isolationists on one side and the hawks in his cabinet on the other, he spent much of May 1941 in bed and rarely went to the office. He had a mild cold but was not otherwise physically ill. After visiting him in his White House bedroom, one of Roosevelt's speechwriters, Robert Sherwood, remarked to the President's secretary, Marguerite Missy LeHand, "The President seems in fine shape to me. He didn't cough or sneeze or even blow his nose the whole time I was there, and he looked wonderfully well." Sherwood, however, had noticed that the President's usually sunny disposition was missing. "What is really the matter with him?" he asked as he followed Missy back into her office. LeHand passed it off by replying, "What he's suffering from most of all is a case of sheer exasperation." Churchill's ever more desperate cables could only have added to his feelings of oppression. On 21 May he told him, "Whatever happens, you may be sure we shall fight on, and I am sure we can at least save ourselves, but what is the good of that?" As Churchill was sending his message, in the cold waters of the South Atlantic, a German submarine closed in on its prey, a passenger ship en route to South Africa. The U-boat commander signaled a warning to the ship to stop for inspection. There was no response. Within 30 minutes it was heading for the ocean floor. There were few survivors. The sinking had a significance beyond the human tragedy. The ship, the Robin Moore, was American. Could this be the belligerent act, the something dramatic that Roosevelt needed to push his nation to war? When the news filtered through to Washington, Harry Hopkins told Roosevelt it was time to give the United States Navy full freedom to police the Atlantic, using force where it saw fit. On 27 May, Roosevelt got up from his bed to deliver a fireside chat to the nation. Several of his colleagues were hoping for a raising of the stakes against the Nazis. The day before, he privately admitted that Hitler and his increasingly bloody domination of Europe was weighing heavily in his thoughts. "My recent nightmares," Roosevelt told a group of aides, "have been dominated by images of the Luftwaffe bombing New York and being forced to shelter in a bomb-proof cave until a squadron of German planes has passed over." It was a rare window into the deepest fears of this most elusive of leaders. As Americans awaited their president's speech, Churchill sat in glum silence in the cramped hall of Church House, a wartime location of the House of Commons. Brendan Bracken entered the room in a flurry of excitement, holding a piece of paper. It was passed to the Prime Minister, who glanced at the text and leapt from his seat. "I have just received news," he announced triumphantly, "that the Bismarck is sunk." The tension in the room was shattered by victorious cheering and clapping. Nearly a week of cat and mouse between the deadly German battleship and the Royal Navy had finally come to an end. The sinking of HMS Hood and the deaths of 2,000 men were avenged. Returning to the cabinet war rooms later that day, the cheers and encouragement of his parliamentary colleagues still ringing in his ears, Churchill sat down to listen to the radio. Sitting at his desk, Roosevelt leaned towards the microphone. "The first and fundamental fact," he told his listeners across the world, "is that what started as a European war has developed, as the Nazis always intended it should develop, into a world war for world domination." In London, Churchill listened with satisfaction. "The war," Roosevelt continued, "is approaching the brink of the Western Hemisphere itself. It is coming very close to home." The President announced that the United States had doubled and redoubled our vast production, increasing month by month our material supply of the tools of war for ourselves and for Britain. To his listeners across the Atlantic, there was an aggression in Roosevelt's words that surely meant action would this time follow. "We will not hesitate to use our armed forces to repel attack. I have tonight," he declared, "issued a proclamation that an unlimited national emergency exists and requires the strengthening of our defence to the extreme limit of our national power and authority." The cautious Lord Halifax, listening at the British Embassy in Washington, was encouraged. "I thought it was very good indeed," he noted. "I had hardly hoped he had gone so far, and certainly there is no drawing back now." However, some in Roosevelt's own cabinet were not so sure. "It was not the kind of speech that I hoped he would make," complained Harold Ickes. "Right at the end, when I thought that the whole thing was going to flatten out into what would inevitably have been a psychological nosedive for the country, he did declare a total emergency. But to declare a total emergency without acts to follow it up means little. Lo and behold, the speech has been softened," judged Henry Stimson, Roosevelt's war secretary. However, the next morning he found his boss in blazing form, interrogating him about delays in delivering American-built bombers to Britain. "I am anxious to cut through all of the formalities that are not legally prohibitive," the President told Stimson, "and help the British get this job done with dispatch." Was this the visionary leader edging his nation towards war, or the consummate politician continuing to do everything to stay out while arming others to do the fighting? In Berlin, Goebbels delivered his verdict. "We must wait and see what he does next. In any case, there is no talk of war at present. At the moment, he doesn't dare." Not for the first time, Goebbels hit the nail on the head. Scanning the British and world press, he concluded, "Officially, London is delighted, but the Reuters office makes no attempt to hide its deep disappointment. They had expected more." Encouraged that Roosevelt seemed no nearer to war, Goebbels turned his attentions to Russia. "Moscow is still buzzing with rumors," he noted. "Stalin seems to be gradually seeing the light, but the rest of the time he stares like a rabbit with a snake." Brimming with confidence, the Nazi war machine moved inexorably towards Hitler's date with destiny. Stalin was scoffing at all the predictions, even by his own intelligence service, of what that date might be. On 5 June, he told the Central Committee, "At first, our intelligence gave 14, 15, 20 May as possible dates of the attack. Now they claim it's going to be either 15 or 22 June. Apparently, these dates could also be wrong. Let's instead cherish the hope that 1941 will remain peaceful." General Timoshenko was appalled by his leader's breezy complacency. "German military preparations demonstrate that the war will break out this year and very soon," Timoshenko objected. "Don't try to frighten us," Stalin snapped. He continued to stake his life on his conspiracy theory that the democratic nations of Europe and America were ganging up on him. England, France, and America see in Germany their only hope of getting rid of Bolshevism, and therefore help the Nazis in all possible ways in their crusade to the east. He was implacable. "We must carefully fulfill our obligations under the Soviet-German treaty," he ordered, "so that Germany will be unable to find any violations of the treaty on our part." In London, Churchill and his colleagues could not fathom Stalin's behavior. During the first 2 weeks in June, despite the hostile silence from Moscow, Churchill instructed the Foreign Office to continue to pass information to Stalin on the activities of Hitler's forces along the Soviet border. In the privacy of his diary, the Permanent Undersecretary, Sir Alexander Cadogan, railed at his thankless task. "You can't do anything nowadays with any country unless you can A. threaten, B. bribe it. Russia has A. no fear of us whatever, and B. we have nothing to offer her. You can juggle with words and jiggle with drafts as much as you like, and you'll get nowhere." On 12 June, Stalin told his generals, "I am certain that Hitler will not risk creating a second front by attacking the Soviet Union. Hitler is not such an idiot." 2 days later, he directed a public counterblast at the interfering and troublemaking British. The official Soviet press agency, TASS, published a statement from the Kremlin to every news bureau in the world. In the opinion of Soviet circles, rumors of Germany's intention to break the pact and open an attack on the USSR are devoid of all foundations, TASS reported. The USSR, consistently with its policy of peace, has observed and intends to observe the provisions of the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Pact, and therefore rumors that the USSR is preparing for war with Germany are lies and provocations. Stalin wanted the world, and Hitler above all, to see where his loyalties lay. It was 8 days to the launch of Barbarossa. 3 million Nazi troops were gathering on his border. On 16 June, 6 days to go, the People's Commissar for State Security, Vsevolod Merkulov, was ushered in by Stalin's rotund secretary, Alexander Poskrobyshev. Clearing his throat, Merkulov spoke carefully. Soviet agent Starshina, embedded deep in Luftwaffe headquarters, had confirmed Merkulov's worst fears. The final decision to attack the USSR had been issued by the Führer. "Tell the source in the staff of the German Air Force," Stalin screeched, "to fuck his mother." The same day, Hitler told Goebbels, "That which we have spent our lives fighting we will now annihilate. Whether right or wrong, we must win. And when we have won, who will ask about the method?" On 18 June, 4 days to go, Stalin chaired a fiery 3-hour meeting of the Red Army General Staff. Marshals Timoshenko and Georgy Zhukov implored their leader to issue a full alert to the army. Stalin moved restlessly in his chair, the anger mounting. Suddenly he leapt to his feet. "Have you come to scare us with war? Or do you want a war because you're not sufficiently decorated or your rank isn't high enough?" he bellowed at Zhukov. "You have to realize that Germany will never fight Russia on her own. You must understand this." The dictator marched out of the room. A moment later, as the marshals exchanged fearful glances, Stalin stormed back in. "If you're going to provoke the Germans on the frontier by moving troops there without our permission, then heads will roll. He warned in sinister tones, "Mark my words." Goebbels was watching the people of Berlin walking harmlessly about in the rain, happy people who know nothing of all our concerns and live for the day. On 20 June, 2 days to go, Hitler summoned his favourite architect Albert Speer to the grand wood-panelled office in the Reich Chancellery. The music he had chosen as his fanfare for victory in Russia, a grandiose passage from Liszt's Les Préludes, swirled around the room. "You will hear that often in the future," Hitler declared as Speer entered. "How do you like it? We'll be getting our granite and marble from Russia in any quantities we want." At 2:30 a.m. Hitler made his way to bed. Before 3 months have passed, Hitler announced to his entourage before retiring, "We shall witness a collapse in Russia the like of which has never been seen in history." On Saturday, 21 June, 1 day to go, Churchill sensed the tremors. "The PM says a German attack on Russia is certain, and Russia will assuredly be defeated," recorded John Colville. "He says he will go all out to help Russia. I said that for him, the arch-anti-communist, this was bowing down in the house of Rimmon. He replied that he had only one single purpose, the destruction of Hitler, and his life was much simplified thereby. If Hitler invaded hell, he would at least make a favourable reference to the devil." In Berlin, Hitler was content to have thrown his fate into the hands of Providence. "The Führer seems to lose his fear as the decision comes nearer," wrote Goebbels. "It is always the same with him. He relaxes visibly. All the exhaustion seems to drop away. We pace up and down in his salon for 3 hours. I am granted more insights into his most secret thoughts. We have no choice but to attack. This cancerous sore must be cauterized. Stalin will fall. The fortune of war will decide." In Moscow, though Stalin still refused to see it coming, it was now apparent to his closest associates that the Nazis were on their way. One of them, Georgy Dimitrov, noted in his diary, "Rumours of an impending attack are multiplying on all sides. Have to be on guard. Called Molotov this morning. Molotov, the situation is unclear. There is a major game underway." Stalin was spending the weekend at his dacha among the flat wheat fields and forests west of Moscow, a countryside that would soon be blooded by the most violent war mankind had ever fought. After a grueling Politburo meeting, the Soviet dictator walked slowly into the calm silence of his bedroom. Within minutes he was asleep. Just 2 hours later, the silence was broken with the sounds of the telephone. "Who's calling?" the NKVD officer on duty asked grumpily. "Zhukov, Chief of Staff," came the insistent reply. "Please connect me to Comrade Stalin. It's urgent." The time was 3:30 a.m., and the destiny of all 4 warlords was about to be changed forever. Chapter 4. 22 June to 8 August 1941. "Did you understand what I said, Comrade Stalin?" The telephone line fell silent. General Zhukov tried once again. "Comrade Stalin, do you understand?" The response was a mumble. "Come to the Kremlin with Timoshenko. Tell Poskrebyshev to summon all the members of the Politburo." It was 4 a.m. on 22 June 1941. On the same date that Napoleon had once invaded Russia, Hitler had now followed in his footsteps. It was, as Joseph Goebbels noted, the greatest deployment in world history. Over 3 million German troops were sweeping across a 930-mile stretch of the Soviet frontier. Operation Barbarossa had begun. German radio played Liszt's Les Préludes, Hitler's fanfare for victory, as Stalin's car swept through the empty streets of Moscow towards the Kremlin. At 5:45 a.m., the Politburo, together with Generals Georgy Zhukov and Semyon Timoshenko, gathered in Stalin's office. After hearing a situation report from Timoshenko, Stalin dispatched Vyacheslav Molotov to telephone the German embassy. "The German government has declared war on us," Molotov announced when he returned to the office. "The enemy will be beaten all along the line," Stalin retorted. Zhukov and Timoshenko departed with instructions from Stalin that our armies will fall upon the enemy with all the forces and all the means at their disposal. As Georgy Dimitrov arrived in Stalin's office at 8:40 a.m., Molotov, Kliment Voroshilov, Lazar Kaganovich and Georgy Malenkov were with him sitting in silence. "They attacked us without declaring any grievances," Stalin told Dimitrov, "without demanding any negotiations. They attacked us viciously like gangsters." Yuri Chadaev, the Sovnarkom secretary who was taking a record of that morning's meeting, noticed that his boss looked tired, worn out. His pockmarked face was drawn and haggard. Stalin refused to speak to the nation. Molotov had to do it instead. As news of the enormous losses came in, hundreds of aircraft and 66 aerodromes destroyed in the first few hours, Stalin instructed Lavrentiy Beria, the bloodthirsty head of the KGB, to take immediate action. "This is a monstrous crime," he said. "Those responsible must lose their heads." Beria's targets were not Germans, but Russian commanders on the front. Behind the new front line, Hitler had gained a sense of inner peace. He had completed an extraordinary mental journey. A year before, he had seen the invasion of Russia as a tactic to make Britain crumble. Now the ideology with which he had set out 20 years before had once again taken pride of place. He wrote to his Italian ally, Benito Mussolini, "Let me say one more thing, Duce. Since I struggled through to this decision, I again feel spiritually free. The partnership with the Soviet Union was often very irksome to me, for in some way or other it seemed to me to be a break with my whole origin, my concepts, and my former obligations. I am happy now to be relieved of these mental agonies." In London, Churchill too was at peace. John Colville woke him at 8 a.m. with the life-saving news from Russia. Finally, he had a fighting ally against Hitler. He immediately set about preparing a public statement. "I had not the slightest doubt where our duty and our policy lay, nor indeed what to say," he later wrote. He had been waiting for rescue ever since May 1940 and imagined his saviour would be Roosevelt. Hitler, with his folly, had beaten him to it and driven Stalin into his arms. "The Russian danger," he announced in a radio broadcast several hours later, "is therefore our danger and the danger of the United States." Churchill, the arch-anti-communist who had been the leading proponent of sending British troops in 1919 to fight the Bolsheviks, now joyously and unreservedly welcomed Stalin into the fold. Over in Washington, Roosevelt had just woken up. Despite the momentous nature of events, he stayed silent. "It was extremely fortunate for us that Churchill stepped forward in this forthright manner because there was not a word from the President," complained Harold Ickes with familiar frustration. "It would be just like him to wait for some expression of public opinion instead of giving direction to that public opinion." But Roosevelt's subtle mind was already in overdrive. To Churchill, the invasion showed more than ever Hitler's global ambitions. He believed that it could only compel Roosevelt to draw nearer to war. But the president was soon drawing a different conclusion. He quickly calculated that Hitler's move would get him off the hook which had been causing him such depression. Russia's forced entry into the battle could help America to continue to stay out of the war. Instead, the Soviet Union could be a second nation to be financed to fight Germany. The sudden convulsion was sending chain reactions to all corners, among them the netherworld of espionage. On hearing of the attack, Guy Liddell, head of MI5's counter-subversion unit, noted, "I shall be pleased and surprised if the Germans are not in Moscow within a fortnight. They may, however, get severely damaged in the process." For men like Liddell, the recasting of international alliances brought a problem. Stalin was now an ally of Great Britain, and Churchill's spy chiefs were instructed to treat her as such. The official history of F2C, the unit within MI5 that dealt with Soviet espionage, noted that the new alliance caused the Foreign Office to lay down rigid rules restricting action permissible by the security service to the barest minimum. The insidious borrowing of spies such as the Cambridge Five proceeded unmolested. At 3:20 a.m. on 23 June 1941, Stalin's closest colleagues were recalled to the Kremlin. Operation Barbarossa had been hammering Soviet cities and military installations for 24 hours. Stalin seemed unable to absorb the scale of the devastation. His generals told him that German tanks were bearing down on Minsk, which had already been pounded with Luftwaffe bombs. "What was that you said? What's happening in Minsk?" Stalin demanded of General Nikolai Vatutin. "Have you got this right? How do you know this?" "No, Comrade Stalin, I'm not getting mixed up," Vatutin responded. "The Western Front has virtually collapsed." "We must insist on immediate help from our allies," Stalin told the Politburo. "It is important that the allies not only declare their intentions but provide real help." However, Stalin believed that the British and Americans would not support the USSR until they think that we are out of breath and are ready for an armistice with Germany. Later that day in London, Churchill summoned the War Cabinet. He had not sought prior consent from his colleagues before announcing in his broadcast the day before that Britain would commit itself to Russia. It had been necessary to act quickly, he told them. Churchill was filled with energy. Not only was he seeking to aid Stalin as much and as quickly as possible, he was thinking of fresh campaigns. "The PM is now toying with the idea of an armed raid on the French coast while the Germans are busy in Russia," John Colville noted. "Now, he says, is the time to make hell while the sun shines." In Washington, Roosevelt was consolidating his plan to finance the Russians. He had just received 2 memos from Oscar Cox, one of Harry Hopkins' most brilliant aides. Cox advised there is no doubt that aid can legally be rendered to Russia under the Lend-Lease Act, and stated, "Our practical choice is clear. Whether or not we like Russia's internal and other policies, we will aid Russia in our national interest to eliminate the far more immediate danger to our security from Hitler's already partially executed plans to rule the world." The War Secretary, Henry Stimson, wrote to the President imploring him also to take a more aggressive line with naval operations in the Atlantic. This precious and unforeseen period of respite should be used to push with the utmost vigour our movements in the Atlantic theatre of operations, he wrote after discussions with the American Chiefs of Staff. They were unanimously of the feeling that such pressure on our part was the right way to help Britain, to discourage Germany, and to strengthen our own position of defence against our most imminent danger. Yet Roosevelt would continue to be wary of anything that might involve Americans in hostilities. Late on that night of 23 June, Hitler arrived for the first time at his new headquarters near Rustenburg in the dark wooded countryside of eastern Prussia. The Wolfschanze, or Wolf's Lair, a vast, gloomy complex of concrete bunkers, was to be the Führer's home for much of the rest of the war. The regime was strict. Situation reports were given to Hitler by Generals Alfred Jodl and Walter von Brauchitsch, followed by lunch at 2 p.m. At 5 p.m. his secretaries would be called in for coffee and cakes, after which a further situation report would be given at 6 p.m. Dinner always started promptly at 7:30 p.m., with Hitler consuming simple vegetarian food. Baked potatoes with curd cheese were a favourite. In Berlin, despite the atmosphere of exhilaration as reports came in of sweeping victories, Goebbels sounded a note of caution. "We'll soon pull it off. We must soon pull it off. Among the people there's a somewhat depressed mood. The people want peace. Every new theatre of war causes concern and worry." Benito Mussolini was less restrained. "I am certain," he replied to his letter from the Führer, "that the campaign against Bolshevist Russia will culminate in a dazzling victory, and that this victory will be the prologue to the total victory over the Anglo-Saxon world." 3 days later, German troops were continuing to enjoy unlimited success. Hitler's armies had marched 185 miles within the borders of the USSR. That same day, 26 June 1941, Roosevelt was confirming the strategic core of his new tactics. He wrote to one of his closest associates, Admiral William Leahy, "Now comes this Russian diversion. If it is more than just that, it will mean the liberation of Europe from Nazi domination. And at the same time, I do not think we need to worry about any possibility of Russian domination." Roosevelt's benign view of Soviet intentions, which in the coming years would exert such a grip on Allied relationships, was beginning to colour his actions. Stalin was sinking into a depression. On 28 June, the meeting in his office at the Kremlin finished at 12:50 a.m. Angry at the lack of information from the front, he walked out with Beria and Molotov to visit the Defense Commissariat. There was no good news. In fact, there was very little news at all. The situation at the front was chaotic. Before getting in his car to travel to his dacha at Kuntsevo, Stalin erupted. "Lenin founded our state and we've fucked it up." The Soviet warlord did not return to the Kremlin for 3 days. His closest associates were alarmed, to say the least, Chadaev said of this time. "We all knew that he usually summoned one official after another with not much of an interval in between. But now the telephones were silent. We knew only that he was at the nearest dacha, but nobody felt bold enough to go and see him. During the days of his seclusion, members of the Politburo met in Molotov's office, trying to decide what to do. According to the dacha staff, Stalin was alive and well, but he had shut himself up, away from everybody, was receiving nobody, and wasn't answering the phone. Stalin knew that he had lost the mind game with Hitler. His great conspiracy theory that the democracies were plotting to provoke him was shattered. His misreading of Hitler, the man he had viewed as a rational strategist, was total. His daughter Svetlana later suggested that he had not guessed or foreseen that the Pact of 1939, which he had considered the outcome of his own great cunning, would be broken by an enemy more cunning than himself. This was the real reason for his deep depression at the start of the war. It was his immense political miscalculation. Even after the war was over, he was in the habit of repeating, together with the Germans we would have been invincible." While militarily Barbarossa turned the war on its head, his experience with Hitler also had a vital psychological effect on Stalin. He later remarked, "When you're trying to make a decision, never put yourself into the mind of the other person, because if you do, you can make a terrible mistake." At the Wolf's Lair, Hitler was in dramatic form. "In 4 weeks we will be in Moscow. It will be razed to the ground," he told the assembled group, including his secretary, Christa Schröder. Yet he still felt the need to justify himself. According to Schröder, her boss was constantly emphasizing what a great danger Bolshevism was for Europe, and that if he had waited another year, it would probably have been too late. "If ever the German soldier earns a laurel wreath," the Nazi warlord told his companions at the Wolf's Lair, "it will be for this campaign." Yet Hitler would be the eventual loser of his duel with Stalin. Though it seemed an inconceivable outcome in these early triumphant days, his decision to attack Russia had signed the death warrant of his own dreams of empire and of European imperialism in general. In London, Churchill, unaware of Stalin's slump into depression, was giving instructions for precious information to be passed on to his new ally. The code-breakers at Bletchley had managed to crack the Enigma key used by Hitler's troops on the Eastern Front. This information, known as Vulture, was passed on to the Soviets via British military intelligence officer Cecil Barclay, who was based at the British Embassy in Moscow. The source of the information was not released, and details of German troop movements and orders were given to Stalin in disguised form. There was little the Soviets could do with it. The death toll that day in the battle for Minsk reached tens of thousands. The next day, 29 June, Sir Stafford Cripps, now a visitor to be welcomed at the Kremlin rather than frozen out, was presented with an enormous list by his Soviet hosts of equipment they required. It included 3,000 fighter aircraft, 20,000 light aircraft guns, radar and night fighting equipment. The Foreign Office noted that the Soviet demands were presented in less than diplomatic language. However, the Russians had no intention of giving away in return any information about the basis of their list. In London, 24 hours later, there was frustration. The Russians, who are being driven back by the Germans, are showing unbelievable reticence to our military mission in Moscow, John Colville noted. Molotov will tell us nothing beyond what is in the official communiques. Now, in their hour of need, the Soviet government, or at any rate Molotov, is as suspicious and uncooperative as when we were negotiating a treaty in the summer of 1939. MI5 agreed that old suspicions remained. I sense that the Russians are angling for a binding agreement, as they probably fear that at some future date we may make peace at their expense, Guy Liddell noted in his secret diary. Ivan Maisky wrote to his superiors at the Foreign Ministry in Moscow that the British were reluctant to discuss wider political issues because of the position of the USA and its diehards. Maisky was astutely hinting at Roosevelt's long-standing hostility towards spheres of influence in Europe and the brakes this might put on the British in coming to a long-term agreement. In Washington, old frustrations were rearing up again. While Roosevelt was planning his aid package for Russia behind closed doors, he was hesitating to go public and whip up the support of the American people. Any further commitments in the Atlantic remained off-limits. Henry Stimson talked to the president on the telephone. Roosevelt explained that a new and favorable Gallup poll was due to be published. I replied that I was glad of that, Stimson recorded, but that I wanted to remind him again that all these polls omitted one factor which he seemed himself rather to neglect, namely, that is the power of his own leadership, that I had no fear that if he would lead, the whole country would follow. The president replied in a rather weary and tired voice that he appreciated that, but he had been feeling so mean, as he expressed it. I was troubled by the fact that he seems to be without spirit. That evening in Moscow, a bold initiative was underway. For 48 hours the government had been crippled. Orders could not be given without Stalin's consent. In his 2-day absence, while the Wehrmacht continued to advance towards Moscow and Leningrad, the Soviet machinery of power was paralyzed. Beria devised a plan for a state defense committee, essentially a war cabinet, to be formed with Stalin at its head. Beria, Molotov, and several of Stalin's closest colleagues decided to go to Kuntsevo and drag Stalin from his quagmire and back into active leadership. "Why have you come?" a haggard and depressed-looking Stalin asked when they arrived at the dacha. His colleagues explained the plan for the Defense Committee and said that they desired Stalin to lead it. All the tension knotted in Stalin's face lifted immediately. His peers had reasserted their confidence in his leadership, and the Soviet warlords' vigor and confidence returned. His colleagues knew there was a downside. "We were witness to Stalin's moments of weakness, and he will never forgive us for that. Don't forget it," Beria warned. Meetings resumed at the Kremlin at 4:40 p.m. on 1 July 1941. 2 days later, Stalin finally addressed the nation. It was a patriotic call to arms and to join hands with Britain and America, an idea that must have puzzled many of his beleaguered listeners. "Comrades, citizens, fighting men of our army and navy, brothers and sisters, I turn to you, my friends," he announced in his soft, indeed unimpressive voice, "in this national war of defence of our fatherland against the fascist oppressor." The historic speech of the British Prime Minister, Mr. Churchill, he continued, regarding aid to the Soviet Union and the declaration of the United States of its readiness to render aid to our country, can only evoke a feeling of gratitude in the hearts of the people of the Soviet Union. Historic speech made by Stalin, Georgy Dimitrov noted, explaining the situation and calling for a merciless national war to smash the enemy. Stalin, in his moment of danger, was choosing to invoke patriotism rather than the ideological struggle. The fighting talk in Moscow was matched by an unshakable confidence at Führer headquarters. It is probably no overstatement to say that the Russian campaign has been won in the space of 2 weeks, Franz Halder noted. Hitler announced that as soon as the battle in the East changes from an effort to annihilate the enemy armed forces to one of paralyzing the enemy economy, our next tasks in the war against Britain will come to the foreground and require preparation. The tactical reason for Barbarossa had not been forgotten. 4 days later in Washington, the President explained his own analysis of Hitler's latest move. At a meeting in the White House with the British ambassador, he was, according to Lord Halifax, on good form. Hitler's attack on Russia was based on a political miscalculation as to the psychological effect it would have on the world, Roosevelt said. While this discussion was taking place, Operation Indigo was finally launched, the American occupation of Iceland, strategically important because of its position on the northern route between the United States and Great Britain. British troops had been stationed there to deter a German attack since December 1940, but now American soldiers had arrived to take their place. British soldiers were released to join the battle while the Americans waited and watched. In Moscow the next day, 8 July 1941, Stalin received his first letter from Churchill as a comrade in arms. "We are all very glad that the Russian armies are making such strong and spirited resistance to the utterly unprovoked and merciless invasion of the Nazis," Churchill wrote. "We shall do everything to help you that time, geography, and our growing resources allow." Stalin was unimpressed by such flowery language and vague reassurances. He wanted a formal agreement with Britain, which in the first instance would allay his continuing suspicion that Churchill really wanted to stand aside while Germany and Russia destroyed each other. He told Sir Stafford Cripps, who had delivered the letter to the Kremlin, that he was not raising the question of the establishment of spheres of influence and wanted a general agreement that would assert 1. Mutual help without any precision as to quantity or quality, 2. Neither country to conclude a separate peace. It would be, he stated, dangerous to delay agreement. Hitler was in conference with his generals at the Wolf's Lair. "It is the Führer's firm decision to level Moscow and Leningrad and make them uninhabitable," Halder recorded, "so as to relieve us of the necessity of having to feed the populations through the winter. The cities will be raised by air force. Tanks must not be used for the purpose. It must," Hitler announced, "be a national catastrophe which will deprive not only Bolshevism but also Muscovite nationalism of their centres." Goebbels arrived for his first visit to the Führer's new headquarters. Hitler's own rooms bore the usual hallmarks. The windows in his concrete bunker all faced north, so that no sunlight would penetrate into the cold darkness. Hitler informed him that 2/3 of the Red Army had been destroyed or damaged, along with 5/6 of their tanks and aircraft. Hitler had learnt that day that in the Minsk area alone, his forces had seized 287,704 prisoners of war, and nearly 3,000 Soviet tanks had been destroyed in battle. Goebbels recorded that Hitler and his closest colleagues believed that the war in the East was in the main already won. That evening in London, Churchill set about preparing a personal response to Stalin's demands. At the uncivilized hour of 2 a.m., he summoned a distinctly cranky Anthony Eden to discuss it. "A is having some difficulty with the PM," noted Eden's private secretary, Oliver Harvey, "who likes to take all the decisions and get all the credit." On 10 July, with his troops having retreated over 300 miles, Stalin issued a strict rebuke to his commanders along the northwestern front. "Officers who do not carry out orders, abandoning their positions like traitors and leaving the defensive ridge without orders, have not yet been punished," he declared, also accusing attacking units who have done nothing so far. "It is time to put a stop to this shameful state of affairs." He ordered that the head of the NKVD, along with a member of the War Council and the prosecutor, are to go at once to forward units and deal with the cowards and traitors on the spot. While the purge was set in motion, Stalin received Churchill's reply. It contained welcome news. "I should like to assure you that we are wholly in favour of the agreed declaration you propose," Churchill wrote. "We think it should be signed as soon as we have heard from the Dominions and published to the world immediately after." Churchill also informed the Admiral of the Fleet, Sir Dudley Pound, that the British Navy should send a small squadron of ships to the Arctic to operate with Soviet naval forces. "The advantage we should reap if the Russians could keep in the field and go on with the war, at any rate until the winter closes in, is measureless," he explained. "A premature peace by Russia would be a terrible disappointment to great masses of people in our country. As long as they go on, it does not matter so much where the front lies. These people have shown themselves worth backing, and we must make sacrifices and take risks, even at inconvenience, which I realize, to maintain their morale." The next day, as the finishing touches were applied to the Anglo-Soviet Pact of Mutual Assistance, Roosevelt was briefing his trusted envoy Harry Hopkins, who was about to travel to London. Hopkins' notes of the meeting recorded the President's aversion to any secret deals on European territory, and also his caution against Churchillian entreaties to join the battle. Economic or territorial deals? No. No talk of war. In a note to Churchill, he severely warned him off any backdoor trickery. "I refer to rumours, which of course are nothing more nor less than rumours, regarding trades or deals which the British government is alleged to be making with some of the occupied nations. As, for example, the stupid story that you have promised to set up Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, again as it formerly existed, and the other story that you had promised Trieste to Yugoslavia. The President suggested that an overall statement on your part would be useful at this time, making it clear that no post-war peace commitments as to territories, populations, or economics have been given." While Churchill announced to the House of Commons the initial limited agreement with the Soviet Union, the German High Command was making some alarming discoveries on the Eastern Front. "The Russian troops now, as ever, are fighting with savage determination and with enormous human sacrifices," Halder noted in his diary. Despite their superiority in tactics and hardware, the Germans were facing unexpected resistance. On 18 July, Stalin outlined to Churchill the military help he wanted to distract the Germans. "It seems to me," he wrote, cutting straight to the chase, "that the military position of the Soviet Union, and by the same token that of Great Britain, would improve substantially if a front were established against Hitler in the west, northern France, and the north, the Arctic. The best time to open this front is now," Stalin concluded. Ivan Maisky hand-delivered the letter to Churchill the next day. He quickly read it and with a sigh said, "I quite understand Mr. Stalin and sympathize with him deeply, but unfortunately what he asks is at present impracticable." Churchill began a detailed justification of his statement, Maisky recalled. "I began objecting. Churchill, however, could not be shaken." Churchill then led Maisky into the drawing-room, which was full of guests. "Let me introduce you," Churchill said to Maisky. "This is Mr. Hopkins." The Prime Minister turned to Hopkins. "Here is Stalin," he said, "asking for the creation of a second front in France." Then, shrugging his shoulders, he went on, "We can't do it at present. We are not strong enough." Just as suspicions over imperialism would cast a shadow over Churchill's relations with Roosevelt, the Second Front was to become a thorny and long-lasting problem between him and Stalin. On 21 July, Stalin received Churchill's reply. "Anything sensible and effective that we can do to help will be done," Churchill promised, adding, "I beg you, however, to realize the limitations imposed upon us by our resources and geographical position." Stalin read the letter at the Politburo meeting. Yuri Chadaev, present as always to take the minutes, noted that Stalin was agitated. "They turned down our offer," Stalin told his colleagues. We have never had any delusions about our allies, but it is extremely important to prove to Churchill the extreme danger of the delay of the opening of the Second Front. That day in London, Harry Hopkins and John Wynant visited the Foreign Office. They told me that Roosevelt was most eager that we should not commit ourselves to any definite frontiers for any country before the peace treaty. Eden noted. Hopkins said that US would come into the war and did not want to find after the event that we had all kinds of engagements of which they had never been told. It was a double-edged sword. Hopkins' hints that Roosevelt was moving closer to war, if they could be trusted, were pleasing. The British government was nonetheless aware that togetherness with America was bound to curtail its freedom of action. The spectacle of an American president talking at large on European frontiers chilled me with Wilsonian memories, Eden wrote in his diary that night. In Moscow, judicial murder was on the agenda. While the Luftwaffe mounted its first air raid on the Soviet capital, a trial was taking place. Reminiscent of the terrifying show trials of the 1930s, several high-ranking Soviet commanders were standing before Vasily Ulrich, the overweight and vicious president of the military collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR, accused of causing damage to the fighting capacity of the Red Army. These men, commanders along the frontier when Operation Barbarossa had struck, were Stalin's scapegoats. The guilt for the chaos and destruction wrought by Hitler's invasion was placed at their feet, even though they were only obeying the Soviet leader's orders. They were all shot, among them General Dmitry Pavlov, commander of the Western Front, and General Alexander Korobkov, who was killed despite managing to remain in contact with Moscow throughout the bloody debacle. A month after the invasion, the situation had improved little. The Red Army is constantly retreating, Maisky recorded with alarm. Hitler was entertaining Marshal Slavko Kvarternik, the head of the Croatian armed forces. Executions in Moscow were being mirrored by thoughts of genocide at the Wolf's Lair. Hitler told Kvarternik, "Russia has become a plague center for mankind, for if only one state tolerates a Jewish family among it, this would provide the core bacillus for a new decomposition. Where the Jews are sent to, whether to Siberia or Madagascar, is immaterial." While Hitler was dreaming at this stage of simply expelling every European Jew, his generals were becoming increasingly concerned about military setbacks. "Enemy by no means finally smashed," Halder noted on 23 July, "mounting German casualties." Having made the destruction of Moscow a centerpiece of his policy, Hitler was now beginning to change his mind. Halder was thoroughly irritated. These arguments mark the beginning of the decline of our initial strategy of imaginative operations and a willingness to throw away the opportunities offered us by the impetus of our infantry and armour, he complained on 26 July. It remains to be seen whether this radical change in strategic conception, which at first certainly will come as a surprise also to the enemy, will bring the desired success, he continued. My representations stressing the importance of Moscow are brushed aside without any valid counter-evidence. Hitler admitted to his army adjutant his concern about his army's progress. "I'm not sleeping at night because of it." But rather than listen to his generals, he would increasingly dictate to them. In Washington, Roosevelt was playing the armchair strategist. "The way to lick Hitler is the way I have been telling the English, but they won't listen to me," he pronounced to Morgenthau before the weekly cabinet meeting. "I know South Germany because I've bicycled over every foot of it when I was a child, and there is a town every 10 miles. I have suggested to the English again and again, if they sent 100 planes over Germany for military objectives, that 10 of them should bomb some of these smaller towns they have never bombed before." At Cabinet, the President was in a bullish mood. After the crisis of May and the hesitations in the immediate period after Barbarossa, he was a liberated man. He swung into action, asking Congress to supply Stalin with everything he demanded, with no strings attached, and chiding his government into action. On 4 August, he launched into a 45-minute tirade at his colleagues for delays in sending equipment. Henry Morgenthau observed, "The President is in much better spirits. He is much more forceful. He said, 'I'm sick and tired of hearing the Russians are going to get this or they're going to get that. The only answer I want to hear is that it is underway.' He directed most of his fire at Stimson, who looked thoroughly miserable." Stimson made his own record of Roosevelt's unexpected reprimand. In his outburst today, the President said that we must get the Russians the arms, even if it was necessary to take them from our troops, and I felt very badly about it. He was really in a hoity-toity humour, and wouldn't listen to argument. What Stimson failed to realize was that Roosevelt did not care about taking arms from American troops. He had no wish or intention that they should fight. That was for Russian and British soldiers to do with weapons supplied by the United States. Churchill's belief that events in Russia would move Roosevelt closer to war had been reinforced by an invitation from the President for a face-to-face meeting. On 4 August, he boarded HMS Prince of Wales at Scapa Flow for a transatlantic voyage through U-boat-infested waters. Before sailing, he confided to the Queen, "I must say I do not think our friend would have asked me to go so far for what must be a meeting of worldwide importance unless he had in mind some further forward step." On the voyage over, he was in high spirits. Harry Hopkins, who had just returned to Britain from his first visit to Moscow, was also on board for the final leg of his journey home to America. Alexander Cadogan, another of the party, noted, 6 August 1941, HMS Prince of Wales. H.H. produced a tub of admirable caviar, given him by Joe Stalin. That, with a good young grouse, made a very good dinner. As the PM said, it was very good to have such caviar, even though it meant fighting with the Russians to get it. 2 days later, they all watched the new movie That Hamilton Woman, starring Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh. Cadogan recorded, "Film quite good. PM, seeing it for 5th time, moved to tears. At the close, he said, 'Gentlemen, I thought this film would interest you, showing great events similar to those in which you have been taking part.' Left him and H.H. playing backgammon. H.H. ended up a winner of 7 guineas. As the Prince of Wales neared North America with her precious cargo, Hitler was wavering about the military campaign. His ideological objectives were set, but Gerhard Engel noted, "One can see clearly how undecided the Führer is with regard to the continuation of operations. His thoughts and goals are always fluctuating." Walter Warlimont, an officer of the operations staff, complained that Hitler was becoming more removed from the realities of the front. Although when the advance started, Wolfschanze was unusually close to the front, Warlimont recalled, the loneliness of the place was hardly conducive to that sense of being in close touch with great military events. Stalin was consolidating his power and creating a new streamlined structure for his staff headquarters. They became on this day the headquarters of the Supreme High Command, with Stalin as overlord. He frequently worked 16 to 18-hour days, becoming ever more harsh and intolerant. It was normal for meetings in the Kremlin to end well into the small hours. Stalin established a round-the-clock system of work for the General Staff and personally regulated the duties of its leading personnel, explained Red Army General S.M. Stemenko. In Placentia Bay, Newfoundland, President Roosevelt was waiting that afternoon on his ship USS Augusta for Churchill to arrive. His son Elliot, who later wrote an account of the momentous meeting, was with him. "The PM is coming here tomorrow because, although I doubt he'll show it, he knows that without America, England can't stay in the war," Roosevelt told Elliot, who whistled in amazement at this description of Britain's plight. "Watch and see if the PM doesn't start off by demanding that we immediately declare war against the Nazis," Roosevelt continued. The President knew exactly what Churchill's hopes for the meeting were. For his part, he wanted to find out whether Great Britain had reached the absolute bottom of the barrel in terms of manpower and supplies. "Our hearts, our national interests are with the British," Roosevelt said, but then added his strict condition that America won't help England in this war so that she will be able to continue to ride roughshod over colonial peoples. The stage was set for the two warlords of the democratic world to face each other for the first time since that ill-starred encounter 21 years before in London. Chapter 5. 9 August to 7 December 1941. On 9 August 1941, HMS Prince of Wales sailed into Placentia Bay, ironically one of the British bases that Churchill had been forced to lease to the United States a year before. At 9 a.m., the Prime Minister, dressed in his seafarer's uniform and jaunty navy blue cap, crossed a few hundred yards of water in the ship's barge and clambered on board USS Augusta. It was a damp, grey morning. The President, erect on his steel legs and propping himself against a ship's railing on one side and his son Elliot on the other, welcomed him and shook his hand. Watching this historic moment, Harry Hopkins said of Churchill, "You'd have thought he was being carried up into the heavens to meet God." As Roosevelt had predicted, during the first dinner that evening in the captain's mess, Churchill immediately seized his chance to make a direct appeal to the President. Elliot described the scene. Churchill reared back in his chair. He slewed his cigar around from cheek to cheek and always at a jaunty angle. For a time his talk was coloured over with an insistent note of pleading. "It's your only chance. You've got to come in beside us. If you don't declare war, I say, without waiting for them to strike the first blow. They'll strike it after we've gone under. You must come in if you are to survive." Roosevelt listened carefully, occasionally rubbing his eyes, readjusting his pince-nez, and doodling on the tablecloth with a burnt match. "But never," remarked Elliot, "an aye, nay, or maybe came from the Americans sitting around that smoke-filled saloon." The two men were determined to get on, and the combined ship's crews, with Roosevelt and Churchill seated at the front, held a moving service on deck, with stirring renditions of "Onward, Christian Soldiers" and "O God, Our Help in Ages Past." But on the second evening, one subject threatened to disrupt the conviviality: Roosevelt's running bugbear, empire. The Americans had been driving a hard bargain over Lend-Lease, insisting that in return Britain would promise to remove trade barriers with the Empire. "The kettle began to bubble up and once or twice nearly went over," Elliot recalled. "No artificial barriers," Roosevelt insisted as he laid out his post-war blueprint, "as few favoured economic agreements as possible." Churchill began to talk of the trade agreements within the British Empire. "Those agreements are a case in point," Roosevelt interrupted as Churchill's neck reddened. "It's because of them that the people of India and Africa, of all of the colonial Near East and Far East, are as backward as they are." Churchill crouched forward. "Mr. President, England does not propose for a moment to lose its favoured position among the British dominions. The trade that has made England great shall continue, and under conditions prescribed by England's ministers." "You see," said Roosevelt, "it is along in here somewhere that there is likely to be some disagreement between you, Winston, and me." The argument at that stage was good-natured, twinkles in the eye taking the heat out of deep conviction. "PM and President appear to hit it off very well," Alexander Cadogan noted the next day as the two leaders set about agreeing the final wording of the Atlantic Charter, a joint Anglo-American declaration of common principles. It promised to respect ideas of self-government and eschew the use of force. The Charter also stated that no territorial changes would be made without the agreement of the people of the nations involved. Churchill would later claim to Parliament that this excluded the British Empire, while Stalin would insist that his adherence to the principles of the Charter did not prevent the Soviet Union building up a ring of buffer zones on its borders. That day, 11 August, the Russian Air Force launched its first bombing raid on Berlin. It was just one of the many incidents that were unsettling Hitler's generals. The whole situation makes it increasingly plain that we have underestimated the Russian colossus, who consistently prepared for war with that utterly ruthless determination so characteristic of totalitarian states, Franz Halter noted. At the outset of the war, we reckoned with about 200 enemy divisions. Now we have already counted 360. These divisions indeed are not armed and equipped according to our standards, and their tactical leadership is often poor. But there they are, and if we smash a dozen of them, the Russians simply put up another dozen. The murder of the Jews in the Baltic states was taking Hitler from ideas of forced removals ever closer to the process of systematic extermination. Vengeance is being wreaked on the Jews in the big towns, Joseph Goebbels wrote, being slain in their masses on the streets by the self-protection organizations. What the Führer prophesied is now taking place, that if Jewry succeeded in provoking another war, it would lose its existence. Churchill left Placentia Bay full of optimism and enjoyed an uninterrupted voyage back to Scotland. On the train down to London, he was in splendid form, Cadogan recording the marvels of his constitution. 18 August 1941, on train back to London. Long lunch. Winston did himself well, finishing up with a Benedictine. 10 minutes later, he called for a brandy. The attendant reminded him he had had Benedictine. He said, "I know, I want some brandy to clean it up." Next morning I found him eating cutlets and bacon for breakfast. Hitler's digestion, despite the rigours of his vegetarian diet, was playing havoc. While Churchill was enjoying lunch on the train, Goebbels was visiting his boss at the Wolf's Lair. At about midday I had my first lengthy consultation with the Führer. He is exceptionally pleasant, but unfortunately looks rather tired and unwell. That's probably due to his bout of dysentery, and also to the fact that the last few weeks have affected him very badly. That's not surprising. The responsibility for a whole continent now rests on his shoulders. Hitler, still only 52, more than a decade younger than Churchill, was feeling the strain. He was also angry at what he saw as the failure of German intelligence to give accurate estimates of Russian strength, a fear he had harboured when he had first issued the directive for Barbarossa the previous December. Internally and emotionally, the Führer is very annoyed with himself because he has been taken in so much by the reports from the Soviet Union over the potential of the Bolsheviks, Goebbels noted. He has suffered a lot from that. It was a major crisis. However, Hitler displayed a disquieting ability to analyse his enemies. Churchill, he told Goebbels, only travelled to the Atlantic meeting with the intention of dragging Roosevelt into the war. But Roosevelt couldn't do as he wanted to. He has to take care too much about the domestic situation in the United States. The USA, Hitler continued, are not ready for war. Churchill, by contrast, was convinced that the president was now not just ready but willing. On 19 August, he arrived back in London and told the 11:30 a.m. meeting of the War Cabinet that Roosevelt had said he would deliberately look out for an incident which would allow him to bring America into the war. The president has said that he will wage war but not declare it, and that he will become more and more provocative. However, chilling news was coming over the wires from the United States. Roosevelt had given a press conference on board his yacht, the USS Potomac, anchored just off Rockland, Maine. He told journalists, "The conferences were primarily an interchange of views relating to the present and the future, a swapping of information." When pushed further, he asserted that there had been an interchange of views, that's all, nothing else. Asked whether the United States was any closer to war, his answer was blunt. "I should say no," he said. For Churchill, Roosevelt's words were another shattering disappointment. He cabled Harry Hopkins, the man closest to Roosevelt, "I ought to tell you that there has been a wave of depression through Cabinet and other informed circles here about President's many assurances about no commitments and no closer to war, etc." Churchill also wrote to his son Randolph, to whom he had first mentioned his strategy of dragging in the United States over a year before, that he was deeply perplexed about how the United States was to be brought boldly and honorably into the war. Despite the goodwill of the Atlantic meeting, Roosevelt's priority remained clear: to send as much aid as quickly as possible to the Russians, even at the expense of the British. "I deem it to be of paramount importance for the safety and security of America," Roosevelt wrote to Henry Stimson the next day, "that all reasonable munitions be provided for Russia, not only immediately, but as long as she continues to fight the Axis powers effectively. I am convinced," he continued, "that substantial and comprehensive commitments of such character must be made to Russia by Great Britain and the United States. It is obvious that early help must be given primarily from production already provided for." Feeling let down by Roosevelt, Churchill turned his attention back to Stalin. He could see that if the president was still determined to keep his distance, his own best hope of thwarting the Nazis lay with the Soviet leader. At the end of August, he gave him an assurance of his unequivocal support. "I have been searching for any way to give you help in your splendid resistance, pending the long-term arrangements which we are discussing with the United States of America." Churchill went on to describe the sacrifices he was making to help Russia's struggle. "You will, I am sure, realize that fighter aircraft are the foundation of our home defense, besides which we are trying to obtain air superiority in Libya and also to provide Turkey so as to bring her in on our side. Nevertheless, I could send 200 more Hurricanes, making 440 fighters in all." Despite these offerings, Churchill was far from erasing Stalin's paranoia or satisfying his unlimited appetite for aid. The Soviet leader wrote to Ivan Maisky that same day, repeating his suspicions of Churchill's motives and lack of military initiative. "The crux of the matter is that the English government helps the Hitlerites by its passive temporizing policies. The Hitlerites hope to defeat their opponents one at a time. Today the Russians, tomorrow the English. What do the English want?" he asked Maisky, and then answered his own question. "They want, it seems to me, our weakening. If this supposition is true, we must be guarded in relations with the English." As summer gave way to autumn 1941, any hopes Churchill might have had for ever warmer and closer collaboration with his allies both to the west and east appeared to be evaporating in the seasonal mists. Life in Hitler's inner circle was also joyless and remorseless, far removed from those heady days of May 1940. Christa Schroeder wrote a doleful letter to a friend. "Here on the compound we continuously come across guard posts where we have to show our passes, which means you feel really confined. I think after this war I must put some effort into spending a lot of time with people who are in the midst of life," she explained. "I was walking along the fence in the compound, passing the guard post again and again, and it came to me that it is always like this wherever we are, in Berlin, on the mountain, or travelling. It's always the same limited circle, the same routes. And I see this as a great danger and a big dilemma from which I am longing to break free, but then when you are outside you don't know what to do with yourself, because you have to concentrate wholly on this life, because there are no opportunities for a life outside this circle." Hitler's generals were in querulous mood. While Halder and his colleagues had advocated a decisive strike on Moscow, the Führer had insisted on different objectives and continually interfered. General Walter von Brauchitsch, the commander-in-chief, had spoken with Hitler that morning in an effort to smooth things over. "Everything is just lovely again," Halder recorded with weary sarcasm after a talk with Brauchitsch. "Of course, nothing has changed, except that we are now supposed to wait upon not only the Führer, but also the Reich Marshal, with separate reports on the railroad situation, supply, signal communications, and ground forces replacements." 4 days later, in London, an awkward meeting took place at Downing Street. It was 4 September, and Maisky had arrived to deliver Stalin's reply to Churchill's letter on the shipment of Hurricanes. "Churchill received me in his official room, where usually meetings of government were held. He was in evening dress, with the inevitable cigar between his teeth, Maisky recalled. "Do you bring good news?" Churchill asked in bullish manner. "I am afraid not," Maisky replied, and handed over the message. The Prime Minister read the letter, muttering as he went along. Stalin thanked Churchill for the aeroplanes, but wrote, "I must say, however, that these aircraft, which it appears we shall not be able to use soon, and not all at once, cannot seriously change the situation on the Eastern Front." Cadogan was also at the meeting and noted an alarming undercurrent of mutual threat and recrimination in the conversation. Maisky talked to Churchill and Eden in grim terms of Russia's burdens and plight. This might, he said, prove a turning point. If Russia were defeated, how could Britain win? The Prime Minister, sensing an underlying air of menace in his appeal, reminded Maisky that but 4 months earlier the British had not known whether Russia would fight against them on Germany's side. "Whatever happens and whatever you do, you of all people have no right to make reproaches to us." Suspicion remained in the air. Stalin continued to believe that what Churchill really wanted was Germany and Russia to destroy each other. Churchill, for his part, feared that Stalin would do another deal with Hitler. Churchill's official reply was presented to Stalin on 6 September. "Although we should shrink from no exertion," he explained, "there is in fact no possibility of any British action in the West except air action, which would draw the German forces from the east before winter sets in. There is no chance whatever of a second front being formed in the Balkans without the help of Turkey." What a revolting answer, Stalin announced to his Politburo colleagues. Before, they have at least tried to explain why they can't open the second front, but now they don't even see the point in doing so. While the epistolary argument raged between Moscow and London, a very personal tragedy was playing out in America. Roosevelt had spent the day at Hyde Park at the bedside of his ailing mother. She had suffered a stroke. At noon the next day, she died. Sarah Delano Roosevelt had been a constant and formidable presence in the president's life. For a year afterwards, he wore a black armband as a mark of respect. As usual, his manner was that of inscrutable reserve. He returned to Washington by train directly after the funeral. Churchill's one remaining hope of dragging in America was the sort of incident he claimed Roosevelt had privately speculated on at Placentia Bay. The sinking of the Lusitania had shocked Americans in the First World War, and cruel though it might be, Churchill could only hope for a similar provocation now by U-boats in the Atlantic. The USS Robin Moore had been sunk in May. Now, in the first week in September, the USS Greer had survived a torpedo attack, and the Steel Seafarer had been attacked by German aircraft in the Red Sea. On 11 September, President Roosevelt used a radio broadcast to issue a stinging warning to the Nazis. "No act of violence, no act of intimidation will keep us from maintaining intact 2 bulwarks of American defense. First, our line of supply of material to the enemies of Hitler, and second, the freedom of our shipping on the high seas," Roosevelt announced to his global audience. "We have sought no shooting war with Hitler. We do not seek it now," he continued. "But when you see a rattlesnake poised to strike, you don't wait until it has struck you before you crush him." Churchill listened in London as the speech was broadcast in the early hours of the morning British time. He was delighted and wrote the next morning to a friend, "Roosevelt this morning excellent. As we used to sing at Sandhurst, now we shan't be long." Was Roosevelt mounting his charger at last? As Churchill wrote, the first snow began to fall on the Eastern Front. Hitler ordered his troops to halt outside Leningrad and decreed that the Soviet Union's second city be starved into submission. 2 weeks later, Stalin and the Politburo were discussing evidence that Hitler was planning to try and take Moscow. "Hitler's brains must be stuffed full of nonsense if he meddles in such an adventure," Stalin exclaimed. 2 days later, an Anglo-American mission headed by Averell Harriman and Lord Beaverbrook arrived in Moscow to discuss aid. Stalin's mood was alternately surly and charming, a one-man routine of good cop, bad cop with which his allies would become familiar. "The paucity of your offers clearly shows," he told Harriman during one hostile session, "that you want to see the Soviet Union defeated." On the evening of 1 October, there was a grand dinner at the Kremlin in honor of the foreign delegates. Stalin made his entrance at 8 p.m. Valentin Berezhkov, a Soviet interpreter and official of the Commissariat for Foreign Affairs, was there. Stalin, he noted, was shorter than average, and his sallow, pock-marked face looked almost emaciated. Instead of the shining marshal's uniform with its gold epaulets and hero's stars, he was wearing a military-style tunic which seemed to hang off his wasted frame. During dinner, Stalin goaded Beaverbrook about Britain's unwillingness to open a second front. "What is the good of having an army if it doesn't fight?" he said. "An army which does not fight will lose its spirit." The following day, Hitler launched Operation Typhoon, the offensive against Moscow. After weeks of wrangling with his generals, the course was now set. Nazi troops were just over 100 miles from the Soviet capital. Churchill, an avid reader of the Enigma decrypts, was aware that the assault had begun. In London on 2 October, there were two things on his mind. Firstly, he was concerned lest all of the useful information gleaned from Enigma was not being sent, in disguised form, of course, to Stalin. He sent an urgent minute to C, the head of the Secret Service, MI6. "Are you warning the Russians of the developing concentration? Show me the last 5 messages you've sent out to our missions on the subject." Churchill was also worried that Roosevelt's desire to prioritize weapons for Russia would compromise the aid being given to Great Britain. He wrote to Harry Hopkins, whom he had come to view as the best gateway to the president, "The offers which we are making to Russia are necessary and worthwhile," but sounded a note of caution that these offers were making grievous inroads into what is required by you for expanding your forces and by us for intensifying our war effort. Churchill's problem remained that Roosevelt, despite the aggressive speech of 11 September, continued to show little interest in moving those American forces any closer to war. In Berlin, the Reich Chancellery was gearing up for a visit from Hitler. Goebbels was relieved. He was worried about the state of German morale, particularly as Hitler had not appeared in public since the campaign against Soviet Russia was launched. At 1 p.m. on 3 October, Hitler arrived in the capital. Goebbels was summoned and the two men talked together in Hitler's office. "The Führer is convinced that if the weather remains halfway favorable, in 2 weeks the Soviet army will be largely destroyed," Goebbels recorded. Hitler said that he considered it necessary to reach a conclusive resolution with England, since otherwise the bloody conflict will have to be repeated again in a few years. The Führer said that he doubted Stalin would ever capitulate. The short war against Russia to bring the British to heel was not quite working to plan. However, the ideological war was hastening. The Nazis executed 33,771 Jews at Babi Yar, outside Kiev. The German people knew nothing of that, and as the two men made their way to the Sportspalast, cheering crowds lined the streets. In the Grand Hall itself, the atmosphere was electric. Hitler blamed the war on Britain's warmongering, supported by international Jewry, and to a rapturous response declared that, "I can see today that the enemy is already broken and will not rise up again." Hitler left Berlin on his special train at 7 p.m., the sound of his standing ovation ringing in his ears. The news at the Wolf's Lair was also good. "The Typhoon front is making cheering progress," Halder wrote that night. "Enemy resistance has been broken on the entire front." 2 weeks later, as 6 inches of snow settled over Hitler's Prussian headquarters, Stalin made an important decision. With Moscow nearly under siege, most government departments had been evacuated to Kuibyshev. For days, Stalin had been agonizing whether he too should leave the capital. Late in the evening of 18 October, he returned to his dacha at Kuntsevo to find his staff preparing for the move. A special train was waiting to spirit him out of Moscow. It was then that he made his decision. "No evacuation," he announced. "We'll stay here until victory." He returned to the Kremlin and announced to his guards, "I'm not leaving Moscow. You'll stay here with me." A special bunker was prepared for the Soviet warlord, which replicated almost exactly his office in the Kremlin. Sometimes he also slept, with only his greatcoat for bedding, in the deep halls of the Moscow metro. Despite the crisis in Moscow, British intelligence chiefs were still sure that Stalin's agents abroad were up to no good. Lord Swinton, appointed by Churchill to head the security executive, complained, "The communist game is still the same, but it is being played on a much better wicket." At home, Stalin made a public proclamation of his stand. "Moscow will be defended to the last," he announced. In private, the Soviet warlord was just as confident. "When you go to bed, remember how to get up," he instructed his Politburo colleagues. "Hitler will sink in this battle as a fly in the molasses." He also remained scornful of his allies' attempts to help, claiming that the Beaverbrook-Harriman mission had only symbolic meaning. "It is clear that our allies have no intention of helping us," he snarled. The next day, with Hitler's troops just 65 miles from the Soviet capital, over 500,000 Soviet citizens were mobilized to dig miles of trenches and anti-tank ditches to protect their city. Churchill was keen that Roosevelt should not forget who was next on the Nazi hit list. "My dear Mr. President," he wrote, suggesting that Hitler's timetable would be 1939 Poland, 1940 France, 1941 Russia, 1942 England, 1943. "At any rate, I feel that we must be prepared to meet a supreme onslaught from March onwards." Later that day, more disappointing news came from the United States. Many of the less violent isolationists have become reconciled to the inevitability of war, Averell Harriman wrote. And yet, with all this trend, it is not at all clear what or when something will happen to kick us into it. Having been told that the Second Front was not possible, Stalin demanded that Churchill send 25 to 30 British divisions to the Soviet Union. It was, Churchill told Stafford Cripps, a physical absurdity. It took 8 months to build up 10 divisions in France only across the Channel when shipping was plentiful and U-boats few, he complained. To put 2 fully armed British divisions from here into the Caucasus or north of the Caucasus would take at least 3 months. They would then only be a drop in the bucket. Cripps, however, warned that a drop or two in a bucket or tumbler may make a difference when a stimulant is urgently needed. He explained that the Soviets are now obsessed with the idea that we are prepared to fight to the last drop of Russian blood, as the Germans suggest in their propaganda. At 5 p.m. on 27 October, Churchill agreed with his war cabinet that Stalin's demands could not be met. The same day, Roosevelt provided Churchill with a welcome distraction from the arguments with Stalin with his strongest speech of the war so far. It was Navy and Total Defense Day. 11 days earlier, a convoy of merchant ships had encountered a U-boat wolf pack 400 miles off the coast of Iceland. 5 U.S. destroyers were urgently sent to the rescue. As they arrived at nightfall, the USS Kearney was hit with a Nazi torpedo. 11 sailors lost their lives. The president broadcast from the Mayflower Hotel in Washington. "The shooting has started, and history has recorded who fired the first shot," he announced. "In the long run, however, all that will matter is who fired the last shot. The United States," he explained, "has been attacked." Congress agreed to his demand for amendments to the Neutrality Act that would allow U.S. merchant ships to be armed for self-defense. It was another small step, but it remained far short of war. "Deeply moved by your wonderful speech," Churchill wrote the following day before setting off to Harrow School to give a speech. The boys listened intently to their most famous alumnus. "We stood all alone a year ago," he proclaimed. "We now find ourselves in a position when I can say that we have only to persevere to conquer." With his spirits lifted, Churchill also wrote to Cripps, oozing scorn on Stalin's demand that British troops should be sent to fight on the Eastern Front. "We have done our very best to help them at the cost of deranging all our plans for rearmament," he explained robustly. "We will do anything more in our power that is sensible, but it would be silly to send 2 or 3 divisions into the heart of Russia to be cut to pieces as a symbolic sacrifice. They certainly have no right to reproach us," he continued. "They brought their own fate upon themselves when, by their pact with Ribbentrop, they let Hitler loose on Poland and so started the war." While these draining exchanges continued to and fro between Moscow and London, in the early hours of 31 October, Hitler's U-boats launched their most deadly attack yet on American interests. While escorting convoy HX-156 from Halifax, the USS Reuben James was struck by a torpedo. Of the 160-strong crew, 115 members were killed, including all of the officers on board, as the ship sank into the sea off the west coast of Iceland. "I am grieved at the loss of life you have suffered with Reuben James," Churchill wrote 2 days later. "I salute the land of unending challenge." That evening, while Churchill waited, hoping that the President might at last ask Congress for a declaration of war, the snow falling at Hitler's headquarters was settling deep on the ground. The Führer seemed unperturbed. With his guests that night, he expounded on his grand visions for the future. "If Russia goes under in this war, Europe will stretch eastwards to the limits of Germanic colonization," he said, detailing his plans to change the place names of the territory now under his control. The Crimea, he explained, might be called Gotenland. Goebbels had just returned from a visit to the Jewish ghetto in Vilna, Lithuania. "Jews," he wrote in his diary, "are the lice of civilized mankind. They had to be somehow eradicated, otherwise they would always again play their torturing and burdensome role. The only way to cope with them is to treat them with the necessary brutality. If you spare them, you'll later be their victim." There was no secret within Hitler's circle about the acceleration of murder. While fighting talk and murderous ideology were mingling in Germany, in America the strong words of Navy Day were fading into oblivion. At a press conference on 3 November, Roosevelt told reporters, "We don't want a declared war with Germany because we are acting in self-defense. To break off diplomatic relations," he continued, "won't do any good. It might be more useful to keep them the way they are." It was the final hammer blow to Churchill. This most deadly incident yet had brought no further action. Once again, there had been rhetoric, but no move to war. Churchill had to accept that his grand strategy dreamed up 18 months before of dragging in the United States had failed. Indeed, Roosevelt's elusive behavior over that long period begged the question of what game he had been playing all along. The President himself kept his cards so close to his chest that he never told a single soul, relative, crony or colleague, whether at any stage he intended to fulfill Churchill's hopes and bring America into the war as a fighting ally as opposed to a financial prop. However, it is possible to piece together the mental jigsaw. Roosevelt used words and promises, some of them misleading or exaggerated, to boost Churchill's resolve to fight on. Apart from the public speeches, there were the frequent private assurances from Harry Hopkins and the poem brought by Wendell Willkie. In addition, the President used American money and industrial muscle to finance and equip Britain and then Russia, and he was willing to deploy the American Navy and Air Force to defend the Atlantic. What this added up to was one of the most brilliantly self-interested political strategies of all time. Roosevelt was defending America and opposing Hitler, his two core aims, at almost no cost to American lives. At the same time, he ignited a massive increase in arms production which finally brought the United States out of economic depression. The extent to which he deliberately intended all this, or whether it was the result of his bobbing and weaving in the face of events, will always remain unclear. As for the one thing Churchill wanted above all, an American declaration of war, of that the evidence overwhelmingly suggests Roosevelt never had the slightest intention. Churchill's great hope had turned out to be an illusion all along. Even Lend-Lease had made practically no difference. It only provided 1% of Britain's weapons in its lonely year of 1941. While there was stalemate across the Atlantic, the decisive theatre remained Russia. Unlike Roosevelt, Stalin was trying to prove himself every inch the war leader. On 6 November, to the sound of enthusiastic applause, he stood on a rostrum before an audience in the Mayakovsky metro station, safe from German bombardment. If they want a war of extermination, he declared, they shall have one. At 8 a.m. the next day, despite freezing winds and heavy snow, he lined up with the Politburo on the Lenin Mausoleum in Red Square. Ignoring the threat of Nazi bombers, he had ordered a military parade. It was a showy act of defiance that saw hundreds of soldiers and T-34 tanks execute a regimented march past across the square. It is a gesture of strength and confidence, a gesture of contempt for the enemy, Maisky noted approvingly. The Luftwaffe avoided Moscow that day, but in Minsk genocide was underway. Outside the city, 12,000 Jews were murdered in pits. The next day, as the killing continued and the inhabitants of Leningrad suffered their 66th day under siege, Stalin continued his testy correspondence with Churchill, bluntly stating that relations between them were unclear. The unclarity is due to two circumstances, he charged. First, there is no definite understanding between our two countries concerning war aims and plans for the post-war organization of peace. Secondly, there is no treaty between the USSR and Great Britain on mutual military aid in Europe against Hitler. Until this was sorted out, Stalin warned, not only will there be no clarity in Anglo-Soviet relations, but if we are able to speak frankly, there will be no mutual trust. The letter finished with an unpleasant aside. Even though it is a trifling matter, Stalin wrote of the military hardware being convoyed to the Soviet Union, the tanks, guns and aircraft are so badly packed, some parts of the guns come in different ships, and the aircraft are so badly crated that we get them in a damaged state. That evening, as this bitter message made the journey to Churchill's desk, Hitler was in Munich giving a speech to mark the anniversary of the beer hall putsch of 1923. Never before has a giant empire been smashed and struck down in a shorter time than Soviet Russia, he pronounced. Addressing enemy claims that war would last for another year at least, he told the party faithful, "The war can last as it wants. The last battalion in this field will be a German one." In his speech, the Führer dismisses with irony the English fighting talk of a coming invasion. He declares that the Reich is well prepared for it, and that the English are invited to carry out in practice the invasion of which they have so often boasted, Goebbels wrote admiringly of the speech. The Führer also has his final say on Roosevelt. He declares that he does not want war against the United States, but that if American warships attack German U-boats, they will be shot at. Hitler was ready to take on the world. 3 days later, Maisky was received in Churchill's cabinet room at the House of Commons. The ambassador had come bearing an insulting letter from Stalin. I followed Churchill's facial expression as he was reading the letter, Maisky noted. It grew gloomier and gloomier. After reading the letter, Churchill handed it to Anthony Eden and began to pace the room. After a period of angry conversation, the Prime Minister erupted. Why did Stalin need to add such a tone to our correspondence? I can't tolerate this, he exclaimed. Who benefits from it? Neither you nor us, only Hitler. I was the one who, without any doubt, volunteered to help Russia on 22 June, Churchill raged. Who needs these debates and disagreements? We are fighting and we will keep fighting for our lives whatever happens. Maisky prepared to leave. "It looks as if we've arrived at a first crisis in relations with our allies," Maisky wrote afterwards in his diary. While Churchill simmered, Stalin signed off on 17 November Order number 0428. It matched his stern words in the Metro. "We must deprive the German army of the opportunity to stay in our villages and towns. We must evict all the aggressors into the cold and make them freeze under the open air." In the name of the headquarters of the Supreme Command, Stalin ordered the military on the front line to destroy and burn all the populated areas in the rear of the German troops. If any retreat had to take place, the instructions were to take the Soviet inhabitants with you and destroy the populated areas so that the enemy cannot use them. The Soviet leader was ready to scorch his nation to defeat Hitler. He also decided to mollify Churchill, agreeing that Eden should visit Moscow to try to dispel the mutual suspicions that had built up. Hitler was in a destructive mode. Goebbels recorded that he wants to take neither Leningrad nor Moscow, but if possible destroy both cities. He asked Hitler if he still believed in victory. "If I believed in victory in 1918, when I was a lance corporal with no resources lying half-blind in a Pomeranian field hospital," Hitler replied, "how could I not now believe in our victory when I have the strongest army in the world at my disposal and almost the whole of Europe at my feet?" The next day, 23 November, despite German troops having advanced to within 30 miles of Moscow, Halder was not so optimistic. "Despite our extraordinary performance," he noted, "we shall not be able to totally destroy the enemy this year. Given the vastness of this country and the inexhaustibleness of the people, we cannot be totally certain of success." Thousands of miles away, a new theatre of war was threatening. For months, the United States had enforced an oil embargo against Japan in an attempt to warn it against further expansionism. Now there were reports of Japanese moves which might be aimed at America's key asset in the Far East, the Philippines, and British possessions. "I wish I knew whether Japan was playing poker or not," Roosevelt confided in Harold Ickes. "It seems to me that the president has not yet reached the state of mind where he is willing to be aggressive as to Japan," Ickes noted afterwards. The war was encroaching on Roosevelt's habitual optimism. 2 days later, 25 November, he painted a gloomy picture. The president was in a meeting with Henry Morgenthau when his wife Eleanor called. "Everything is terrible. The Russian situation is awful. Moscow is falling," he told her. "I don't think the English are going to make it in Libya. It looks very bad." At the afternoon cabinet, Japan was the only item on the agenda. The president brought up the event that we were likely to be attacked perhaps next Monday, for the Japanese are notorious for making an attack without warning, Henry Stimson noted. The question was how we should maneuver them into the position of firing the first shot without allowing too much danger to ourselves. No one dreamed that the attack would be on the United States itself. 29 November 1941 was Churchill's 67th birthday. Stalin remembered to send hearty birthday greetings. The Prime Minister, however, was not preoccupied with celebrations, but, like Roosevelt, with Japan and decrypts of intercepted Japanese messages labeled magic by code breakers, which showed something was being planned. Churchill suggested to Roosevelt that he warned the Japanese there would be a mighty American backlash if they dared to attack. "It seems to me that one important method remains unused in averting war between Japan and our two countries, namely a plain declaration, secret or public, as may be thought best," Churchill advised carefully, "that any further act of aggression by Japan will lead immediately to the gravest consequences." Hoping that the personal touch might do the trick, Churchill signed off with a muted apology. "Forgive me, dear friend, for presuming to press such a course upon you, but I am convinced that it might make all the difference and prevent a melancholy extension of the war." The weather on the Russian front continued to worsen. "We started a month late," Hitler told his adjutant Gerhard Engel. By 30 November, General Halder noticed that Hitler was in a state of extreme agitation. At 1 p.m., General von Brauchitsch had to endure a nasty meeting with the boss. The interview appears to have been more than disagreeable, Halder reported afterwards, with the Führer doing all the talking, pouring out reproaches and abuse, and shouting orders as fast as they came into his head. Goebbels recorded that Hitler was now foreseeing the war stretching into 1943. Roosevelt, who had gone to his country retreat in Warm Springs, Georgia, for a delayed Thanksgiving holiday, returned to Washington on 1 December after only 2 days away. It was clear that the Japanese were preparing to strike, but neither Churchill nor Roosevelt had any idea that on this very day the Japanese High Command had ordered its task force in the Pacific to head for Pearl Harbor. "I think the Japanese are doing everything they can to stall until they are ready," the president told Henry Morgenthau. On his return to the White House, Roosevelt was shown 4 documents, intercepts of Japanese messages sent from Tokyo to the embassy in Berlin. One was from the Prime Minister Hideki Tojo to the ambassador Hiroshi Oshima, which included vital information to be passed to their German allies. "Say very secretly to them," Tojo instructed, "there is extreme danger that war may suddenly break out between the Anglo-Saxon nation and Japan through some clash of arms. This may come sooner than anyone dreams." Roosevelt asked for a copy to be put in his personal files. At noon, the president had a meeting with his Secretary of State, Cordell Hull. "We both agreed," Hull recalled, "that from all the indications a Japanese attack was in the imminent offing." They decided that in an attempt to discover what was being planned, a last-minute plea for peace should go from Roosevelt to Emperor Hirohito. They also discussed Churchill's cable of 30 November. "We felt it best," Hull noted, "to hold up any such warning until we saw what the reaction would be to the president's message to the emperor, if he sent it." The next day, while Roosevelt wavered, Hitler flew to General Paul von Kleist's headquarters at Mariupol on the Sea of Azov. He wanted to find out for himself what had occurred during the retreat from Rostov, which had taken place against his orders several days before. General Gerd von Rundstedt, once his favorite commander, had resigned over the issue, and though Hitler absolved Kleist's forces of blame, he did not reinstate von Rundstedt. The Führer was not one for public admissions of error. However, there was good news when he returned to his own headquarters. A Nazi reconnaissance battalion had advanced to within 12 miles of Moscow. In the first week in December, the SS's first mobile gas van began gassing hundreds of Jews at Chelmno, a village just over 100 miles west of Warsaw in Nazi-occupied Poland. On 5 December, as the temperatures dropped to minus 32 degrees Fahrenheit, the Soviets counterattacked outside Moscow. 4 of Stalin's armies launched themselves on Hitler's exhausted and frozen armies. The German death toll on the Eastern Front had now reached over 85,000. From 3 p.m., in heavy snow, the Red Army began to force Hitler's troops into retreat. On 6 December, as the Soviet leader granted General Zhukov a further 3 armies for the thrust against Hitler, Roosevelt was preparing finally to send his message to the Japanese emperor. At 9:30 p.m., Commander Schultz interrupted a meeting between the president and Harry Hopkins in the White House study. He handed Roosevelt a magic decrypt. The 15-page document was 13 parts of a 14-part message from Tokyo to Ambassador Kichisaburo Nomura in Washington. The president read in silence and then handed it to Hopkins. "This means war," he said. Hopkins said it was too bad that we could not strike the first blow. Roosevelt nodded and replied, "We can't do that. We are a democracy and a peaceful people." Roosevelt tried to put a call in to his naval chief, Admiral Harold Stark. He was told by the White House phone operator that Stark was at the theater. The president decided not to pull him out, fearing public alarm. At 10 a.m. the following day, the last part of the decrypted message was delivered to Roosevelt. It stated, The earnest hope of the Japanese government to adjust Japanese-American relations and to preserve and promote the peace of the Pacific through cooperation with the American government has been lost. Over lunch, eaten at Roosevelt's desk in the Oval Office, Hopkins recalled that we were talking about things far removed from the war. At 1:40 p.m. the telephone rang. It was Frank Knox, the Navy Secretary. Knox reported that the Commander-in-Chief of American forces in Honolulu had issued a radio warning that an air raid attack had started, and it was no drill. While the President demanded confirmation of this report, over 2,000 American soldiers and sailors were losing their lives in a sea of oil, blood, and bullets. Pearl Harbor was ablaze, and the four warlords were about to be locked in a global conflict. Chapter 6. 7 December 1941 to 16 January 1942. The Oval Office, 2:28 p.m., 7 December 1941. President Roosevelt had just put down the telephone to Admiral Harold Stark. He looked up at Harry Hopkins and confirmed the devastating news. Pearl Harbor had been attacked. The details reaching Washington were still patchy, but it would later turn out that 366 Japanese fighters and bombers had sunk 4 battleships, including the Arizona, in which 1,177 died. 11 warships were also damaged or destroyed, along with a further 4 battleships. The final death toll would reach 2,330. As Henry Stimson, Frank Knox, Admiral Stark, and the U.S. Army Chief General George Marshall joined Roosevelt and Hopkins for a conference at 3 p.m., news of the attack was convulsing Washington. I think all of us believed that sooner or later we were bound to be in the war and that Japan had given us an opportunity, Hopkins revealed in his personal notes of this momentous day. Everybody, however, he continued, agreed that it would be a long, hard struggle. During the conference, the news kept coming in, indicating more and more damage to the fleet. The President handled the calls personally. At Chequers, Churchill was listening to the wireless. It was 9 p.m., and with him were Averell Harriman and John Wynant. After a pedestrian broadcast summarizing events on the Russian and Libyan fronts, a few words were said of a Japanese attack on American shipping in Hawaii. We looked at one another incredulously, Wynant recalled. Churchill immediately leapt from his chair. "We shall declare war on Japan," he announced, and strode out of the room. "You can't declare war on a radio announcement," Wynant said as he hurried after the Prime Minister. It was decided instead that a call should be made to the White House. The telephone rang in the Oval Office and Roosevelt answered. After a brief word with Wynant, Churchill came on the line. "Mr. President, what's this about Japan?" he asked. "It's quite true. They have attacked us at Pearl Harbor," the President replied. "We are all in the same boat now." Roosevelt explained that he was planning to ask Congress the next day to sanction a declaration of war against Japan, and advised Churchill to wait until everything was settled before making his own announcement. Churchill agreed, stating that his declaration would follow the President's within an hour. Churchill was informed that Japan had struck not just at Pearl Harbor and the Dutch East Indies, but at Malaya as well. Despite the savage escalation in the war, Churchill retired that night to enjoy, as he later wrote, the sleep of the saved. As midnight approached on the continent, news of the attack reached Hitler at the Wolf's Lair in the forest near Rustenburg. He also saw reason to celebrate, a welcome antidote to the success of the recent Soviet counterattack which had filled Führer headquarters with gloom. "Now it is impossible for us to lose the war," he told Walter Havel, a Foreign Office liaison officer. "We now have an ally who has never been vanquished in 3,000 years. He telephoned Joseph Goebbels. "The Führer," Goebbels noted excitedly, "is extremely pleased at this development. Now this war is a world war in the truest sense of the word." In Washington, Roosevelt summoned his secretary, Grace Tully. He was alone, seated before his desk, on which were 2 or 3 neat piles of notes containing the information of the past 2 hours. The telephone was close by his hand, she recalled. He was wearing a grey sack jacket and was lighting a cigarette as I entered the room. He took a deep drag and addressed me calmly. "Sit down, Grace. I'm going before Congress tomorrow. I'd like to dictate my message. It will be short." After another drag on his cigarette, Roosevelt began to dictate one of the most famous speeches of his career. He spoke incisively and slowly, Tully remembered, carefully specifying each punctuation mark and paragraph. This was interrupted at 8:30 p.m. by a cabinet meeting. Just 1 hour later, hot on the heels of his cabinet colleagues, Roosevelt received a party of congressional leaders. "The casualties, I am sorry to say, were extremely heavy," the president explained. "The fact is that a shooting war is going on today in the Pacific, and we are in it." At 12:30 p.m. the next day, President Roosevelt addressed a joint session of Congress with the simplest and strongest speech of his presidency. "Yesterday, December 7, 1941, a date that will live in infamy, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked by naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan," he announced, and went on to describe in brief but grim tones the targets of the Japanese attack. "I ask that the Congress declare," he continued, "that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire." The British ambassador, Lord Halifax, was in the gallery. When he said that America would fight as long as was necessary to prevent such an act of treachery as the Japanese being repeated, Halifax noted, the whole place rose and cheered him for about 3 minutes, a very remarkable demonstration. An hour later, both the House of Representatives and the Senate had agreed, with just one dissenting voice. The United States was at war, yet not in the European war, for Roosevelt had made no mention of Germany. When the Assistant Secretary of State, Adolf Berle, was visited by the Hungarian representative in Washington, Berle noted that his visitor assumed that we would shortly be at war with Germany and Italy. Berle was evasive. "I said that I could not say anything at this time," he explained. Roosevelt, too, was elusive on the subject. A press release was issued stating that Germany did all it could to push Japan into the war because it was the German hope that if the United States and Japan could be pushed into war, that such a conflict would put an end to the Lend-Lease program. No further announcement was made. In London, Churchill was trying to convince the War Cabinet that he should immediately go to America to be with Roosevelt. During the discussion, it was suggested that the same careful attitude thus far employed towards the United States should continue. "Oh, that is the way we talked to her while we were wooing her," Churchill replied. "Now that she is in the harem, we talk to her quite differently." His colleagues agreed to his plans, but Churchill also had to convince Anthony Eden, who was in Scotland en route to Moscow. The Foreign Secretary was summoned by a naval officer to the telephone, and Churchill passed on all the known details of the Japanese attack. "He was quite naturally in a high state of excitement," Eden recalled. "I could not conceal my relief, and did not have to try to. I felt that whatever happened now, it was merely a question of time. Before, we had believed in the end, but never seen the means. Now both were clear." Churchill told Eden of his intentions to travel at once to the United States. "I saw the force of this, but I did not imagine we could both be away, and was not sure that the Americans would want him so soon." Brushing aside Eden's concerns, Churchill told him, "The emphasis of the war has shifted. What now matters is the intentions of our 2 great allies. We must each go to one of them." That day, as the first T-34 tanks rolled off the production line at the Kharkov Tank Works, which had been moved to the Urals, Hitler told his adjutant, Major Gerhard Engel, that he did not believe the Russians had any more troops to push into the fight along the Eastern Front. "Thinks it's all bluff," Engel noted, "considers these are the last reserves from Moscow." Information provided by the Army High Command about the enemy is exaggerated and has been deliberately painted worse than it is, Hitler explained. It would not be the first time that the Germans have lost their nerve at critical moments. I do not wish to hear again the word withdrawal. Despite this display of confidence, Engel was concerned. I noticed how unsettled and unsure he was, he confessed. General Franz Halder remarked that even now Hitler remained wistful for deals with the British. The Führer still hopes to come to terms with Britain at the expense of France. The next morning, 9 December, Hitler left the sanctuary of his forested lair and took his special train to Berlin. At noon he met Joseph Goebbels. The Führer is delighted at the fortunate outcome of the talks between the USA and Japan and at the outbreak of war, the Nazi propaganda chief noted. He knew nothing in advance about the outbreak of hostilities. It took him completely by surprise, and at first he, like me, could not believe it. After such a run of bad news, Goebbels was relieved to meet Hitler face to face and find him in such confident form. Japan was right to make the first crushing blow, Hitler told him. A boxer who saves up his blows for the 5th or 6th round can experience the same as Schmeling in his last fight with Joe Louis, namely that he's knocked out in the first round. Despite the attack on Pearl Harbor and Japan's alliance with Germany, and indeed despite the catalogue of attacks by Nazi U-boats on American ships, Roosevelt was still hesitating about any formal involvement of the United States in the war against Germany. Halifax advised Churchill that the president still feels he has to educate up to the complete conviction of the oneness of the struggle against both Germany and Japan. I wouldn't overstate it, but, Halifax continued, I seem to be conscious of a still lingering distinction in some quarters of the public mind between war with Japan and war with Germany. Having let Roosevelt off the hook with Barbarossa, Hitler was about to relieve him again of a dilemma. He informed Goebbels of what would become his second cataclysmic decision following the invasion of Russia. He intended to declare war on the United States in a speech before the Reichstag scheduled for 2 days' time. He said that he had given orders that any American vessel which comes within range of a torpedo tube will be sent to the bottom of the sea. In the Far East, 2 prized British ships were about to suffer that terrible fate at the hand of Japanese fighters. On the morning of 10 December, Churchill was working in bed when the telephone rang. It was Admiral Sir Dudley Pound. Prime Minister, I have to report to you that the Prince of Wales and the Repulse have both been sunk by the Japanese. Are you sure it's true? Churchill replied. There is no doubt at all, Pound answered. In all the war, I never received a more direct shock, Churchill later confessed. He had dispatched the 2 ships to protect Singapore from Japanese attack, but the only available air cover was shore-based fighters based on the Malayan mainland. In the new technology of battle at sea, it was a fatal error. Churchill was distraught. Just 5 months before, he had been singing hymns in Placentia Bay with the crew of the Prince of Wales, almost all of whom were now dead. 3 full days after Pearl Harbor, there was still no word from Washington on joining the war against Germany. Churchill was still fighting alone against Hitler in Europe and North Africa. Roosevelt was also not sure that the time was ripe for another face-to-face meeting and drafted a telegram to London suggesting that it might be wise to wait a few weeks. At 6:30 p.m. he changed his mind and cabled Churchill, "Delighted to have you here at the White House," adding at the end that his one reservation is great personal risk to you. Believe this should be given most careful consideration, for the Empire needs you at the helm, and we need you there too. Then, at 2:18 p.m. on Thursday, 11 December 1941, the Nazi Foreign Minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop, summoned Morris, the American chargé d'affaires, to his office on Berlin's Wilhelmstrasse. Morris was handed a document. Although Germany on her part has strictly adhered to the rule of international law in her relations with the United States of America during every period of the present war, it stated, the government of the United States of America, from initial violations of neutrality, had finally proceeded to open acts of war against Germany. The document concluded that Germany was breaking off diplomatic relations with the United States and declared that, in these circumstances brought about by President Roosevelt, Germany too, as from today, considers herself as being in a state of war with the United States of America. Later that afternoon, before a swiftly assembled audience of the Reichstag, Hitler made his personal declaration of war. During his 90-minute-long speech, he mounted an unrelenting attack on Roosevelt, claiming that the president was supported by the entire satanic insidiousness of the Jews and that he was determined to destroy Germany. I can only be grateful to Providence that it entrusted me with the leadership in this historic struggle, which, for the next 500 or 1,000 years, will be described as decisive, not only for the history of Germany, but for the whole of Europe, and indeed for the whole world, he announced. Now standing on the cusp of a truly world war, Hitler declared that a historic revision on a unique scale has been imposed upon us by the Creator. Despite the military setbacks in Russia, Hitler had achieved full spiritual contentment. Under his pact with Japan, he had no obligation to declare war on America, but he wanted to show that he was the master, controlling events. To the east, he was fighting the racist and ideological war he had always wanted. As for Britain and America, they had never been part of the plan, but as his attacks on both Churchill and Roosevelt had shown, it was now personal. The British people had been misled by Churchill. Roosevelt was controlled by international Jewish plutocracy. If they wished to drag their nations to destruction, so be it. However, Hitler had made one further vital miscalculation. According to his Luftwaffe adjutant, Nikolaus von Below, he was relying on the hope that the conflict between the USA and Japan would keep the Americans out of the European theatre. This would savagely rebound on him. For 18 months, Roosevelt had stopped short of the brink. Indeed, there is no knowing what might have happened if Hitler had not himself declared war on America. But whatever his prevarications, the president had never doubted that Nazi Germany was enemy number one in the global struggle. He was a reluctant warlord, but now that he was committed, Hitler was his priority. All that was now left were the formalities. At 12:30 p.m., a message for Congress from Roosevelt was delivered. He did not attend to read the note himself, which announced that the government of Germany, pursuing its course of world conquest, declared war against the United States. The long-known and the long-expected has thus taken place. He asked Congress to recognize a state of war between the United States and Germany and between the United States and Italy. It was a pretty quiet affair compared to 2 days ago, Halifax noted after making the trip to Congress to observe the constitutional rights. The result was a foregone conclusion. I remember Winston saying to me in London that he had told the president when they had met in August that he would sooner have an American declaration of war and no supplies for 6 months than double supplies and no declaration. It has come in a way differently to what most of us then expected. The long drawn-out psychological duel which Churchill had been waging with Roosevelt since May 1940 had been resolved by a bolt from the blue. Whatever the circumstances, he could not hide his immense sense of relief. In a telegraph to Eden, still en route to Moscow, he wrote that the accession of the United States makes amends for all, and with time and patience will give certain victory. A palpable release of pressure was also being felt in Berlin. Goebbels noted in his diary on 13 December that for the past few weeks Hitler had been under increasing strain. The Führer knew that either the U-boat war was doomed to be ineffective, or that he had to make a decisive step towards war with America. Now this heavy weight has fallen from his heart. Hitler rightly calculated that much would turn on the Battle of the Atlantic. He believes that the figures for sinkings will rise rapidly. Above all, he sees the tonnage problem as the decisive problem of the war at the moment. Whoever can solve this problem will probably win the war. Hitler was also accelerating the ideological struggle and the accompanying genocide. With regard to the Jewish question, the Führer is determined to make a clean sweep, Goebbels noted. He told the Jews that if they caused another world war, they would be destroyed. That was no empty promise. The world is at war. The destruction of the Jews is the necessary consequence. We must look at this question unsentimentally. We're not here to pity the Jews. We're here to pity our own German people. If the German people have sacrificed 160,000 dead in the Eastern Campaign, those who caused this bloody conflict must pay for it with their lives. The situation is difficult, Goebbels concluded, but we will master it. As Goebbels wrote, events on the front line were fluid. The Red Army had recaptured some 400 villages and towns and driven German forces from the Moscow-Volga Canal. On 15 December, Nazi forces were repulsed from Klin on the Leningrad front. That day, Churchill was on board the Duke of York, bound for the United States. I am on my way to a rendezvous with President Roosevelt to discuss our common plans. From Washington, I shall cable you full information on the state of affairs, he cabled Stalin. I cannot tell you how relieved I am to learn daily about your remarkable victories on the Russian front. I have never felt so confident of the outcome of the war. That night, amid temperatures of -57 degrees Fahrenheit, Eden and his delegation arrived in the Soviet capital. At 7 the next evening, while Erwin Rommel's forces were being forced into a temporary retreat by General Sir Claude Auchinleck in North Africa, Eden arrived at the Kremlin. For 4 hours he spoke with Stalin, with Maisky and Cripps translating and taking notes. All was friendly, Eden explained. Stalin is a quiet dictator in his manner, no shouting, no gesticulation, so that it is impossible to guess his meaning, or even the subject of which he is speaking until the translation is given. Stalin's enigmatic manner was not matched by his forthright demands. He handed Eden drafts of 2 separate treaties which showed that even while Hitler's soldiers were knocking on Moscow's door, future Soviet territory was uppermost in his mind. It would be desirable to attach a secret protocol in which a general scheme for reorganizing European frontiers after the war should be outlined, he told Eden. Apart from weakening and breaking up Germany, Stalin announced that the Soviet Union finds it imperative to restore its frontiers as they were in 1941, prior to the German attack on the USSR. Stalin was insisting that the British agree to the legal incorporation into the post-war Soviet Union of everything he had grabbed as part of his devil's bargain with Hitler in August 1939. The 3 Baltic states, Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia, the eastern chunk of Poland, a swath of Finland, and the Romanian province of Bessarabia. Hitler had returned to the wolf's lair. Reports from the full length of the Soviet front were painting a picture of chaos and defeats. He reluctantly agreed to a retreat on the Volkhov River. Meanwhile, Army Group South reported that the enemy is bringing reinforcements. Army Group Center that the enemy is feeding new forces along the line, and Army Group North that attacks out of Leningrad have been stepped up. At midnight, Hitler issued a brutal order for his military commanders battling with Stalin's armies in the east. General withdrawal is out of the question, he instructed. The idea of preparing rear positions is just drivelling nonsense. The only trouble at the front is that the enemy outnumbers us in soldiers. He does not have any more artillery. His soldiers, the order continued, are not nearly as good as ours. Yet the losses continued. On 19 December, Field Marshal von Brauchitsch, ill and broken by reversals on the Eastern Front, coupled with Hitler's refusal to see the chaos, offered his resignation. It marked a watershed in Hitler's war. Having been offered this useful scapegoat for the failures so far, he personally assumed supreme command of Germany's armed forces. It was a successful move since it prevented the catastrophe into which a withdrawal would have degenerated. Hitler's loyal Luftwaffe adjutant von Below noted, Hitler would not countenance withdrawals to gain freedom of manoeuvre or to spare his forces, Below continued, though he did notice that his Führer's burgeoning mistrust of the generals, a sentiment of which he was never to rid himself entirely, cramped him, since he insisted on reserving for himself even the most minor tactical decisions. The next day, Winston Churchill was busy aboard the Duke of York. Early that morning he had received a telegram from Auchinleck. The relentless attack of the RAF on the enemy's retreating forces, coupled with continued pressure of our forward columns, has kept him on the run all day, the commander in Africa reported. Churchill had also received a cable from Eden passing on Stalin's territorial demands. Naturally, you will not be rough with Stalin, Churchill wrote to his Foreign Secretary, but we are bound to the United States not to enter into secret and special pacts. To approach President Roosevelt with these proposals would be to court a blank refusal and might cause lasting trouble on both sides. Churchill told Eden such questions must await the peace conference when we have won the war, and advised him not to worry if a failure to satisfy Stalin delayed a formal agreement with Russia. Back in Moscow, Eden and his colleagues believed there could be no smoothing of the edges. Pretty clear Russians won't sign treaties if we don't recognize their 1941 frontier, Alexander Cadogan observed after the final day of talks. That evening, at a grand Kremlin banquet in honor of Stalin's 62nd birthday, 36 toasts were drunk. Churchill had sent a telegram wishing him sincere, fond wishes for his birthday. Whatever the past and future turbulence in their relations, the Warlords were always scrupulous in their observance of anniversarial niceties. "We drank your health and some others," Eden reported back to the Prime Minister. "Stalin spoke very warmly of you." Churchill's 10-day voyage came to an end the following day. From Hampton Roads he flew to Washington for his second face-to-face meeting with the President. Codenamed Arcadia, the conference got off to an amicable start. After dinner, we talked in the President's study about Vichy and North Africa and various other matters on the Atlantic side of the world. Lord Halifax wrote in his diary that night, "Complete unanimity of view and the atmosphere very good. Winston and the President getting on very well indeed together." The next day, Churchill's lingering fears that after Pearl Harbor the Americans might feel compelled to concentrate on the Pacific were allayed when Admiral Stark and General George Marshall reiterated the outcome of the ABC-1 talks earlier in the year that the European theatre of war was decisive. Churchill's mood was buoyant. Halifax described how he pleased the press very much by getting onto a chair in order that they might see him better. Churchillian bravura could not disguise the fortunes of war. On Christmas Day, Hong Kong surrendered to the Japanese, and in the besieged city of Leningrad some 3,700 people died. Nevertheless, Churchill continued to entertain. Found him in his coloured dressing gown in bed, preparing for his speech for the Senate tomorrow, Halifax observed, surrounded by cigars, whiskies and sodas and secretaries. At 12:30 p.m. on 26 December, Churchill delivered his speech to a joint session of Congress. The galleries in the Senate chamber were packed. Winston spoke for about 35 minutes, Halifax noted, and was much cheered. In the days to come, Churchill declared, it was his great hope that the British and American peoples will, for their own safety and for the good of all, walk together side by side in majesty, in justice, and in peace. Churchill made a great and moving speech, noted Harold Ickes, who a year and a half before had believed that Churchill was very unreliable when under the influence of drink. Now, Ickes wrote, I think that in such a situation as that in which we find ourselves, he is the greatest orator in the world. He was greeted with great enthusiasm, hand-clapping and cheers, and he was interrupted throughout his speech by similar outbursts. The new year opened with a declaration of the United Nations unveiled by Roosevelt and Churchill in Washington. It was signed by a rainbow of nations around the world opposed to Hitler and propounded the principles of the Atlantic Charter. Events on the battlefields augured less well. The Japanese onslaught was carving through Malaya and threatening Singapore. In the Ukraine, the Germans pushed Red Army parachutists into retreat on the Kerch Peninsula. Outside Moscow, Hitler stuck to his policy of no withdrawal. There was, wrote Halder, another dramatic scene during a conference with the Führer, who calls in question the general's courage to make hard decisions. The plain truth, however, is that with the temperature down to 30 below freezing, our troops simply cannot hold out any longer. First, close the breach by attacking from the adjoining sectors, ordered the new Supreme Commander. Then we can talk about moving the front back. But in every individual instance, I will have to give the word for withdrawal. His generals were, in Halder's words, at the end of their wits. In the White House, after nearly 2 weeks, Churchill was very much at home. I found the president talking to him in his bedroom, Halifax recorded with bemusement. Max Beaverbrook and I sat on a box in the passage for a few minutes and exchanged views, Harry Hopkins floating past in pyjamas and dressing gown. Certainly the oddest menage anybody has ever seen. The oddities multiplied. When I was fixing up with him last night what would be a good time to come and see him in the morning, I said, "What about 12 o'clock?" Halifax noted. He thought this a bit late, as that was about the time the president was apt to blow into his bedroom. He had 2 or 3 days before, and found Winston with nothing on at all, and he had quickly to drape himself with a towel. Churchill remarked, "He is the only head of a state I have ever received in the nude." "What a wonderful showman he is," concluded Halifax. 48 hours later, in the Wolf's Lair, Hitler, who was so afraid of exposing his flesh to ridicule that he had years before even stopped wearing lederhosen, was in the midst of a late-night monologue. "I'm very glad I recently said all I think about Roosevelt. There's no doubt about it, he's a sick brain," the Führer declared. "There's nobody stupider than the Americans," he continued. "Churchill and Roosevelt, what impostors! One can expect utterly extravagant repercussions." The diatribe against his enemies continued during his midday meeting the next day. "If things go on following this rhythm," Hitler told his guests, "in 4 weeks the Japanese will be in Singapore. It would be a terribly hard blow." He rounded off with an attack on the U.S. Army. "I'll never believe that an American soldier can fight like a hero." While Churchill might have preferred to devote every minute to his friend in Washington, his other ally in Moscow was demanding his attention. Eden had sent a further cable insisting that Stalin's demands on his post-war frontiers must be addressed. "I am clear that this question is for Stalin acid test of our sincerity, and unless we can meet him on it, his suspicion of ourselves and the United States government will persist," Eden warned. The nub of it was brute force. "Nothing we and the United States of America can do or say," argued the Foreign Secretary, "will affect the situation at the end of war. If Russians are victorious, they will be able to establish these frontiers, and we shall certainly not turn them out." With Eden's promptings and many other matters in mind, Churchill travelled south for a 5-day rest in Miami, Florida. He had suffered a heart scare and needed to recuperate. Some in Washington were relieved to see him go for reasons that went beyond his health. He was proving thoroughly exhausting. "I am troubled and distressed that he has taken with him for the journey General Marshall simply to have a talk with him in the plane," Henry Stimson confided in his diary. "Marshall is very busy, very overworked, and should not have been taken from his work. He will have to come back on a night train and will lose 24 hours of his precious time without getting any rest from it. It was only due to the President's urgings that he did not decline Churchill's invitation, and I think it was one of the thoughtless things which the President ought not to do." Stimson remained convinced throughout most of the war that Churchill never stopped pulling the wool over the President's eyes. He underrated his boss. In Moscow that evening, Stalin was in conference with members of his supreme headquarters. General Boris Shaposhnikov, chief of the General Staff, opened discussions with a short briefing detailing plans, supported by Stalin, for a new counteroffensive. The Germans are now in a state of confusion after their defeat at Moscow, Stalin explained after Shaposhnikov finished. They are badly prepared for winter. This is the most suitable time for launching a general offensive. General Georgy Zhukov was horrified and tried to explain that this would be an impossible task, but Stalin would not let him finish. "I have talked with Timoshenko," the Soviet dictator explained. "He is for the offensive. We must grind up the Germans more quickly so that they will not be able to attack in the spring." Stalin's Politburo cronies Georgy Malenkov and Lavrenti Beria offered their support. The rest of the group remained silent. "On that," Stalin declared, "if you will, we shall conclude the meeting." "You argued in vain," Shaposhnikov told Zhukov once they were safely outside the leader's office. "Directives have already been given to almost all army groups, and they will begin the offensive in the next few days." "Then why was our opinion solicited?" bemoaned Zhukov. "I don't know, dear fellow, I don't know," replied another of Zhukov's downcast military colleagues. While in Florida, though much bathing and resting took place, a daily courier kept Churchill busy with cables and matters of war. He responded that day to Eden's request that Stalin's demands for his 1941 borders be recognized. "I could not be an advocate for a British cabinet bent on such a course," he averred. That evening, 8 January, as the cable began the journey from Miami to London, Churchill telephoned his ambassador in Washington. During our conversation, I told him that I had been interested to see his very sharp reply to Antony about Stalin's desire to have the 1941 boundaries of Russia recognized, Halifax noted in his diary. Winston said he had been greatly surprised with Antony, and was greatly surprised that I was not prepared over the telephone to say that I wholeheartedly agreed with Winston. For the moment, while Churchill enjoyed the hospitality of the anti-imperialist president, spheres of influence in Europe were out. Churchill returned to Washington to resume the discussions on war strategy. As British forces were beaten out of Kuala Lumpur, Roosevelt expressed his desire that American troops should be fighting Hitler on the battlefield. "We cannot wage this war in a defensive spirit," he said. "We intend to bring this battle to him on his home grounds." Stimson thought that Churchill, in luring Roosevelt exclusively towards the European theatre, was taking advantage of the president's well-known shortcomings in ordinary administrative methods. Churchill's colleagues, on the other hand, were very pleased with the progress of the Arcadia Conference. "I don't think it is possible to measure the results of your time here," Halifax wrote to him as the end of the conference was in sight. "The immense usefulness of your personal contacts with FDR will remain and grow as the field of joint action widens. I don't think you have ever done a better fortnight's work in value." On 14 January, as the situation in Singapore grew bleaker, Churchill prepared to leave Washington. Hopkins was present at the final meeting between the two heads of state. Churchill expressed not only his warm appreciation of the way he and his associates had been treated, but his confidence that great steps had been taken towards unification of the prosecution of the war. Afterwards, as Churchill flew by plane from Washington to Bermuda, Hopkins and Roosevelt returned together to the White House. The president made it perfectly clear, Hopkins noted, that he too was very pleased with the meetings. There was no question but that he grew genuinely to like Churchill, and I'm sure Churchill equally liked the president. A few days later, it was Roosevelt's birthday. "Many happy returns of the day," Churchill cabled, "and may your next birthday see us a long lap forward on our road ahead." Roosevelt replied, "It is fun to be in the same decade with you." However, beneath the smiles, those close to Roosevelt, like his Labour Secretary Francis Perkins, an important member of his inner circle, had already noticed a new steel in his soul. She recalled that he was a changed, more potent and dedicated personality. The terrible shock of Pearl Harbor, the destruction of his precious ships, the unknown hazards which war might bring to the people, the death of his hope of being the peacemaker and mediator of the world, acted like a spiritual purge and left him cleaner, simpler, more single-minded. This change in Roosevelt would have a vital impact on his relationship with Churchill. There was no doubt of a burgeoning personal affection, but in the coming months and years it would and could not mask the political gulf that divided them. In the end, Churchill lost his mental duel with Roosevelt. He failed to persuade him to bring America into the war. Japan and Hitler did that. What this meant was that Roosevelt was not fighting Churchill's war but his own, and the two men had very different long-term objectives. Beyond the defeat of Hitler, Churchill wanted above all to preserve the British Empire, but this and all other manifestations of European imperialism were anathema to Roosevelt, who was determined to banish them from the brave new post-war world. There was a second gulf between them. Britain had initially gone to war for the freedom of Europe, specifically the independence of Poland. But as the war ground on, Churchill began to see a new threat to Europe, the man who had become the third ally in the fight against Hitler, Joseph Stalin. In late 1942, he told Anthony Eden, "It would be a measureless disaster if Russian barbarism overlaid the ancient states of Europe." Roosevelt thought otherwise. As far as he was concerned, the cause of war in the first place was the infighting between Europe's ancient imperialist nations, and he began to see in Stalin someone who would help him in his great cause of freeing the world of that imperialism. Also, in 1942, in a conversation with the Roman Catholic Archbishop of New York, he remarked, "The European people will simply have to endure Russian domination in the hope that, in 10 or 20 years, the European influence will bring the Russians to become less barbarous." These differences contained the seeds of psychological and strategic differences, which would eventually bring unwelcome and unpleasant tensions, not to mention deceit and lies, to the relationship between the three ideologically very different allies who now found themselves bound together in the fight against Hitler. As for the Führer, he now stood alone against the world. Benito Mussolini, though Hitler continued to have time for him personally, had brought nothing but trouble to the war. Japan would fight on its own terms in a separate theatre, while Hitler would spend many hours reflecting on his enemies, analyzing them, and above all espying the divisions between them. The only influence he could wield over them was through force of arms. His psychological battle against them was over. Against his generals, having taken supreme command, it was only just beginning. As Halder grumbled in mid-January, this kind of leadership can lead only to the annihilation of the army. Chapter 7. 17 January to 21 June 1942. At 10 a.m. on 17 January, after a transatlantic flight of 18 hours, Churchill arrived in Plymouth. Anthony Eden was also back home, but still mulling over his talks in Moscow. Russian suspicions lie so deep and Russian fears of German military might are so vivid and real that our task must be a formidable one, he wrote to Sir Stafford Cripps, who remained in Moscow as British ambassador. In general, I feel that we can only possess our souls in patience until such time as we have sufficient success in our military operations to inspire in the Soviet government some of the fear and respect which they now feel for the Germans. While Stalin remained wary of his allies, the British secret services were equally suspicious of the Russians, and with good reason. Some days ago we discovered that the transmitter, which had previously been active in Kensington Palace Road, was in actual fact operating from the top floor of the Soviet consulate, Rosary Gardens, MI5's counterintelligence chief Guy Liddell noted in his diary. On 20 January in Germany, the Wannsee Conference opened to draw up its cold bureaucratic blueprint for the final extermination of Europe's millions of Jews. Hitler blamed the whole conflagration on Churchill. The Führer sees him as a complete plutocratic criminal who must be removed if the world is ever to be at peace, Joseph Goebbels noted. Churchill was the chief perpetrator of this war. It is because of him that the war began and must be so bitterly fought. Perhaps, Hitler told his propaganda chief, he is no longer in peak fitness. The most recent pictures show a thinner and broken man. But we don't want to rely on that. We base our strategy on real facts. Facts seem to be turning back Hitler's way. In a reversal of fortune in Africa, Erwin Rommel's forces were advancing on Tobruk, and in the Far East the Japanese drove ever nearer to Singapore. In Washington, Roosevelt's cabinet were trying to accustom themselves to their newly autocratic leader. Leo Crowley, a gifted administrator dubbed manager par excellence by Roosevelt, was with Henry Morgenthau. Crowley described a lunch with the president during which Roosevelt had said, "It is up to you to go along with anything that I want at this time." Crowley was shocked. "Something has happened to the president. He has lost his touch with the people," he told Morgenthau. "This war has suddenly made him think he has got to have his own way, whatever it is." That evening, Hitler was on his favorite theme. "The Jews must pack up, disappear from Europe," he announced to his after-dinner guests. "It's natural that we should concern ourselves with the question on the European level. It's clearly not enough to expel them from Germany. We cannot allow them to retain bases of withdrawal at our doors. We want to be out of danger of all kinds of infiltration." As he spoke, hundreds of Yugoslavian Jews, all women and children, were being forced to march for miles on foot through the snow to the concentration camp at Saimište. The next day, 28 January 1942, Anthony Eden submitted a memorandum entitled Policy on Russia to the War Cabinet. He argued that for the sake of smooth relations and winning trust, there was no point in opposing Stalin's claims to the Baltic states. If Russia is in occupation of the territory involved at the end of the war, neither we nor America will turn out. Probably, however, Monsieur Stalin's demand is intended as an acid test to find out how far His Majesty's government are prepared to make unpalatable concessions in order to obtain the post-war cooperation of the Soviet Union. In other words, to see what value we attach to that cooperation and what sacrifice of principle we are prepared to make in order to achieve it. Eden witheringly argued that while Soviet policy might be amoral, American policy was exaggeratedly moral, at least where non-American interests are concerned. Churchill continued to be shocked by Eden's approach, reminding him, "The 1941 frontiers of Russia were acquired by acts of aggression in shameful collusion with Hitler. The transfer of the people of the Baltic states to Soviet Russia against their will would be contrary to all the principles for which we are fighting this war. I know President Roosevelt holds this view as strongly as I do." The next day, Rommel's troops took Benghazi. Despite military setbacks and despite his continuing resistance to territorial deals with Stalin, Churchill was determined to keep up the supply to Russia of whatever weapons could be spared. General Alan Brooke, now chief of the Imperial General Staff, thought such generosity foolhardy. "It is quite evident that we are incurring grave danger by going on supplying tanks to Russia," he recorded in his diary after the Defence Committee meeting. Churchill did not attend, sending instead his deputy, the Labour leader Clement Attlee, in his place as chairman, having decided beforehand, Brooke noted to his great irritation, that he would not stop sending tanks to Russia. Hitler was in Berlin, standing before a huge crowd at the Sportspalast, marking the 9th anniversary of his assumption of power. "We are clear," he proclaimed, "that the war can only end either with the extermination of the Aryan peoples or the disappearance of Jewry from Europe. Nothing, whatever it may be, can throw me out of the saddle." His attack on Churchill and Roosevelt is sharp, Goebbels noted with satisfaction. The Führer does not believe that Churchill is any longer sitting on top of the world. All the English people I received before the war broke out, Hitler told him, agreed that Churchill was a fool. 4 days later, the long-running squabble about the concessions which Britain would have to make in return for the munificence of American Lend-Lease boiled over. British negotiators were objecting to an article in the draft agreement which stated that both parties would relinquish discriminatory trade practices. This was clearly aimed at the British system of imperial preference. Churchill had thought that it was the State Department that was backing this clause, not Roosevelt himself. He was about to be disabused. "I am convinced that further delay in concluding this agreement will be harmful to your interests and ours," wrote the President. "I am likewise convinced that the present draft is not only fair and equitable, but it meets the apprehension which some of your colleagues have felt." Churchill drafted a furious response, even allowing himself a dig at Roosevelt's wavering before Pearl Harbor. "I consider situation is completely altered by entry of the United States into the war. This makes us no longer a combatant receiving help from a generous sympathizer, but two comrades fighting for life side by side. In this connection it must be remembered that for a large part of 27 months we carried on the struggle single-handed, and that had we failed, the full malice of the Axis powers, whose real intention can now be so clearly seen, would have fallen upon the United States." He argued with a cutting edge of bitterness that Lend-Lease goods ought not to be a cause of the judgment of our future cooperation in the economic rebuilding of the world. Wisely, Churchill sat on his emotional words and in the coming months allowed the agreement, largely unaltered, to be signed. It was one small sign of a changing world. On 8 February, 5,000 Japanese troops landed on Singapore Island from the neighbouring Johor Straits. It was a gloomy day for Hitler, too, as his trusted armaments minister, Dr. Fritz Todt, was killed in an air crash just after taking off from the Wolf's Lair. Goebbels, meanwhile, was scathing of Churchill and Roosevelt's relationship. Anglo-American cooperation is the big theme of the Anglo-Saxon press. There seem to be problems in every quarter. This is because in the much-lauded democracies no one knows who is supposed to give the orders and who is supposed to obey, he crowed. Here, too, the personal vanities and rivalries between Churchill and Roosevelt must play a large part. On 15 February, disaster struck the British Empire. At noon London time, Singapore surrendered. The Gibraltar of the East had been lost to the Japanese and over 16,000 British prisoners captured. For Churchill, Goebbels noted with glee, this military defeat has weakened his position very much. Churchill looked to his allies for comfort. "We must remember that we are no longer alone," he assured the British people in a radio broadcast later that day. "We are in the midst of great company. 3/4 of the human race are now moving with us," he declared. "So far we have not failed. We shall not fail now. Let us move forward steadfastly together into the storm and through the storm." Goebbels was unimpressed. He is like a doctor who prophesies that his patient will die and who, every time the patient's condition worsens, smugly explains that, after all, he prophesied it. Over in Berlin, before an audience of 10,000 trainee SS officers, Hitler was full of confidence and enthusiasm. He told these fledgling cadres of the Third Reich to stem the red tide and save civilization. "I am attempting to create a world power out of the German Reich," he shouted to wild applause in the Sportspalast in Berlin. Ivan Maisky observed that events seemed to be getting on top of Britain's great leader. "I was in Parliament. Churchill spoke about the fall of Singapore. He did not look well and was irritable, ready to take offence and stubborn," Maisky judged from the gallery on 17 February. The members were critical and wrought up. They received Churchill badly and reacted badly to his statement. "I have never seen anything like it before," he noted. "Churchill is making it increasingly harder for even his friends to support the government. At every step he insists, 'I answer for it all.' If Churchill continues to be stubborn, it may topple over his head," Maisky warned. The next day there was comfort from Roosevelt. "I realize how fully the fall of Singapore has affected you," he wrote. In his reply, Churchill did nothing to conceal the intense pressure he was feeling. "I am most grateful to you for your warm-hearted telegram," he confided. "I do not like these days of personal stress, and I have found it difficult to keep my eye on the ball. We are, however, in the fullest accord in all main things." Churchill reshuffled his cabinet in an attempt to impose his authority, but he was at a low ebb. The wearying debates over the Soviets were not helping. The Foreign Office offered subtle psychological advice. "It is essential to treat the Russians as though we thought that they were reasonable human beings. But as they are not, in fact, reasonable human beings, but dominated by an almost insane suspicion, we have to combine this treatment with infinite patience." Roosevelt, as Churchill had predicted, was proving sticky at the prospect of any deals. Lord Halifax relayed the President's view that the present direction of the negotiations was difficult to reconcile with the Atlantic Charter, and that it was premature to attempt detailed treatment of the problem. Roosevelt, who held his own personal diplomatic skills in the highest regard, was also causing irritation by suggesting that he could quickly wrap up a deal with Maxim Litvinov, the Soviet ambassador in Washington. Halifax tartly commented, "It was with us and not with the Americans that Stalin wished to sign a treaty." There were further troubles for Churchill. He found himself standing before the House of Commons deflecting calls for his resignation as Minister of Defence. However tempting it may be to some, when trouble lies ahead, to step aside adroitly and put someone else up to take the blows, the heavy and repeated blows, which are coming, I do not intend, he stated, to adopt that cowardly course. His health was also causing concern. "Brendan Bracken talked to me," Eden noted in his diary on 27 February. "He was much troubled. It seems that the heart will affect his circulation, and perhaps even his speech, that there may be something in the nature of a blackout." On 7 March, Churchill bit the bullet on Russia. The mounting disasters in the war in the Far East, the U-boat scourge in the Atlantic, and the change of fortune in the Middle East combined to force him into an about-turn. Everything seemed to depend on Stalin, and his old worries that the Soviet leader might once again be tempted to do a deal with Hitler if his new allies did not satisfy him had resurfaced. He wrote to Roosevelt that the Baltic states could be sacrificed to keep Stalin on side. "The increasing gravity of the war has led me to feel that the principles of the Atlantic Charter ought not to be construed so as to deny to Russia the frontiers she occupied when Germany attacked her. I hope, therefore, that you will be able to give us a free hand to sign the treaty which Stalin desires as soon as possible," he appealed. "Everything portends an immense renewal of the German invasion of Russia in the spring, and there is very little we can do to help the only country that is heavily engaged with the German armies." That same day, as the Tirpitz sailed from Trondheim to cause havoc to the Allied convoys heading through Arctic waters to Murmansk, Sir Stafford Cripps gave an interview to the Daily Mail, which was reprinted in Life magazine, offering a benign view of Soviet ambitions. "To protect Leningrad, it is essential that the Russians should control the Gulf of Finland and the Baltic coast," Cripps explained. "The Soviet government has no intention, and of this I am certain, to demand anything more in the way of territorial aggrandizement." Cripps stated that he was certain that the Russians do not want to interfere with the internal affairs of other countries, and that the Soviets were the only people of Europe who have been able to meet the blitz tactics of Hitler with success. In Washington, Halifax was rather impressed by Winston's sharp change of front on Russia. Having called Antony every name from a dog to a pig for suggesting composition with Stalin, he now goes all out for it himself. The British ambassador was immediately summoned to the White House to discuss Churchill's volte-face. Halifax recorded that he found the president very sticky and worried about his own public opinion, the general morality, effect on polls, and all the rest of it. He continues to remain quite confident that if he could seize Stalin, he could settle it in 5 minutes. It turned out that Roosevelt's real concern was not over coming to an accommodation with Stalin, but over doing it in a public treaty. Halifax recorded that he showed himself just as willing as Churchill to sacrifice the Baltic states, but preferred to do it more furtively. His mind is already moving along the only remaining line, i.e. of saying to Stalin that we all recognize his need for security, that to put anything on paper now is impossible and would lead to dangerous explosive opinion here, that future of Baltic states clearly depends upon Russian military progress, and that neither United States nor Great Britain would or could turn them out. Why then should Stalin worry? As early as March 1942, Churchill and Roosevelt had shown themselves willing to give away the future freedom of 3 independent nations to keep Stalin sweet. For Roosevelt, the priority remained the sending of supplies to Russia, and he was privately accusing the British of not doing enough. On 11 March, he told Morgenthau, "I do not want to be in the same position as the English. The English promised the Russians 2 divisions. They failed. They promised them help with the Caucasus. They failed. Every promise the English have made to the Russians they have fallen down on. Nothing would be worse than to have the Russians collapse. I would rather lose New Zealand, Australia, or anything else." Debates over convoys to Russia occupied much of the correspondence between the 3 Allied warlords. Stalin always wanted more. Roosevelt chided the British to send more. Churchill reminded him that the losses of ships, men and weapons on the Arctic route were unsustainable. Arguments over the Second Front also rumbled ever louder. On 14 March, Maisky travelled to Chequers to deliver Stalin's latest letter. The Soviet ambassador was received by Eden and taken to see Churchill, who, wearing his blue siren suit, poured over the Soviet leader's barbs. "I feel entirely confident that the combined efforts of our troops," Stalin had written, "will culminate in crushing the enemy, and that the year 1942 will see a decisive turn on the anti-Hitler front." Churchill shrugged his shoulders. "I don't see how 1942 can become a decisive year," he said. Maisky noticed a slight note of irritation in Churchill's voice. He then subjected Maisky to a long lecture on Britain's inability to fulfill all Soviet demands, namely the creation of a second front in 1942. Instead, he would offer Stalin a great bombing offensive on German industrial targets to take the weight off the Red Army. It needed little to stoke Stalin's suspicions of his allies. On 16 March, he met a group of soldiers who had just returned from the front. Yuri Chadaev was present and noticed his boss's furrowed brow. Stalin looked round at the men and puffed on his pipe. "We should always be on alert with our allies," he told his visitors. "We continue getting intelligence demonstrating that after his defeat near Moscow, Hitler expressed his intention to sign a separate peace with England and America. We are also aware," Stalin continued, "that the British ruling circles continue their behind-the-scenes efforts to make an agreement with Germany." Stalin, Chadaev noted, reminded them of Hess's appearance in England and of the suspicious negotiations with him. The old conspiracy theory gripped as strongly as ever. Roosevelt was agitated by what he saw as the mess in Britain's relations with the Soviet Union. 2 days later, he offered Churchill a disparaging verdict. "I know you will not mind my being brutally frank when I tell you that I think I can personally handle Stalin better than either your Foreign Office or my State Department. Stalin hates the guts of all your top people. He thinks he likes me better, and I hope he will continue to do so." Presidential vanity was mitigated by the personal touch. "I know," Roosevelt added, "you will keep up your optimism and your grand driving force, but I know you will not mind if I tell you that you ought to take a leaf out of my notebook. Once a month I go to Hyde Park, crawl into a hole and pull the hole in after me. I am called on the telephone only if something of really great importance occurs. I wish you would try it, and I wish you would lay a few bricks or paint another picture." It was a lot of advice in one mouthful, and it also contained a warning. The President, even if he was viewed by the British as a Johnny-come-lately into the war, had no intention of sitting on the sideline while Stalin and Churchill rearranged Europe. In the dark heart of that battered continent, the first deportations of Jews to Auschwitz were underway. The Jews are now being deported to the east. A fairly barbaric procedure, not to be described in any greater detail, is being used here, and not much more remains of the Jews themselves, Goebbels noted with grim satisfaction. In general, it can probably be established that 60% of them must be liquidated, while only 40% can be put to work. A judgment is being carried out on the Jews which is barbaric but fully deserved. It's a life-and-death struggle between the Aryan race and the Jewish bacillus. Here, too, the Führer is the unswerving champion and spokesman of an unswerving solution. While Hitler carefully avoided putting his own name to any written program of extermination, Goebbels' record was proof that the will and the orders came from the very top. In April 1942, Churchill and Roosevelt had their first real row. Churchill, even though he had made the Raj one of the defining causes of his political career, had allowed negotiations to go ahead with Indian nationalists, mainly to ensure India's loyalty in the war. When the talks broke down, Roosevelt blamed Churchill. The feeling is almost universally held here that the deadlock has been caused by the unwillingness of the British government to concede to the Indians the right of self-government. Roosevelt insisted on his right to interfere. I feel I must place this issue before you very frankly, and I know you will understand my reasons for so doing. Churchill felt no such understanding. He was enraged by what he saw as Roosevelt's meddling. According to Harry Hopkins, who happened to be staying in Downing Street at the time, the string of cuss words lasted 2 hours into the night. He drafted a furious reply. I am greatly concerned to receive your message because I am sure that I could not be responsible for a policy which would throw the whole subcontinent of India into utter confusion while the Japanese invader is at its gates. Churchill told Roosevelt that he would resign over India if he was pushed too far. I should personally make no objection at all to retiring into private life, and I have explained this to Harry just now. But I have no doubt whatever that Cabinet and Parliament would be strongly averse from reopening the Indian constitutional issue in this way at this juncture. Far from helping the defence of India, it would make our task impossible. As was often his custom when tempestuous messages had been written, Churchill sat on the cable. The next day he reconsidered and sent a more carefully worded response. You know the weight which I attach to everything you say to me, but I did not feel I could take responsibility for the defence of India if everything has again to be thrown into the melting pot at this critical juncture, he explained. Anything like a serious difference between you and me would break my heart and surely deeply injure both our countries at the height of this terrible struggle. From that point, Roosevelt, on Hopkins' advice, laid off Churchill on India. However, he had no intention of being thwarted in his long-term ambition of creating a non-imperialist world. Despite the personal camaraderie forged in Washington, a range of issues continued to invite niggles. General George Marshall led a delegation to London to argue for a second front invasion of France in 1942. His consistently held view was to follow the shortest line to Berlin. However, American troops were not yet blooded in battle, and the British were disinclined to throw their own limited forces into ill-thought-out and premature slaughter against the German defences on the French coast. After meeting Marshall on 14 April, Brooke noted, Marshall has started the European offensive plan and is going 100% all out on it. It is a clever move which fits in well with present political opinion and the desire to help Russia. It is also popular with military men who are fretting for an offensive policy. But, Brooke explained, and this is a very large but, his plan does not go beyond just landing on the far coast. Whether we are to play baccarat or chemin de fer at Le Touquet or possibly bathe at Paris plage is not stipulated. I asked him this afternoon, do we go east, south or west after landing? He had not begun to think of it. The one consolation in this time of tetchiness was the news that Stalin had agreed to send Vyacheslav Molotov to London in May to iron out the tortuous Anglo-Russian treaty. The Soviet leader was also encouraged by prospects which Roosevelt, despite British wariness, was holding out of a second front in the summer. From his frozen Prussian headquarters, Hitler too was planning new offensives. The Führer, Joseph Goebbels recorded on 17 April, has ordered that retaliatory air attacks should be resumed against English towns, mainly those which are undefended. In the long run, we can no longer permit the shameless terrorizing of German towns to go unanswered. He boasted that the previous night's attack on Sunderland was a small foretaste of what is to come. On this day, the siege of Leningrad reached its 250th agonizing day. On 25 April, while the town of Rostock recovered from a devastating Allied bombing raid, Hitler and Goebbels had a long conversation after lunch in the Reich Chancellery. The Führer, Goebbels noted with relief, judges the situation on the Eastern Front to be quite positive, thank God. With winter past, the strongest and most pressing concerns are over. They have nothing to eat. They live from hand to mouth. The people are fed on bread and pickles, Hitler said of conditions behind Russian lines. The soldiers' equipment and arms are also apparently at the lowest level. There are plenty of proven examples of widespread cannibalism, not only in the Bolshevik army but also among the Russian civil population. I have never looked forward to spring so fervently, he announced. The Führer doesn't want to see any more snow this year, Goebbels noted. Snow has become physically repugnant to him, which I can quite understand. Winter in Obersalzberg was never quite the same again. While the ordinary people of Russia suffered, Georgy Dimitrov, the leader of Stalin's Communist International, continued to think of world revolution. Aviation engineer Afanasyev, back from America, gave me an account of his impressions and observations of the United States. Overall conclusion, Dimitrov recorded, enormous possibilities for revolutionary movements against trusts and magnates. In Berlin, Hitler celebrated the Luftwaffe's raid on Bath in revenge for Rostock. It must have been much more extensive than the English air raid on Rostock, reported Goebbels. I will now repeat these raids night after night until the English lose their desire to carry out terrorist attacks, Hitler told him. In May 1942, the British negotiations with Russia came to a head. On 20 May, Stalin's foreign minister, Molotov, dashingly clad in his flying gear, landed at RAF Teeling in Scotland, the first visit to Britain by a top Bolshevik since the Revolution. After parading for photographers, he nipped back into the plane to change into his business suit and then took the train down to London. Stalin had given Molotov an extensive shopping list of territory that Britain must agree as part of the post-war Soviet Union. Molotov immediately pressed his maximum demands, noted Averell Harriman, who was keeping an eye on the negotiations for Roosevelt. British recognition of Soviet claims on eastern Poland and Romania, as well as the Baltic states. The same day, Stalin received a telegram from Churchill intended to reassure him of continuing practical support. A convoy of 35 ships left yesterday with instructions to make its way to you, Churchill reported. He pleaded with the Soviet leader to send his long-range bombers to knock out enemy airfields within range of the Arctic during the week the convoy would be sailing through its most hazardous waters. I know you will do all in your power. If we are in bad luck and the convoy suffers very heavy losses, Churchill warned, then the only thing we can do will be to hold up the further sailing of convoys until we have greater sea space when the ice recedes northwards in July. At 11:30 a.m. on 21 May, Molotov arrived at 10 Downing Street. While Churchill had conceded that Stalin could have the Baltic states, he was unwilling to allow further territorial concessions, particularly in Poland. "Russians as wooden as ever," noted Alexander Cadogan. "We discussed treaties. Their attitude is, we have made large concession in agreeing to leave Polish frontier for later settlement. What concession do you make?" They ignore that we have made the great concession about the Baltic states. No conclusion. Despite the sacrifice Churchill was making by sending such a substantial Arctic convoy, Stalin's mistrust of his British ally had not waned. "Yes, the question of the opening of the Second Front is still in the air," he told his Politburo colleagues over lunch in the Kremlin. "Our allies are still doing nothing in this direction. Obviously, we do not cherish any illusions about it. The Allies won't do anything about it this year. Apparently, the British dislike of socialism slows down the process. Yes, I am sure that's the point." Settling down and puffing on his pipe, the dictator continued, "You are right about Churchill's dislike of us. This was the case before the war and remains so today. It would be strange if Churchill treats us differently." While Stalin was analyzing Churchill, Hitler was giving Goebbels his verdict on Stalin. "The Führer is clear on the fact that in the Soviet Union, in contrast to England and the USA, we have an opponent who possesses an ideology. He recognizes in Stalin a man of importance who towers above the democratic figureheads of the Anglo-Saxon powers. Hitler saw himself irrevocably locked in the ultimate contest of the totalitarians. It is a world struggle on a huge scale, which we must win if the Reich is not to be destroyed," he told Goebbels. "The Soviet struggle against us is a struggle to destruction. This war cannot be compared to any war in the past. Then it was a question of victory or defeat. Now it is a matter of triumph or ruin." As for Roosevelt, he declared, "The US will lose their interest in this war when they have plundered and feasted on the English Empire as much as they can." The talks in London had hit the buffers. Then German forces launched their summer offensive on the Eastern Front. Soon 3 Soviet armies were being smashed at the Battle of Kharkov. Stalin's priorities instantly changed. Military help from the British and Americans suddenly assumed far more importance than pieces of paper about future territory, which would look after itself. He cabled Molotov, "We have received the draft treaty Eden handed you. It lacks the question of the security of frontiers, but this is not bad, perhaps, for it gives us a free hand. The question of frontiers," he stated, "or to be more exact, of guarantees for the security of our frontiers at one or another section of our country, will be decided by force." Molotov told the astonished British that Russia was dropping all mentions of territory. Instead, the treaty became a general agreement of friendship for 20 years. Russians last night agreed our treaty, much of the morning taken up by the Russians trying to slip in various amendments, Cadogan noted, but none of them were vicious. Cabinet at 1, Winston relieved and delighted, and bouquets were heaped on Eden. Many toasts and many speeches, Brooke noted after the signing ceremony had been concluded. Somehow the whole affair gave me the creeps and made me feel that humanity has still many centuries to live through before universal peace can be found. Molotov immediately flew off to Washington in the hope of securing from Roosevelt a commitment to the launching of the Second Front later in the summer. He was not to be disappointed. On 1 June 1942, talks between the globe-trotting Russian and the President were concluded. Roosevelt gave his permission for a public communiqué to be released which stated that, in the course of the conversations, full understanding was reached with regards to the urgent tasks of creating a second front in Europe in 1942. Roosevelt cabled Churchill, "Molotov's visit is, I think, a real success because we have got on a personal footing of candour and as good friendship as can be acquired through an interpreter. I have a very strong feeling that the Russian position is precarious and may grow steadily worse during the coming weeks. Therefore," he explained, I am more than ever anxious that Bolero, the code name for the cross-channel attack, proceed to definite action beginning in August and continuing so long as the weather holds in 1942. In London, there was horror at Roosevelt's unilateral announcement of an operation which would at this early stage have to be carried out largely by British troops. Within a few days, Molotov was back in Britain for a stopover before flying home to Moscow. Molotov returned to London, Eden noted in his diary, bringing an explosive message with him. At midday on 9 June, the cabinet gathered for what Eden described as a sticky meeting. Churchill dined that night with Molotov and Maisky. Long talk after dinner, mainly explanation by W of Second Front problems, Eden reported, noting that he thought it had done much good. At least it helped to increase confidence. Churchill knew that he could not publicly countermand Roosevelt's statement and instead gave Molotov a private aide-memoire, explaining that it was not yet possible to say whether the plan for a landing on the continent was feasible that year. We could therefore give no promise. At 9 p.m. in London on 10 June, the final farewells were exchanged at Downing Street. Toasts were drunk and farewell speeches made, all very friendly, recorded Eden. The next day, Molotov headed home. At the same time, over on the continent, Hitler was talking with Goebbels and the Finnish president. Leningrad and Moscow must disappear completely, he declared. England's situation, meanwhile, was hopeless. This great empire has chosen its own destruction, and that is what it will therefore endure. It might take a long time, but it will be the end. The USA will probably inherit whatever remains. As the grave digger of the English Empire, Churchill has chosen this path, and England must pay for it. Churchill, who had become thoroughly alarmed by the president's off-the-cuff strategic announcements, decided to fly to the United States to hammer out a clear plan. On the morning of 18 June, he and his party neared their destination. Had long morning in bed as the clock was going back and breakfast was not available till 11 a.m., about 8 a.m. real time, Brooke recorded, still flying over blankets of cloud till about 12:30, when we found the sea again and shortly afterwards flew over a large convoy of some 35 ships. PM in tremendous form and enjoying himself like a schoolboy. As we waited to embark, he was singing a little song to himself, "We're here because we're here." The Prime Minister landed at 8 p.m., but was not met by President Roosevelt, who had escaped to Hyde Park for a short break. Winston, recorded Halifax, who greeted him at the airport, was rather put out at the president being away and inclined to be annoyed that he hadn't been diverted to New York. He got into a better temper when he had had some champagne, Halifax noted. He certainly is the most extraordinary man, immensely great qualities with some of the defects that sometimes attach to them. I couldn't live that life for long. The next day, the two warlords of democracy were together again. It was a fascinating lunch. One could only watch these two men talking, noted Daisy Suckley. They were both in fine form, rested and playing on and with each other. There seemed to be real friendship and understanding between FDR and Churchill. FDR's manner was easy and intimate, his face humorous or very serious according to the subject of conversation, and entirely natural. Not a trace of having to guard his words or expressions, just the opposite of his manner at the press conference when he is an actor on a stage and a player on an instrument at the same time. This was the honeymoon period, and adversity brought the two men closer together than ever. On 21 June 1942, as Stalin's counteroffensive was failing across the entire length of the Eastern Front, news of a parallel setback in North Africa arrived at the White House. Roosevelt handed Churchill a telegram that had just been delivered to the Oval Office. Moments later, before Churchill had a chance to react, another pink slip of paper was delivered into his hands. Churchill's face bowed. Rommel's troops had secured a crushing victory over the British Eighth Army in Tobruk. Without hesitation, Roosevelt asked, "What can we do to help?" "Sherman tanks," Churchill replied, "as many as can be shipped immediately to the Middle East." Within hours, Roosevelt and General Marshall ordered the dispatch of 300 Shermans to Egypt. Thousands of miles away in the Wolf's Lair, Hitler was triumphant. The English public's extraordinary shock at the fall of Tobruk will be a mark of crisis for Churchill, he announced gleefully to Goebbels. Churchill is in a very precarious situation and effectively has run away to Washington. The Führer celebrated by ordering that Rommel be promoted to Field Marshal. His confidence was unbounded. It seemed that North Africa would soon be his, and to top it all, Soviet resistance on the Eastern Front continued to crumble. For the three Allied warlords there was a war to be won. Over the next year, the bickering over empire and post-war territory that had sometimes soured relationships would be put to one side in the pursuit of victory. The arguments between Roosevelt and Churchill would be over military strategy. At the same time, Stalin would find himself locked in a decisive duel of arms with Hitler as they headed towards bloody collision in Stalingrad. Chapter 8. 22 June to 19 August 1942. News of the Tobruk disaster spread across Washington. Churchill's travelling doctor, Sir Charles Wilson, was at the British Embassy with Lord Halifax. "That is bad and very surprising," the ambassador remarked. "Certainly Rommel moves quickly." He judged it important that Churchill did not stay too long in the United States. He certainly will not make the mistake he made in January of overlooking feeling at home. Rommel took 30,000 prisoners. Roosevelt was under no illusions about the power of Hitler's armies. That day, Daisy Suckley had one of her intimate conversations with the president and noted his verdict in her diary. F. told Sir John Dill, the senior British military officer in Washington, "The trouble with the British is that they think they can beat the Germans if they have an equal number of men, tanks, etc. F. says that is not so. The Germans are better trained, better generalled. You can never discipline an Englishman or an American as you can a German," Roosevelt told Daisy. "I asked where the blame lies for the present situation in Egypt," Daisy continued. "Partly Churchill, mostly the bad generals," Roosevelt replied. Overall, Daisy recorded, F was depressed over the situation. If Egypt is taken, it means Arabia, Syria, Afghanistan, etc., i.e. the Japs and Germans control everything across from the Atlantic to the Pacific. That means all the oil wells, etc., of those regions. A bleak prospect for the United Nations. Roosevelt had come a long way since May the year before, when he appeared happy to wave goodbye to large parts of the Middle East. The next day, the aftershock of defeat was still rippling through Washington. "I was very sorry for Churchill. He was evidently staggered by the blow of Tobruk and showed it in his speech and manner, although he bore up bravely," Henry Stimson noted. Churchill did not disagree with Roosevelt's harsh verdict on British fighting qualities. He did not attempt to excuse it because of overwhelming numbers or anything of that sort, but he said it was just plain bad leadership, that Rommel had outgeneralled them and outfought them, and had supplied his troops with better weapons. On the behaviour of his own leader, Stimson was not so generous. In the immediate aftermath, Roosevelt plucked from the air the idea of sending an instant task force to protect a line from Alexandria to Iran. "Altogether, it was a very unhappy meeting for me," wrote Stimson. "The President was in his most irresponsible mood. He was talking of a most critical situation and in the presence of the head of another government with the frivolity and lack of responsibility of a child." Over in Hitler's headquarters, the jubilant mood showed no sign of abating. "Tobruk proves to be a great victory," General Franz Halder recorded. "Rommel has become a field marshal." At noon, Hitler was holding court. "Rommel's efficiency, of course, is unquestionable," he declared. From the very beginning of the present offensive, he foretold with almost photographic accuracy the advance to the coast and the attack on Tobruk. At lunchtime, Churchill read reports in American newspapers predicting that the fall of his government was likely to come hot on the heels of this latest military defeat. Late that night, he telephoned his Foreign Secretary. It was 5 a.m. in London. A sleepy Anthony Eden answered the call and was able to reassure him. I told him that I'd heard not a word of this. Of course, there was much grief. No doubt there would be blame for the government, but so far nothing had happened to shake us. The next day, 23 June, the Nazis' euthanasia program reached a sickening crescendo. While the first Polish patients from mental institutions were packed off to Auschwitz, Hitler was gloating over victory with Joseph Goebbels. The English public's extraordinary shock at the fall of Tobruk will be a mark of crisis for Churchill, Hitler foretold. Even with the English, who are politically notoriously stupid, you can't do whatever you want. Churchill is in a very precarious situation and effectively has run away to Washington. That day, a BBC radio broadcast from London informed its listeners that 700,000 Jews had been murdered by the Nazis. Hitler's advancing troops launched an attack on Rostov-on-Don. On 27 June, as convoy PQ-17 sailed with its precious cargo of weapons to Archangel in the frozen north of the USSR, Churchill landed back in Great Britain. It was 5 p.m. The Prime Minister was greeted with another setback, this time on the domestic front. As soon as he had boarded his train, codenamed Dives, he was told that his government had been defeated in the recent Malden by-election. Later that evening, Hitler was engaged in one of his late-night monologues, suggesting the real reason why Churchill spent 8 days with Roosevelt in the United States. When two people are in general agreement, decisions are swiftly taken. My own conference with the Duce never lasted more than an hour and a half, the rest of the time being devoted to ceremonies of various kinds, he told his guests. It is easy, therefore, by comparison, to imagine how enormous their difficulties must appear. To harness to a common purpose a coalition composed of Great Britain, the United States, Russia and China demands little short of a miracle. As so often, Hitler's analysis of his opponents hit the mark. Yet despite the enormous obstacles and Stalin's continuing suspicions and grievances, the three Allied warlords knew that their survival depended on keeping their military alliance intact. The miracle had to be achieved. Stalin's military strategy was clear-cut, first to halt Hitler, then to drive him back to Berlin. For Roosevelt and Churchill, it was less obvious and remained unresolved even after Churchill's long stay in Washington. The American chiefs of staff still wanted to establish a cross-channel bridgehead. Churchill and his chiefs remained convinced that it was folly. Roosevelt listened to the arguments from both sides, veering between an operation against France and an idea he and Churchill had discussed back in January of invading Morocco and Algeria in northwest Africa. These two countries were part of the French Empire and still controlled by the collaborationist Vichy government of Marshal Philippe Pétain. However, there was a hope that once the French local civilian and military administration saw American and British troops landing in their tens of thousands, they might join up with the Allies. While the cables continued to flow between London and Washington, Operation Blue, a massive German offensive between Taganrog on the Black Sea and Kursk, was launched. Hitler found himself faced for the first time with the full import of the new responsibilities which he had arrogated to himself as Commander-in-Chief of the Army, that of directing great army formations in an extremely perilous offensive operation, General Walter Warlimont of the OKW Operations Staff recalled. Now he really had to get on top of the job which he hitherto had to leave to the experts. Now he had to ensure that his airy-fairy thoughts fitted the hard facts of life. 3 days later, German forces overran the last of the fortresses of Sevastopol, doggedly and bravely defended by the Soviets for months. As thousands of Soviet prisoners were rounded up, Churchill was in the House of Commons for the beginning of a 2-day vote of censure debate. A small minority of MPs were calling for the Prime Minister to be replaced. At noon, Hitler, delighted with the reports from Crimea, expatiated on one of his favourite topics, the menace presented by Franklin D. Roosevelt. The president, Hitler announced, who both in his handling of political issues and in his general attitude behaves like a tortuous pettifogging Jew, himself boasted recently that he had noble Jewish blood in his veins. Such examples, Hitler pronounced, should open the eyes of all reasonable people and be a warning of the menace half-castes can be. The next afternoon, 2 July 1942, Winston Churchill faced his parliamentary colleagues and defended his position as leader of the national government and commander-in-chief of the British war effort. A complete record exists of all the directions I have given, the inquiries I have made, and the telegrams I have drafted. I shall be perfectly content to be judged by them, Churchill announced. He concluded that a victory for his government in this vote would ensure a cheer will go up from every friend of Britain and every faithful servant of our cause, and the death knell of disappointment will ring in the